In League with Mr. Darcy, A Pride and Prejudice Regency Romp, by Laura Hile. Narrated by Benjamin Fife. Chapter 1. Not on Your Life. And then, when she offered to mend Mr. Darcy's pen for him, he fairly growled at her. Indeed he did. But Jane did not laugh or even smile. "Poor Miss Bingley," she whispered. Elizabeth Bennet bit back a sigh. She meant to amuse her sister, not add to her misery. It was hard enough to be confined to bed with a bad cold. Now, no thanks to her, Jane was filled with sympathy for a woman who deserved very little. Mr. Darcy was unfailingly polite, Elizabeth hastened to say, so I doubt her feelings were hurt. He merely wished to be left alone to write his letter, and Miss Bingley would not take the hint. She simply could not resist being helpful. She meant no harm, Lizzie. What she meant, said Elizabeth, was to get up a flirtation with him, and he would have no part of it. The memory brought a smile. You know how he glares at one from beneath his brows. I know nothing of the sort. To hear you talk, Mr. Darcy is an ogre. Elizabeth was surprised into a laugh. What a thing for her gentle sister to say. I dare say he is, just like in Jack the Giant Slayer. Lizzie! Smiling, Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. Be he alive or be he dead, she recited gleefully, I'll grind men's bones to make my bread. I can almost hear him saying it. Not men's bones, protested Jane, but women's broken hearts. Do you think so? Not mine, certainly. You've seen how our neighbours gaze at him. Elizabeth certainly had. The combination of a wealthy estate, dark good looks, and fearsome reserve made Mr. Darcy irresistible to silly women. She had no intention of joining their ranks. Besides, she already knew what the man thought of her. Tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me, was what he had said to Mr. Bingley. He was not only scornful, but also rudely dismissive. But she had had the last word, hadn't she? Several nights later, when Sir William suggested her as a dancing partner for Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth roundly refused him. She glanced to the hearth. Are you warm enough? I'll just build up the fire before I go down. You needn't trouble yourself, Lizzie. I am fine, truly. This bedchamber was perhaps not the best Netherfield Park had to offer, but it was well fitted out. With papered walls, dimity curtains, and a comfortable bed, it was nicer than the room she and Jane shared at home. In all fairness, Elizabeth could not blame Miss Bingley too severely, for it was not as if Jane had been invited to spend the night. Her sudden illness had changed a dinner invitation into a stay of several days. Elizabeth had come to Netherfield to help care for her. She rose to her feet. Mr. Darcy the ogre, she repeated. That's quite brilliant, for he is tall like a giant, is he not? And that deep voice of his makes him perfect for the role, for he did growl at Miss Bingley last night. Jane merely sighed. Finish your soup, dearest, Elizabeth added. Obediently, Jane brought the cup to her lips. He is certainly very handsome, I give him that, but he makes not the slightest push to be charming or companionable. Surely within the family circle. Not even then, although I cannot blame him for being terse whenever Miss Bingley is nearby. She is, how shall I put it, predatory. She is not nearly as bad as you portray. It was pointless to argue, for Jane thought the best of everyone, and would never see Elizabeth's point of view. No doubt you are right, I shouldn't tease you. Elizabeth took the empty cup from Jane's hands. It could be that Mr. Darcy enjoys the attention, as stern, silent men often do. Miss Bingley talks and talks, and he is spared the trouble of conversing. She merely wishes to be friendly, as does her brother. Jane's expression became wistful. I trust Mr. Bingley is well. In body, yes, but in spirit, not entirely. That is to say, he inquires after you often. He worries about your recovery." Elizabeth was rewarded with a wan smile. "He is the kindest of men. How ashamed I am, for because of my weakness they are obliged to host me until I am well. You'll hear no complaint from Mr. Bingley. He is eager to offer you every comfort, every consideration. If only I were not so ill. Do you blame yourself? Mamma would have you ride, even though it was coming on to rain. However," Elizabeth added, "you are very much better. Perhaps tomorrow you may join us for after-dinner tea. My appearance will leave much to be desired." Not to loving eyes. Colour came into Jane's cheeks. "You imagine too much. Mr. Bingley is merely being charitable, as one would be toward a neighbour." Elizabeth could not hold back a smile. "Do you think that if someone else, say Mrs. Goulding, had become ill, Charles Bingley would host her with even half as much tenderness? Ordered her to be waited on hand and foot, as you have been, and offered every consideration? No, indeed. Mrs. Goulding would have been packed off to enjoy her cold at Hay Park." Jane choked on a laugh. "Now then, you settle in for a nap, and I'll go down to the drawing-room. If you're awake when I return, I'll have more stories to tell. Not about poor Mr. Hurst, Lizzie. The man drinks more than is good for him, and then promptly falls asleep. There is nothing new in that. But Mr. Darcy, the ogre, he shall keep me amply entertained. I'd rather hear about Mr. Bingley." Jane paused. "If only I could thank him. Shall I bring him up?" "Could you? But that would not be proper." Elizabeth thought for a moment. "What do you say to writing him a note?" "Oh, but what I mean is, you shall dictate while I write. That way it cannot be considered a love letter." "I would never." "I know, dearest. Close your eyes and work out your message. I'll be back presently with ink and paper." "But you haven't time. You'll be missed." Here was a laughable thought. Her absence would give Caroline and her sister opportunity to criticize Elizabeth's gown and provincial manners, and who knew what else. She had seen the looks exchanged between the two, but there was no point in saying so to Jane. "There is always time to express gratitude," Elizabeth said mildly. "I dare say no one will think ill of me if I am a little late." Most unfortunately, a footman was on hand to open the door to the drawing-room. How Elizabeth would prefer to slip in unnoticed. But there was no chance of this. Indeed, Caroline Bingley's voice came across the room to greet her. "Miss Eliza Bennet, we were beginning to wonder if you would ever come down. I trust your sweet sister has not taken a turn for the worse." Elizabeth found her voice. "I had hoped, as you know, to bring Jane down to join us tonight. She is rather tired. Perhaps tomorrow." Elizabeth could not miss the look that passed between Caroline and Mrs. Hurst. The implication was clear. Jane was prolonging her stay in order to make a match with their brother, at the insistence of Jane and Elizabeth's ambitious mother. "We do not wish to trespass upon your hospitality any longer than is necessary," Elizabeth added. Mr. Bingley was already on his feet. "It is no hardship to us," he said earnestly. "Indeed, I count it a privilege. Miss Bennet is to stay as long as she needs." Mrs. Hurst smiled politely. "Do join us, Miss Elizabeth. Do you care for cards? But no, I see you have brought your work-bag." "I dare say backgammon is what she prefers, Louisa. Charles might remember how to play." "We have a chessboard here." This was from Mr. Darcy. Caroline gave a tittering laugh. "As if any one of us could dare to play opposite Mr. Darcy. It is perhaps fortunate that Miss Eliza does not play chess." "I play often with father," Elizabeth said mildly. "However, it would be impolitic to take Mr. Darcy as my opponent." She tried to ignore the sudden gleam in Mr. Darcy's eyes. "Is that so?" he said. "It's merely that I do not wish to put you to the blush, sir. My father is a formidable opponent, so I am perhaps more proficient than most." Surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. Elizabeth hastened to add, "As Mrs. Hurst has observed, I have needlework to finish." Mr. Darcy responded with a single polite nod, but the challenging gleam remained in his eyes. "Some other time, perhaps," he said softly. As no one except Mr. Hurst was inclined to play cards, the room fell silent. He stretched out on one of the sofas, and promptly fell to sleep. Mrs. Hurst became occupied with playing with her bracelet and rings. At last she said, "Do you enjoy the theatre, Miss Elizabeth?" "Do not tease her, Louisa," her sister said. "You know how her father dislikes London society. I dare say her uncle, who lives in Cheapside, as you recall, is unable to tear himself away from his business to take his nieces to the theatre." "So unfortunate for you and your sisters," said Mrs. Hurst, "to be deprived of the enrichment of refinement and culture." Charles Bingley broke in. "Is that what Othello was supposed to be? Culture? It was dashed depressing, if you ask me. Everyone dies." Caroline turned on him. "Good gracious, Charles! Is it a crime to prefer pantomimes?" "Harlequin is hardly superior to Shakespeare, as everyone knows. Mr. Darcy agrees with me, of course." Caroline Bingley sent a smile in his direction. Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy's brows draw together and his lips compressed into a line. "In this particular instance," he said grimly, "Bingley is in the right." With difficulty Elizabeth concealed a smile, for here was a definite growl. Fee, fi, fo, fum. "You do not care for Shakespeare?" cried Caroline. "We are speaking of Othello, ma'am. I dislike Titus Andronicus for the same reason." "It's one thing to be surprised by murder in a play," Mr. Bingley pointed out, "but to go in knowing, that's downright gruesome. A souhait de mort. Where do you get these expressions, Charles?" Caroline cast up a hand. "Pray do not enlighten me. At some horrid fencing parlour, or wherever it is that Mr. Darcy takes you. Such a vulgar pursuit. Swordsmanship is a valuable skill, Carol. You said so yourself. Not when it colours your speech." Mr. Darcy flicked open a book. Elizabeth bit back another smile, for Caroline became enamoured with watching him read it. Presently she gave a great yawn and said, "How pleasant it is to spend an evening in this way. I declare there is no enjoyment like reading." Her gaze slanted in Mr. Darcy's direction. He made no reply. "How much sooner one tires of anything else than a book. When I have a house of my own, I shall be miserable if I have not an excellent library." A log on the hearth fell apart with a sharp hiss. "Speaking of tiresome," Caroline turned to her brother, "you cannot be serious about hosting a dance at Netherfield, Charles." She paused. Her gaze returned to Mr. Darcy and his book. "There are some among us to whom a ball would be a punishment rather than a pleasure." Elizabeth saw him turn a page, without so much as glancing in Miss Bingley's direction. "If you mean Darcy, he may go to bed if he chooses. As for the ball, it is quite a settled thing." Caroline gave an unhappy huff. "There is something insufferably tedious about balls. It would surely be more rational if conversation instead of dancing was made the order of the day." "Do you mean like tonight?" quipped Mr. Bingley. "Rubbish. Everyone would much rather dance than talk, as well you know." After this, Caroline made several attempts to engage Mr. Darcy's attention, but without success. At length she invited Elizabeth to walk about the room with her, which she did. Mr. Darcy looked up, closed his book, and even allowed Caroline to draw him into conversation. This was hardly satisfactory, for it became apparent that he was intent on conversing with Elizabeth, not Miss Bingley, And what an irksome exchange it was! Thrust and parry, advance and retreat. Here was a verbal joust with quips and retorts flying between them. A suspicion grew in Elizabeth's mind. Was Mr. Darcy punishing her for the remark she'd made about chess, implying that she would certainly best him? Well, she would. And all the while Jane's note to Mr. Bingley remained hidden in Elizabeth's pocket. How she longed to deliver it! But there was simply no way to pass it to him privately without attracting attention. Caroline, who was already in an irritated frame of mind, would steal it from him in order to make sport of it. Elizabeth glanced to Mr. Darcy and found him studying her. Was he eager for another verbal battle? She lifted her chin but said nothing. A ghost of a smile formed on his lips. What an irritating man! This exchange was not missed by Caroline Bingley. "Do let us have a little music," she cried. "Louisa, you will not mind my waking Mr. Hurst?" Even before she began to play, Mr. Darcy retreated to his book. It was then that Elizabeth had a good look at the hem she had so calmly been stitching. What a disaster! Everything must be torn out and reworked. But privately, she would not give Mr. Darcy the satisfaction of seeing how much he had discomposed her. Jane was sleeping when Elizabeth slipped into her bedchamber. This was just as well. How could she confess that she hadn't the heart to deliver her letter? Elizabeth took herself out and closed the door quietly. It was dark in the upstairs passageway, with faint light coming from the tall windows at its end. It mattered not that she had extinguished her candle. She knew the way to her own room. Still, the cool air was refreshing. The verbal fencing match with Mr. Darcy had been invigorating. Composing herself to sleep would not be easy. Quietly, Elizabeth paced back and forth along the passageway's long carpet. In her mind, she began to style the impeccable Mr. Darcy as a fearsome giant. A ragged shirt, waistcoat with missing buttons, knee breeches without stockings, bare feet, and his dark, curling hair hanging low on his brow. Excellent. All that was lacking was a smear of mud on his forehead. "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman," she said aloud, smiling. There came a gentle cough. "I beg your pardon." Elizabeth looked up. There on the landing stood Mr. Darcy, candle in hand. "Good evening," she said lamely. I did not mean to speak my thought aloud." His brows went up. "Reciting a nursery story, are you? A charming soporific." Elizabeth thought quickly. "It's Shakespeare, actually, from King Lear. Miss Bingley put me in mind of it earlier." Elizabeth felt herself wince as she said this, for the quotation was not precisely right, nor was the association complimentary to Caroline Bingley. But what else could she say? She was answered by the flash of Mr. Darcy's smile. "I see." It was obvious that he didn't, but she paid this no mind. The impropriety of the situation, alone in a darkened passageway together, made its presence felt. She must return to her bedchamber at once. But Mr. Darcy did not move. There he stood, blocking her way. "We'll have that chess game, ma'am," he said softly. "Yours was quite the boast." Elizabeth felt her shoulders sag. "I beg your pardon. What I said was rude and thoughtless. I spoke without thinking." Mr. Darcy merely raised an eyebrow. Did he not believe her? "To be precisely honest," she said, "I'd had my fill of being shown what a provincial nobody Never mind. It isn't worth speaking about. I was entirely in the wrong." "And so," he said, "being challenged in the one area in which you are truly proficient, you lashed out." "I did, yes, to a person who was the least deserving of censure, for you did nothing to provoke me." He remained silent. Somewhere in the house, a long case clock struck 1. Elizabeth brought her hands to her hips. "When a person asks for forgiveness, sir, It is only right to grant it." She was answered by another smile. "I stand corrected," he said in his growling way. "I forgive you, Miss Bennet, but make no mistake, we shall have that match." How could she refuse him? "Very well," she said slowly. Elizabeth didn't mean to slide her fingers into her pocket just then. She didn't mean to pull out Jane's folded note. This was not lost on Mr. Darcy. His eyes found hers. His gaze never wavered. "Is this for me?" he murmured. Chapter 2. A Dangerous Game. What was it about a darkened passage that intensified an atmosphere? The light from Darcy's candle gave Elizabeth's indigo eyes an enchanting sparkle. With a smile pulling at his lips, he put out a hand to receive the folded paper. Elizabeth was hesitant. "My sister has, written a letter of thanks to Mr. Bingley." "Is she well enough to write? An encouraging sign." "I wrote to her dictation." Again he felt her eyes studying him. Here was open speculation. Now, what was she thinking? And why was he eager to find this out? One thing was clear, she was not baiting him. On the contrary, her expression was skeptical instead of coy. Perhaps he should be the one to bait her. "Is there a way in which I may serve you, Miss Elizabeth?" There was a pause. "Perhaps," she said. A small silence hung between them. "And?" he prompted gently. Elizabeth gave a sigh. "Jane would appreciate knowing that her little note does not place your friend in an awkward position. Would you mind reading it and then delivering it to him?" Darcy's lips twisted in amusement. "You would like me to act as censor for a love letter?" "It is hardly that. We do not wish to be accused of impropriety." His brows went up. "Is not our own situation the height of impropriety?" She said nothing. Darcy lowered his voice. "At this hour, you and I, alone in a deserted passage." "Don't be ridiculous, please. We are merely conversing. How can it be improper? You have been reading too many romances, sir." It was all Darcy could do to keep from laughing. "In my position, one cannot be too careful." "I could say the same. Read Jane's note, please, before someone comes and discovers us." Here came another smile. "Shall I blow out the candle? The better to disguise our presence." "How will you be able to read?" Darcy drew aside the heavy brocade curtain that covered part of the window. There was no moon. "You have a point," he said. "Sailors and adventurers rely on starlight to guide them, but for our purposes it is inadequate. Will you hold the candle for me?" She did so, and he unfolded the letter. Elizabeth's writing was beautifully legible. "My dear Mr. Bingley, how can I express my thanks for all you have done during my stay? I am ashamed at my weakness in falling ill so rapidly. Your kindness to me is a wonder. I was hoping to join you and your sisters in the drawing-room tonight, but I am overtired and should not attempt it. Elizabeth says that if I am very good about resting, perhaps I may come down tomorrow evening, and yet I could not rest tonight without communicating my thanks. I remain your grateful friend, Jane Bennet." A harmless message. Anyone could have written it. Darcy shot her a look. "You are quite right, Miss Bennet," he said gravely. "There is nothing improper here. The only questionable element is her use of the pronominal adjective my." "Jane put that in at my insistence." This was unexpected. "She does not care for him." "Quite the contrary. She likes him very much, but my sister is tender-hearted and is easily misunderstood. She conceals her deepest feelings so as not to oblige others to agree with her." "A unique perspective." "Then, too, it can often become awkward, since Jane is so very beautiful." "Is this a problem?" "Men cannot help falling in love with her, and she does not like to be unkind." "Indeed." "It is because she feels sorry for them all, even the most unsuitable." Darcy raised an eyebrow. "Stable boys and yokels?" "In addition to gentlemen who are hopelessly stupid, yes." Darcy laughed. "As to that, Charles has liked many a stupid girl." But, to be fair, he understood Jane Bennet's dilemma. How irksome it was to so easily inspire love. The most harmless praise was dangerous, for the woman receiving it considered Darcy as her rightful possession. As a very young man, he had learned not to give compliments. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continued to study him. "Will you deliver the note, sir?" "I shall." Here was his cue to leave. Fold the paper, pocket it, take up the candle, and be on his way. And yet Darcy's feet would not move. These days spent in Elizabeth Bennet's company had brought a change. An unusual sort of friendship was springing up between them, and to tease her was delightfully tempting. A dangerous game. Was this flirtation? Darcy never flirted. Why, then, was he enjoying it so much? Somewhere in the house a beam creaked. Darcy saw Elizabeth flinch. "As the temperature drops, large houses will talk," he said softly. "Surely you know this." "Yes, but what if Miss Bingley is wandering about?" "I highly doubt that." "You did not expect to find me at this hour," she pointed out. "Well, no. I have no designs upon you, in case you were wondering." "That is patently obvious. It is one of the things I like in you." "To be discovered would cap all. Miss Bingley is already annoyed by my presence as it is. I cannot understand why. I have done little to provoke her." "You don't need to." Elizabeth's chin came up. "To put it plainly, you and your sister are everything that she is not. In other words, hopelessly provincial. You are well-bred, kind, and sincere." Great Scott, what was he saying? Why was he still here? Did he have so little guard over his tongue? Again, Darcy willed his feet to move, but to no avail. Instead, his hands took the candlestick from Elizabeth, and he blew it out. The darkness of the passage enveloped them. "Is this better?" He saw her fold her arms across her chest. "No." But the cover of darkness made confidences easier. "You are a gentleman's daughter, Miss Elizabeth," he said gently. "Miss Bingley envies that most of all." "I cannot see why. It is nothing to crow about." "That is because you are adorably secure." The words were out before he could stop them. "Not adorably, sir. My remark to you about chess was hardly that." There was a pause. "Miss Bingley must have been pleased to hear me be so rude to you." "Do not the poets tell us that admiration often wears the disguise of insult?" he said softly. A flash of her eyes was her only answer, and then, "What was that?" Darcy turned to listen. There could be no mistake. Someone was mounting the stairs. A faint glow of candlelight crept up the walls of the nearby stairwell. Elizabeth's startled gaze met his. "Courage," he whispered. She hesitated for a moment, obviously undecided as to what she should do. There was not time to run to her bedchamber. He saw her chin come up. She squared her shoulders, parted the heavy curtain, and stepped behind it. "Now who's been reading too many romances?" Darcy murmured. He adjusted the folds of the fabric. "Mind your shoes." Elizabeth's feet withdrew into the cover of darkness. Darcy set the unlit candlestick upon the small table that was there, and took a seat in the straight-backed chair. A servant would not use this stairway. What if it was Caroline? Darcy discovered that he was smiling. Gad, was this all he could do tonight? He schooled his features into a frown. And then Elizabeth sneezed, not once, but twice. "Drat!" he heard her whisper. But it was Charles who came stumbling from the landing. Darcy was ready to offer a greeting, but held back. Charles turned to his right and continued on his way. He had noticed nothing. Presently, Darcy leaned toward the curtain. "The coast is clear, as my cousin would say," he whispered. "It was only Bingley taking himself off to bed." When Elizabeth emerged from her hiding-place, there was just enough light to see relief wash over her lovely face. This was soon replaced by annoyance. "You did not deliver Jane's note?" she whispered. For some reason, Darcy found her irritation amusing. "I did not wish to raise his suspicion," he said lamely. "About your presence, I mean." "How was he to know where I was hiding, unless you gave it away?" There was a pause. "Either you dislike your office as courier, sir, or you have insufficient courage." His grin widened. "Oh, the latter, certainly." Her lips parted, and Darcy began to laugh softly. If he were a base fellow, he might have tried to kiss her. "Insufferable." Elizabeth whirled around. Her silk skirts rustled beguilingly as she hurried along the passage. Darcy continued to smile, even when the sharp click of the door latch announced that she was gone. Who would have thought that he, of all people, would be tempted to kiss this woman under cover of darkness? However, in the cold light of morning, Darcy felt only chagrin. Gad, he had actually enjoyed provoking Elizabeth Bennet. Never mind that she offered delightful inducement. It was not worth thinking about. Soon enough she and her sister would be gone, and his tranquillity of mind would be restored. No more wandering about at night. But if he had encountered Caroline Bingley in the passage, a mere nod, nothing more, he was in no humour to give countenance to Caroline and her social ambitions. She was the sister of his good friend, nothing more. The sooner she was brought to realize this, the better. Darcy did deliver Jane Bennet's note when he and Bingley were alone at the breakfast table. Naturally, his friend went into raptures over it. Darcy shook his head at this. It was astonishing to see the rapidity with which the man fell in love. Had Charles so little discrimination? Were a beautiful face and a gentle, kindly manner enough to win his regard? Well, today Darcy would take Charles out of the house and keep him there, to do a little shooting or riding about the estate, anything to take his mind off Miss Jane Bennet. The door came open, and without thinking, Darcy looked up. Bah! He was hoping to see not the footman, but Miss Elizabeth. He needed occupation as much as his friend. The door opened again, but this time Darcy kept his gaze focused elsewhere. This was no bad thing, for the greeting that came trilling across the breakfast parlour was from Caroline Bingley. Politeness demanded that Darcy rise to his feet. He then took up his teacup and strolled to the tall windows that overlooked the park. The fog was now lifting. Here was a crisp autumn morning, perfect for riding. "What is this, pray?" he heard Caroline ask. Like a fool, Charles surrendered Jane's letter. Here was a short silence as she read it. "How sweet! Dear Jane, she is such a sweet girl. A lovely English country miss." Darcy hid a grimace, for he knew that this was only the beginning. Had Caroline Bingley so little conversation that she must natter endlessly about the faults of others? Soon after she joined him at the windows. "Poor Charles, he loses his heart so easily. But really, this sort of alliance is not at all what Louisa and I have in mind for him." Darcy kept silent. He was in no mood to share confidences with Caroline Bingley. She had been complaining about the Bennets for days. Must he hear it all again? "Such lowly connections," she went on, "especially on the mother's side. Mr. Phillips, it's laughable to see him strut about, parading his social position in Meryton, as if he were a person of consequence. And then there is the uncle in Cheapside. I mean, really." There was more in this vein, including a sly reference to Elizabeth Bennet's fine eyes, an observation he had been foolish enough to share. She took delight in taunting him with it, and today was no exception. At length she paused to take a breath. "If I might offer a word of advice, Miss Bingley," said Darcy coldly. "Delicious. I am all ears, sir. Do tell." "To continually criticize the Bennets and their connections is unwise. It will only set Charles's back up." You know how stubborn he can be. Moreover, it could well have the opposite effect to the one you intend." Caroline gave a brittle laugh. "What else are we to do? Our brother needs guidance, Mr. Darcy. Jane Bennet would make a most unsuitable wife." "Would she?" She twinkled at him. "Louisa and I have someone in mind who is vastly superior." As if Darcy did not know, here was another favourite theme for veiled references, a match between Charles and Darcy's sister. Obviously, his silence on the subject had given her false hope. It was time to put an end to that. "Have you considered that Mr. Bennet, a gentleman possessed of a landed estate, might not wish such a match for Jane?" "Nonsense," she cried. "Charles's fortune—" "I'll stop you there. The gentry will at times permit a condescending alliance in order to acquire needed wealth, or in those rare instances of great personal charm and beauty." There was a pause. Caroline was no longer smiling. "What are you saying?" "Before you sneer at the Bennets' connections, you would do well to consider your family's own origins, Miss Bingley." She gave a huff of displeasure. "Upon my word, sir, this is plain speaking." "It is the way of the world, Miss Bingley, my world. If you wish to enter it, a thing Mrs. Bennet was able to achieve, you would do well to keep your expectations realistic." "You are cruel, sir." "On the contrary," he said roughly, "I am honest." Chapter 3. Cat Among Pigeons. Elizabeth was determined to stay away from Mr. Darcy, and spending the morning with Jane answered perfectly. During dinner, which she could not avoid, she resolved to say as little as possible. For some reason, Caroline Bingley's remarks were unusually sharp. Was she actually glaring at Mr. Darcy? Had he said something to offend her? Elizabeth bit back a smile. This was not so very surprising. Mr. Darcy certainly had pointed opinions, and when pressed was not shy about sharing them. And wasn't it irksome that the man was so very handsome? Even now his dark, intelligent eyes followed her. Was he hoping to initiate another conversation? He was in for disappointment. Presently she stole another look at him. Yes, there was a glitter lurking in those eyes of his, and she could guess what he was thinking. "We'll have that chess game, Miss Elizabeth." At all costs, she and Jane must return home, but not before Jane enjoyed an evening with Mr. Bingley. Just now the conversation centred on Mr. Bingley's proposed ball. "As soon as Nichols has made white soup enough, I shall send round my cards." Elizabeth averted her gaze, but Mr. Darcy's deep voice could not be ignored. "Before you do, Bingley, you'd best consult an almanac." "Good gracious, why? It isn't as if he is a farmer planting crops." "We are in the country, Miss Bingley. A full moon on the night of a dance is advantageous to guests." "I say," cried Mr. Bingley, "what with winding country lanes and all, I hadn't thought of that." He summoned a footman, presumably to see about an almanac. His sister passed a hand over her eyes. "In the country, as if I could forget. No one of note will be invited." "The squire and his wife?" The toss of Miss Bingley's head showed what she thought of them. "Then, too, it is good to consider Miss Bennet's health," Mr. Bingley went on. "She should be fully recovered." Caroline Bingley's smile was brittle. "But of course. Oh, how I wish we were in London." "For pity's sake, why? You and Louisa have fairly plagued the life out of me to take a country house, and now that I have, you complain." "There is so much to be done by way of renovation, Charles. You have no idea. All you see are the pleasant neighbours. Louisa and I know better." Mr. Darcy spoke up. "Do you think an inherited estate is any different? There are always renovation projects, many of them quite costly." "Impossible," she cried. Your Pemberley is quite perfect." "Every estate requires repair and rebuilding," he said. "Even Pemberley. Moreover, when your brother does purchase, he'll have no choice as to who the neighbours are." "Then he must take care to avoid choosing a countrified location miles from anywhere." "The easy distance to London was a point in Netherfield's favour," said Mr. Darcy. "If the neighbours are a bother," said Elizabeth, "then perhaps the ball ought to be—" She stopped. Trust Mr. Darcy to notice. "Yes," he said pleasantly. "You were about to say—" Elizabeth sighed. "I was about to observe before I thought better of it." She sent a quelling look in Mr. Darcy's direction. "That perhaps your ball ought to be a masquerade, Mr. Bingley. But, of course, such a thing will never do." "Ha!" he cried. "That's first-rate." "It most certainly is not," said Mrs. Hurst. "Miss Elizabeth Bennet is no doubt unaware that masquerade balls went out of fashion years ago." "Hold hard, Louisa. London has plenty of them." "At places like Vauxhall Gardens, where one is forced to mingle with tradespeople and riffraff. Definitely not a style you should emulate, Charles." "I'll jolly well do what I like." "To say truth, Mr. Bingley, it would cause a bit of a scandal," said Elizabeth kindly. "There has never been a ball masquerade here that I can recall." "Save for in your grandmother's time," grumbled Miss Bingley. "I dare say having to procure costumes would strain the pocketbooks of our neighbours." "Rot! As if donning a robe and a turban cost anything. I rather fancy being a Turkish sultan. And you," he added, "can be an Egyptian princess. Charles, really." He turned to Elizabeth. "It will be a sporting good time. Our neighbours will love it. After all, they know one another. We're the only strangers here, save for the officers. I say, Darcy, we ought to invite them as well." "What?" cried his sister. "How can they add to our consequence?" But Charles Bingley was taken with the idea of a costumed ball, and would not be talked out of it. Surprisingly, Mr. Darcy said nothing to dissuade him. There he sat, rotating the stem of his wine-glass, with a ghost of a smile on his lips. Such an attractive man, and so incredibly irksome. At length dinner was over, giving Elizabeth the opportunity to escape. Up she ran to Jane's bedchamber, where Miss Bingley's maid was putting the finishing touches on Jane's hair. Jane was perhaps a little pale, but lovely. Her eagerness to join the party in the drawing-room gave her eyes an additional sparkle. To Miss Bingley's credit, she and her sister were surprisingly attentive to Jane. Nevertheless, Elizabeth remained on her guard. She would not be drawn into a conversation, or a game of cards, or any of it. A book would suffice. She opened to a random page. When the gentlemen came in to join them, Jane's society lost its appeal, and the sisters drifted away. Charles Bingley went immediately to her side. He changed her seat to a warmer one in front of the hearth, and made certain she was guarded from draughts. What a kind and thoughtful man! He was obviously smitten. Soon he and Jane were deep in conversation about the ball. When an almanac was brought in, together they pored over its pages. "Aha! We have our date, Darcy," Mr. Bingley announced. "Saturday the 30th. It will be a whopping good time." He and Jane shared a smile. Elizabeth redoubled her resolve to bring off a match between them, even if it meant having to speak with Mr. Darcy. Thankfully, tonight there was no need to do so. Elizabeth refused to so much as look in his direction. A few minutes later, she saw him take out a book of his own and adhere to it. The next day after service, Elizabeth made good on her promise to be gone. Jane, too, was determined not to trespass on Mr. Bingley's hospitality any longer. He reluctantly agreed to lend them his carriage, and soon the Bennet sisters were saying their goodbyes to the party of Netherfield Park. Mrs. Hurst was graciousness itself. and Caroline Bingley rose to the occasion. She went so far as to embrace Jane and say that it would always give her pleasure to see her either at Longbourn or Netherfield. Mr. Darcy drew near, but before Elizabeth could move away, he murmured, "I have you to thank for introducing an enlivening topic for conversation. It should last days." Elizabeth knew exactly what he meant, that foolish masquerade ball. "It was not my intent to set the cat among the pigeons," she whispered back, "nor would I had you not forced me to speak." His response was to laugh softly. "Until we meet again, Miss Elizabeth," he said, smiling, "wherever that might happen to be." Trust Mr. Darcy to part with a cryptic remark. She narrowed her eyes at him. He deserved not even one smile. Their mother was not very pleased to see Elizabeth and Jane, especially since her instructions were to remain for a week complete. "What a pity that Jane did not catch cold again," chirped Lydia. "We have such news to tell you," added Kitty, "such goings-on within the regiment." Elizabeth drew a long breath. Ah, yes, the regiment. A militia had taken up winter quarters near Meryton, much to the delight of her mother and youngest sisters. She now learned that several of the officers had lately dined with their Uncle Phillips. It was hinted that Colonel Forster was going to be married. "Oh, and you haven't heard the best part. Aunt Phillips is hosting supper and cards on Wednesday. She has invited all the officers and us. Isn't that delightful?" This topic of conversation beguiled the younger girls until they went in to dinner. Elizabeth could well imagine their glee when they learned about the masquerade ball. Hopefully Mr. Bingley would think better of it. Jane had certainly been no help. Elizabeth studied her army-mad youngest sisters, the officers attending the ball in disguise. Here was fodder for scandal. Mr. Bennet was delighted to have Jane and Elizabeth home. As they sat down to dinner, he took out a folded paper. "I saved this," he said with an amused look to Elizabeth, "knowing that you will appreciate its content and style." Over the top of his spectacles, Mr. Bennet said to his wife, "I hope, my dear, that you are planning a good dinner tomorrow. I have reason to expect an addition to our family party. For almost a sennight, it seems." "I should hope that my dinners are good enough for anyone, Mr. Bennet." "The person of whom I speak is a gentleman and a stranger." Mrs. Bennet gave a crow of delight. "Jane, you sly thing! You never dropped a word of this, for who else can it be but Mr. Bingley?" "I am sorry to disappoint you, Mrs. Bennet. This letter is from my cousin, Mr. Collins, who, when I am dead, may turn you all out of this house as soon as he pleases." At once, Mrs. Bennet began to lament the cruelty of their estate being entailed away, with much abuse dished out on her husband's cousin. "It certainly is an iniquitous affair," said Mr. Bennet, "and nothing can clear Mr. Collins from the guilt of inheriting Longbourn. But if you will listen to his letter, which I shall now read, you may perhaps be softened by his manner of expressing himself." Elizabeth heard it in unimpressed silence. "He must be an oddity, I think," she said at last. "There is something very pompous in his style. And what can he mean by apologizing for being next in the entail? We cannot suppose he would help it if he could. Can he be a sensible man, sir?" Eyes twinkling, her father folded up the letter. "As to that, time will tell," he quipped. "At 4 o'clock tomorrow we may expect this peacemaking gentleman. He seems to be a most conscientious and polite young man. I doubt not he will prove to be a valuable acquaintance." This told Elizabeth that her father thought him just the opposite. Her mother, however, lowered her handkerchief with a new light in her eyes. "His mention of an olive branch is pleasing, and then there is his wish to make amends to our poor girls. Mr. Bennet," she said, fixing her gaze upon him, "is Mr. Collins married?" This set off a wave of giggling among the youngest girls. As to that, you'll have to ask him yourself, my dear. I believe I shall, for, as you know, he'll not find any prettier girls than ours. Naturally, Jane is out of the question. She, as we know, is practically engaged." For once, Elizabeth found herself in complete agreement with her mother. If Jane were not engaged yet, she soon would be. Chapter 4. More Troubles Than One. "Never complain that I do not do my part, Charles," said Caroline. "As you see, I am willing to embrace the country life." "Now if she will only abandon whining about it," Bingley muttered to Darcy. As if that would happen. Caroline Bingley took pleasure in airing opinions, regardless of how they might be received. Her stylish riding habit, complete with epaulettes and frogging, was at variance with her mount. Here was perhaps the most sluggardly old mare Darcy had ever encountered, although a comfortable ride for a lady, according to Netherfield's gardener. The horse was inaptly named Charger. Miss Bingley could kick her heels and jerk the reins until doomsday. Charger had no intention of exerting herself. Very sedately did the party from Netherfield Park approach Meryton. It was a market town of ancient origin, laid out along traditional lines. The market cross included a simple fountain. On its main street a group of young women were gathered, all seeming to talk at once. With them were red-coated officers. "Dear me," drawled Caroline, "if it isn't the Bennets." She then attempted to turn Charger, but Charger wasn't having any. No stranger to Meryton, the horse was intent on reaching the fountain, and moved forward at a jouncing trot. Darcy swallowed a laugh. Charger added nothing to Caroline Bingley's dignity. Jane Bennet detached herself from the group, and came to greet them, followed by Elizabeth. A tall, heavy-looking young man in clerical garb trailed after. Bingley at once fell into conversation with Miss Bennet, leaving Elizabeth to introduce the fellow, a cousin. Was it the cheerful yellow of Elizabeth's gown, or the way her straw bonnet so charmingly framed her face? Or perhaps it was the beauty of her speaking eyes. In any event, she made a delightful picture. Darcy could not help but smile. Mr. Collins's manners were formal and stiff, but these did not prevent him from talking. He was gratified to make Darcy's acquaintance, and he went on to describe the fineness of the weather, a thing that was obvious to anyone with eyes. He then spoke about the Bennets' estate, Longbourn, which he had the bad taste to describe as his inheritance. Darcy saw Elizabeth cast an anguished look in his direction. Clearly, she was embarrassed. He returned a civil answer to her cousin, although the man did not deserve such attention. This was a mistake, because it encouraged him to continue. Collins then began to wax eloquent about the beauties and prosperity of his own parish. Darcy swung down from the saddle and said in a lowered voice, "Your sister seems to have recovered nicely." "She has indeed. We have just been introduced to the officers of the militia. I shall be glad to present you should my sisters and cousin ever stop talking." He said gently, "We have already met." She blinked. "Yes, of course. How silly of me to forget. Your sisters did say that you dined with them." Why was Darcy so eager to reassure her? Surely he could do better than to smile like an idiot. Collins broke off speaking, suddenly aware that no one was listening. "Miss Elizabeth," he said urgently, "I should very much like to examine the parish church and learn its history. Would you not be so good as to accompany me? For surely there can be no better guide." His lips widened into a grin. Darcy saw Elizabeth flinch. "Follow the street to the market cross," he told Collins. "The curate should be glad to show you over." "But," Darcy pointed, "the church is just there. That carriage obscures it from view, but you can clearly see the spire." He then noticed Caroline. With her free foot she kicked at Charger as the horse drank from the fountain, and she was scolding too. "Miss Bingley's borrowed mount has been misbehaving," he told Elizabeth. "I'll just give her brother a hint." He saw Elizabeth glance at Bingley, who was deep in conversation with Jane. "Perhaps there is something we can do to help her," she said. How could Darcy refuse such a winsome appeal? He passed his horse's reins to Bingley and offered Elizabeth his arm. Collins gave an unhappy grunt. Clearly the man was angling to single out Elizabeth. "We'll do what we can with the horse," Darcy told her. Mr. Collins gave a braying laugh. "A horse's bad behaviour seems so often to depend on the number of people watching." He sent another wide smile in Elizabeth's direction. "It is perhaps a good thing that I do not ride," she said. Darcy could not hide his surprise. "Indeed, you certainly do not lack for spirit." "I have fallen off too many times to be confident." "That is the fault of the teacher." "Poor Higgins did the best he could," she said. "He was rather ancient. He used to care for our garden and stables." Collins was eager to contribute to their conversation. "Our greatest glory is not in never falling," he announced, "but in rising every time we fall. So says Confucius." Darcy was betrayed into a chuckle. He lowered his voice. "Our old groom," he said to Elizabeth, "used to say that equestrian activity teaches young ladies to cope with large, friendly, but dumb creatures. It is the ideal training for marriage." "Your groom, sir, was a very wise man," cried Collins. "Yes, a very wise man, in spite of his lowly station. Preparation for marriage is the best activity for young ladies, and Miss Elizabeth is certainly proficient in the art." Before they could reach the fountain, a gentleman emerged from a travelling coach and came to Miss Bingley's assistance. Like Collins, he was dressed as a clergyman. Unlike Collins, he had a slim physique. Meanwhile, Miss Bingley continued to complain. They were now near enough to hear her. "This stupid horse! If my brother would employ a proper groom instead of relying on that gardener. As if the man knows anything about horses, which I dare say he does not. I should never have been given such a disgraceful mount." "One can see that you are a capable horsewoman." The man's musical, pulpit-trained voice carried easily. "Might I assist you to dismount, ma'am?" "What difference should that make? How then shall I return home?" "My coach is at your disposal, ma'am. It will be my pleasure to conduct you there at any time you wish." There was a pause. The man then removed his hat and made a graceful bow. "Permit an introduction. I am Philip Elton, vicar of Highbury Parish." Darcy's lip curled. When would the fine Miss Bingley notice that here was no countrified bumpkin? His manners were those of a gentleman. No provincial tailor was responsible for the cut of that coat. "I am Miss Bingley of Netherfield Park." Oh, so now she was willing to admit this. A landed estate was useful in making an impression. Had she noticed that the man was good-looking? Darcy heard a sigh of resignation. "Very well," she said. "It appears that I have no choice." She allowed Elton to assist her in coming down from the saddle. Immediately she set to brushing at her skirts. "That obnoxious horse has shed hairs all over my dress. Grey hairs, if you please." Was the vicar concealing laughter? Yes, Darcy could see his dimpled cheeks. "Most inconsiderate of her," he said smoothly. Clergyman or no, he was studying Caroline Bingley intently, taking in her stylish top hat with its curling feathers, her beautifully tailored habit and gloves, and the large pearls she wore in her ears. An attractive smile confirmed that he liked what he saw. Darcy's experience with the world of fashionable courtship stood him in good stead. There could be no mistaking Elton's ingratiating tone. He was definitely a bachelor, and Caroline had caught his interest. Mr. Collins made a strangled sound. "Phils," he cried, "is that really you?" Mr. Elton turned around. Collins thumped his chest. "It's Collins, William Collins, surely you remember, our dear old days at Oxford and all." "Collie," cried Mr. Elton, "what are you doing here? Are you the local curate?" Collins drew himself up. "I'll have you know that I am rector of Hunsford Parish in Kent. A marvellous opportunity, thanks to my noble patroness, Lady Yes, yes," said Mr. Elton shortly. "Good show, old fellow. Tell me another time. We don't wish to bore Miss Bingley." Darcy saw Mr. Elton's gaze return to her face, and he gallantly offered his arm. "You say that your brother is here. Shall we join him?" Caroline looped up the train of her habit and took Elton's arm, but not before giving a pointed look to Darcy. "Mr. Elton," she announced, "is my rescuer. Moreover, he has offered to convey me to Netherfield. You and my brother may ride behind with that horrid horse." She and Elton strolled off, leaving Darcy to catch hold of Charger's bridle. "Come along, my girl," he said. "You've caused enough trouble for one day." He and Elizabeth retraced their steps. Collins loped behind like an eager hound. "Phils is my schoolfellow from Oxford, Miss Elizabeth," he called. "My noble schoolfellow, I should say. He is the grandson of an earl." Apparently Caroline heard this, for she looked round. "Is that so?" She gave another look to Darcy before smiling up at her escort. "How nice for you." "It would be if the right people would hurry up and die," quipped Collins. "Dust to dust and all." He gave an awkward laugh. "A combination of events that is highly unlikely," said Mr. Elton fluently. "But it is possible. One never knows." When Collins learned that his friend was passing through on a journey, he became genuinely distraught. "Do stay over in Meryton for a few days, Phils. I'm longing to show you the Longbourn estate. In fact, after you convey Miss Bingley to Netherfield, you must stop in. Mrs. Bennet should be delighted to meet you." "I dare say she wouldn't." Collins lowered his voice. "She has 5 daughters to marry off, Phils. All of them are uncommonly pretty, and you are both a gentleman and a bachelor. She'll fall on your neck." Mr. Elton laughed. He was polite when introduced to Bingley, but Jane and Elizabeth did not hold his interest. His gaze kept returning to Caroline. Lydia Bennet came rushing over, with 2 officers and another gentleman in tow. "Lizzie, I've such news. A new officer. Mr. Denny has just brought him in from London. Isn't he a darling? Won't he look well in regimentals?" Darcy stiffened, and his lip curled in cold distaste. Before him stood George Wickham, the man who had brought such misery to Darcy's young sister. "By Jove," he heard Mr. Elton say, "if it isn't Wick the... Collins was near enough to catch this remark. "Wick the who?" "Oxford man, but not deserving the honorific," muttered Elton, just loudly enough for Darcy to hear. "Years above our class, but everyone knew about the scandal with Poppy's daughter. Cost his old father plenty to get him out of that. Wickham's wealthy sponsor wouldn't like it, and she wasn't the only one." "Who?" said Collins again. "Gad, Collins, don't you remember anything? He's as handsome as ever, I see, and a militiaman to boot. Heaven help the good people of... whatever this place is. Do you play cards?" Not often," said Collins. "Good. Except no vowels, Wick won't pay 'em." "Good gracious," said Miss Bingley. "He sounds like an infamous person. But then what else can one expect from the militia?" Again Darcy was subjected to a look from Caroline. She turned to Mr. Elton with a bright smile. "How can I express my thanks for what you have done for me today? Do say you will join us for after-dinner tea tomorrow." Elton's cheeks flushed with pleasure. "You may bring your friend Mr. Collins if you like." Miss Bingley's smile became coy. "I shan't take no for an answer, sir." "How can I refuse?" he replied smoothly. "I should be delighted, Miss Bingley. My plans are not fixed. I shall happily pause my travels in order to enjoy the delights this district has to offer." It was presently decided that the elder Miss Bennet would ride in the travelling coach with Miss Bingley and Mr. Elton. This seemed to annoy Mr. Collins, but Mr. Elton smoothed it over by promising to call at Longbourn on the return. Darcy and Bingley rode behind, with the recalcitrant charger in tow. Said Charles. "What do you think of him?" "Elton? He seems harmless enough. Bowled over by your family's wealth, and, as soon as it comes into view, by the extent of Netherfield Park. It's nothing we haven't seen before." Then, too, Elton had taken Wickham's measure. This counted much in his favour, although Darcy could not say so to Charles. Very few knew of Georgiana's failed elopement. Darcy intended to keep it that way. "Caroline would invite him for tomorrow night. As if I'd like to act the host and encourage his suit. The man can rot in Hades for all I care." This from Charles Bingley, who liked everyone. Darcy bit back a smile and said, "He'll be accompanied by the inestimable Mr. Collins. I dare say that man will carry all the conversation, if you allow it." Charles did not give an answer. "I don't like the way Elton looks at Caroline," he said at last. "He smiles too much. And here I thought you liked all the neighbours. Elton's not a neighbour, now is he? I expect he's a cursed fortune-hunter. I don't care that he's a clergyman either. What's he got to offer my sister? A home in a prosperous parish, and the possibility of becoming a countess, should the right collection of gentlemen just happen to die." But Bingley was in no mood for jesting. "Can you see Caroline living in a parsonage, hosting dinners for persons she sees as inferior, and doing the polite to neighbours she dislikes? Perhaps not. Caroline's no beauty, and yet he looks at her as if she were how do they call it? A diamond of the first water, which she isn't. Perhaps he likes her." "Likes her? How? All he has heard her do is complain." "True, but she has been smiling at him. That counts for something." "That's the other thing. I know that smile. Caroline wants something. But what?" "Attention, apparently." There was another pause. "I have to get rid of him." Darcy could not conceal his surprise. "Charles?" "I mean it. The question is, how?" Darcy laughed softly. "That depends. To what lengths are you prepared to go? How permanent a solution do you seek? Might I suggest spending time in the library with Machiavelli?" "With who?" "Ah, I take it you have not read The Prince. Look to the bright side. At least your sister did not invite Elton to dinner." "What I'd like to do is borrow my old grandfather's trick. I've referred to my hardy ancestors from the north. My grandfather is the Bingley who laid down our fortune. That's it, then. I'll follow his lead and pump Elton for information." Darcy laughed. "You'll do what? An unusual expression, isn't it?" Bingley warmed to his theme. "We'll do our duty in the drawing-room, and then withdraw to play cards, or billiards if you prefer, with plenty of brandy flowing. I'll keep refilling the glasses. You forget that neither of us are hard-drinking men. But Hurst is. I'll leave him to do the honours. He'll drink Elton under the table, and no mistake. Egad. And then, when Elton's nicely disguised, we'll get him talking. I wonder what we'll learn." Darcy raised an eyebrow. Not the most dignified undertaking. "Hang it all, this is my sister we're talking about. Wouldn't you go to any length to protect Georgiana?" Chapter 5. Not so happy to oblige. Seldom had Elizabeth seen her father so flustered. "That fellow," he said, "why does he follow me about, as if he were a dog? I must have leisure and tranquillity. To that end, my library, The one room in the house where I do not encounter folly and conceit has always been sacred. But not while Mr. Collins is there. If I had wanted a dog, which I do not—" Mr. Bennet broke off speaking. Was he grinding his teeth? "A dog is infinitely preferable," he went on, "because a dog does not talk, whereas Mr. Collins does, without cessation. He is in there now, waiting to regale me with descriptions of his house and garden. If he means to drive me into an early grave, he is certainly succeeding." "I'll see what I can do, father," said Elizabeth. "If the rain abates, perhaps we can walk him, or throw a stick for him to chase." Mr. Bennet was in no mood for humour. "Do whatever you like, but keep him out of my library." Elizabeth chewed her lip, thinking. She brought out paper and a pencil, and then went in search of Mary. "It will mean listening to a great deal of twaddle," Elizabeth explained, "but father has been driven to distraction with all his talk. It therefore falls to us to keep Mr. Collins entertained." "Not everything he says is foolish," protested Mary. "What a very good idea. Do question him on matters of doctrine, and when he tires of that, one or the other of us can play the pianoforte." Elizabeth indicated the paper. "I will now invite him to sketch the plan of his garden. He seems to be very pleased with his efforts there." Mr. Collins was gratified by Elizabeth's interest, and recited a little history of his newfound prosperity. "A fortunate chance recommended me to Lady Catherine de Bourgh," he said. "The living of Hunsford was vacant, and she was pleased to offer it to me, for which I am humbly grateful. Such graciousness, such generosity, such prosperity have come to me from Lady Catherine's beneficent hand." "And from God's," murmured Elizabeth. Mr. Collins inclined his head. "My dear cousin," he said loftily, "that goes without saying." Did it? He spoke of humility, but it was becoming clear that Mr. Collins had a very good opinion of himself, and of his authority as a clergyman, and of his rights as a rector. The merciful intervention of God's providence he waved aside. Mary took a genuine interest in the parsonage. "Your library faces the lane. Wouldn't this be a distraction from your studies?" "Exactly so. You have hit upon the very reason, for whenever Lady Catherine's carriage happens by, I am able to come out into the lane to greet her. She quite depends on me for news of what is going on in Hunsford village. Lady Catherine takes seriously her duties as magistrate, and involves herself intimately in the concerns of our parishioners." She sounded like an intolerable busybody, but Elizabeth did not share this thought. Patience is a virtue, she reminded herself. And so Mr. Collins talked on. Later, when the subjects of Hunsford and Lady Catherine and her extensive estate were exhausted, he offered to read excerpts from Fordyce's sermons. This would be a very long, very tiresome day. By the time dinner was over, Elizabeth's head was throbbing. She had succeeded in her object. Her father was restored to tranquillity, and after joining them for a brief time in the drawing-room, he retreated to his library. Mr. Collins, on the other hand, began wringing his hands. "I do not wish to slight your mother's sister," he confided to Elizabeth, "but the invitation to Netherfield Park cannot be ignored. I ought to support Elton, you see." Elizabeth knew that no one would want him at the Phillips supper, so it was left to her to reassure him. "Of course you must go," she said. "Aunt Phillips will understand. Then, too, there is my position as heir of Longbourn. I could become head of the family at any time, and—" Mary spoke up. "Your relationship with the tenants of Netherfield, which is the largest estate besides ours, should not be neglected." "This is very true," said Elizabeth. "How well you understand me, Miss Elizabeth. I have an additional reason as well." Mr. Collins' smile became coy. "I chanced to peep into your father's copy of Debrett's. Do you know what I discovered there?" He paused, inviting her to ask. Elizabeth knew her duty. "Do tell us," she said politely. "Mr. Bingley is no one in particular, but his friend Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy is of impressive lineage and fortune." "Is he the grandson of an earl?" The words were out before Elizabeth could stop them. Mr. Collins fairly squealed with delight. "Better still, he is the nephew of one. He is Lady Catherine de Bourgh's nephew, to be exact." "How providential," said Mary. "So you see, I must make myself known to Mr. Darcy, and present Lady Catherine's compliments. I do wish you were on hand tonight to witness such a triumph, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth was heartily glad that she would be elsewhere. Poor Mr. Darcy, to be subjected to her cousin's effusive remarks. And why must Mr. Collins continually single her out for confidences? "We have a long glass in the vestibule," she said. "Perhaps you ought to see to your appearance, sir." This pricked Mr. Collins' pride, and he drew himself up. "My dear cousin," he said frostily, "I am accustomed to keep company with the best of families. Lady Catherine de Bourgh is a stickler for elegance and refinement." "What a very good thing that is," she murmured, and made her escape. Mary trailed after her. Mrs. Bennet and Elizabeth's youngest sisters were gathered in the parlour. "Mr. Bingley for Jane," Mrs. Bennet was saying, counting on her fingertips. "Mr. Collins for Elizabeth." Elizabeth broke out coughing. Mrs. Bennet looked up. "Never tell me that you have caught Jane's cold, Lizzie. Mr. Collins wouldn't like it. Now then, where was I? Mr. Elton can be for either Mary or Kitty. Mary, I think." "Mamma," protested Mary, "I have not exchanged one word with him. Such a good-looking man, so distinguished. You shall have beautiful children together." "Mamma, really," Mary said, "we know nothing about Mr. Elton's character." "He is the vicar of a fine parish, the friend of Mr. Collins, and is of a noble family. Are these not enough?" "We know nothing about the state of his purse," said Elizabeth. "Very true, whereas with Mr. Collins we know exactly what his income will be. So nice for you, Lizzie." "He may not wish to propose to me at all. Have you thought of that? He might prefer Lydia." Lydia and Kitty broke into giggling. "Nonsense. Jane was Mr. Collins' first choice, but when I told him about Mr. Bingley and suggested you instead, he was happy to adjust his preference." The sound of wheels brought Lydia to the window. "It's Mr. Elton come for our cousin. Thank goodness." Mrs. Bennet rose to her feet. "Come, girls, we'll see him off." They came into the vestibule to find Mr. Collins gazing anxiously into the long glass. "Miss Elizabeth, is my hat crooked? Do I have hairs on my coat?" Elizabeth was not about to answer such wifely questions. "Enjoy your evening, sir. We shan't wait up for you." Should she stay, or should she go? As the time of their departure neared, Elizabeth wrestled with the question. Her aunt's supper party would be noisy, which would be no good thing for the state of her aching head. On the other hand, if she remained at home, her mother would talk everlastingly about dear Mr. Collins. There was nothing to decide. And so, with the hope that the damp night air would bring improvement, Elizabeth climbed into the coach with her sisters. "How sad for Jane that Mr. Bingley does not come," teased Kitty. It was Mr. Bingley's lot, and Mr. Darcy's, to entertain Mr. Collins tonight. What a mercy that he was not coming to the Phillips. Elizabeth could well imagine being crushed against him in the coach. "I dare say our auntie is not on such terms with the Bingleys, yet," added Lydia, "but the officers are. Isn't that jolly for us?" As her youngest sisters giggled, Elizabeth closed her eyes and leaned back against the squabs. A charming evening was in store for the inhabitants of Netherfield Park. Mr. Darcy would encounter more than Miss Bingley and her offers to mend his pen. How would he respond to Mr. Collins' profuse compliments? Would he growl at the man? Now this would be something to see. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Then again, Mr. Darcy had fairly growled at the new officer yesterday. Wickham, Elizabeth thought his name was. Was Mr. Darcy so insufferably proud and disagreeable that he would snub a stranger? Yes, certainly. What other reason was there? Mr. Wickham was the picture of what a gentleman should be. The Bennets arrived to find that the officers were already there, with Mr. Wickham as the centre of attention. He was resplendent in his new regimentals, and his pleasing manners did him credit. Whatever he said was said well, and whatever he did was done gracefully. But for her headache, Elizabeth would have welcomed an opportunity to converse with him. It was not until after her sisters were involved in various games that he seated himself beside her. "May I say that this is just the sort of evening a poor soldier enjoys?" he remarked. "Delightful company, a cheerful fire, and engrossing conversation." He twinkled at her. But surely he was jesting. Mr. Wickham had been a poor soldier for only a handful of days. Elizabeth had the good sense to keep this observation to herself, knowing that her aching head put her out of temper. She smiled politely. "It was the prospect of constant society and good society," he went on, "which was my chief inducement to enter the militia. I knew it to be a most respectable, agreeable corps. My friend Denny tempted me further by his account of their present quarters, and the very great attentions and excellent acquaintance Meryton had procured them." Elizabeth studied Mr. Wickham's smiling face. Something about him did not ring true. Should service in a militia be agreeable? What of duty to king and country? What of the adventure and challenge of command? Had someone like Mr. Darcy joined a militia, he would certainly have scorned comfortable quarters and the delights of society. Gracious, why was she thinking of Mr. Darcy? This only added to her irritation. Mr. Wickham continued talking. "Society, I own, is necessary to me." He paused to sigh. "I have been a disappointed man, Miss Elizabeth. My spirits will not bear solitude." Elizabeth then remembered what Mr. Elton had let fall. His words were not meant for her ears, but all was not sweetness and light where Mr. Wickham was concerned. Was he truly a disappointed man? Or, rather, was he an unsuccessful wastrel? "I must have employment and society," he said earnestly. "A military life is not what I was intended for, but—" Again he sighed. "Circumstances have now made it eligible." Heavens, was he seeking pity? "Is this such a bad thing?" she said politely. "The church ought to have been my profession, Miss Elizabeth. I was brought up for the church, and I should at this time have been in possession of a most valuable living, had it pleased a certain gentleman we both know." His lips twisted into a smirk. "Yes, Mr. Darcy is the man I mean." Unfortunately for Mr. Wickham, it was not Mr. Darcy but Mr. Collins who came to mind. Hour after hour she had listened to thinly veiled boasts about the prosperity and comfort of his valuable living. "Upon my word," said Elizabeth crossly. Mr. Wickham's smile widened. "It is very true. The late Mr. Darcy bequeathed me the next presentation of the best living. He was my godfather, and excessively attached to me. He meant to provide for me amply." Elizabeth lowered her voice. "Is this why you look to the church as a desirable profession, for the same reasons you considered the militia? Comfortable quarters, and hospitality, and an easy income?" Mr. Wickham's dimples deepened, and he spread his hands in mock surrender. "A man must have something to live upon, Miss Elizabeth," he said smoothly. "I should think," she said, "that when considering the church, a calling from God ought to have something to do with it. So says our curate, who is a true example of selfless Christian service." Mr. Wickham dipped his head modestly. "Service to the Almighty goes without saying." "Does it? An able-bodied man such as you are can surely take up a profession, instead of behaving like a hungry bird in the nest. Why didn't you join the Navy? There are fortunes to be made by advancing up the ranks." You do not understand. The living at Kimpton was promised me. Then why haven't you sought legal recourse? Well, you see, the promise was of an informal nature. Elizabeth cut him off. Then I expect it was not actually promised, was it? I am out of patience with churchmen who serve with an eye to their own gain. I know precisely what you mean, and I completely agree. I do not want you to agree with me. To say truth, I rather like Mr. Darcy, because he dares to be disagreeable. Again, Mr. Wickham spread his hands. Great men have the freedom to be so, whereas I, in my lowly position— Nonsense. The man who oversees our stables is as cranky as can be. A lowly position does not stop him from being disagreeable. Mr. Wickham gave another of his tiresome sighs. I was hoping to open your eyes to the truth about Mr. Darcy, because I can see that you are intelligent and discerning, as well as beautiful. No one knows him better than I. But you will have none of it, I see. Those who are without sin should cast the first stone, Mr. Wickham. Your reputation has preceded you, even here. At this, his smile slipped. Your classmate at Oxford has let fall a few things. None of them do you credit. I was prepared to give you the benefit of the doubt, but my fine discernment, as you call it, has concluded that you are a weakling, sir. This was certainly her headache talking, but Elizabeth was past caring. Why is it that the most beautiful women are always such harpies? Mr. Wickham rose to his feet. I bid you good evening, ma'am. Soon Mr. Wickham made his excuses to Elizabeth's aunt and, together with Mr. Denny, went out into the rainy night. Elizabeth drew a long breath. At some point she would need to apologize to Mr. Wickham for her rudeness. As for the present, she ought to make an effort to be more agreeable. I say, Lydia, she called, I'll join you in the lottery. Have you any tickets left? Chapter 6. Famous Day's Sport. Hurst would linger over the port, giving Darcy no opportunity to speak privately with Charles. One way or another he must convince his friend to abandon his outrageous plan. Hurst drink Elton under the table. Already the man was imbibing far too freely to last into the wee hours. Did Charles notice this? Hardly. As he pushed back his chair, his eyes were bright with anticipation. Shall we join the ladies? Hurst was not happy. Confound it, Bingley. A man needs fortification before addling his insides with tea. He promptly drained his wine-glass and motioned for the footman to refill it. This was not a good sign. At length they left the dining-room. Charles's plan was to engage Collins in conversation first, leaving Elton for later in the night. Elton was at Miss Bingley's side and smilingly received his cup of tea from her hand. He then perched on a chair beside hers, conversing happily. "Tell me about your grandfather, the Earl," Darcy heard her say. Elton shrugged. "It isn't so very impressive." This statement would have done him credit, but for the gleam in his eye. Of course, he was eager to speak on this subject. What was in Caroline's mind concerning Philip Elton, and why the surreptitious looks in Darcy's direction? Experience had taught him not to engage with her coy manoeuvres. Darcy promptly found a book and opened it. Presently, Caroline and Elton paired up for whist against the Hursts, and he proved to be a credible card player. His parish must be prosperous indeed, or else he had an independent income, for the stakes were rather high. No doubt this was Hurst's doing. He'd obviously assumed Elton was a pigeon ripe for plucking. At the moment, however, he and his wife were losing. This was rather pleasing to Darcy. His gaze drifted to one of the smaller sofas. In his mind's eye he could see Elizabeth Bennet's dark head as she bent over her needlework. Every so often she would lift her gaze to meet his. There was intelligence in that beautiful gaze, and in the darkened passageway, with her lips so temptingly near. Confound it, why was he thinking of her? Darcy pulled his mind back to the present. Charles was manfully doing his best with Collins. "After all," he'd quipped yesterday, "how hard can it be?" Unfortunately, Collins did not improve upon further acquaintance. His manners lacked polish, and as before, his piercing voice carried. "I must confess," he was now saying, "that I am struck by the size and furniture of this room." He gave a graceless laugh. "I declare I could almost suppose myself to be in the second-best drawing-room at Rosings Park." Darcy froze to silence. Collins was connected with his aunt's estate. What new horror was this? Collins talked on, describing in detail what Rosings was, and who was its proprietor. Great heaven, did the man realize that Lady Catherine was Darcy's aunt? "The chimney-piece in the drawing-room cost £800, said Collins impressively. Now how would Collins learn this bit of information? Darcy knew the answer all too well. His self-important aunt was impossible. "A marvel indeed, and a fitting testimony to the excellent good taste of my noble patroness, for it is she who so generously provides my living, sir. Your estate puts me in mind of hers." Darcy ground his teeth. This was nothing but prosy nonsense. Netherfield was a hired house. Its drawing-room shared little in common with the stately Rosings mansion. "How are you related to the Bennets?" inquired Charles politely. "Do you make a visit to Longbourn every year?" Collins' tone became confiding. "Until Monday last, sir, I would not have known Mr. Bennet from Adam. He and my late father were not precisely on speaking terms. As Mr. Bennet's heir, I have come to Longbourn to extend the olive branch, and to do my poor best to make amends for the inequity of the entail. To one of his daughters, anyway." Mr. Collins modestly dipped his head. "They are remarkably pretty, especially the two eldest." How would Charles respond to this? Mr. Collins did not pause to draw breath. "But I should not be putting the cart before the horse just yet, eh?" Collins soon put aside his teacup and rose to his feet. Was the man now moving in his direction? Darcy set his jaw and kept his gaze focused on the page. "My good sir," chirped Collins, as though he did not interrupt, "I have found out, through a bit of clever investigation, that you are a near relation of my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. A fortunate happenstance, is it not?" Darcy kept his chin lowered and raised his eyes to Collins' face. "How so?" "Why, because it is in my power to relieve your mind of a weight, sir. As of Sunday the 18th, her ladyship enjoys excellent health and felicity." Felicity? Did his dour aunt ever experience such an emotion? Darcy responded with a polite nod. "But then," continued Collins, "the members of your noble family are markedly robust, are they not? As is only right, considering your august, venerable lineage." Darcy raised an eyebrow. "Are you acquainted with my cousin, Miss Anne de Bourgh? I do not consider her health to be robust." Collins rubbed his hands together. "I dare say she will be better once the spring arrives." Darcy returned to his book and turned a page. 5 months from now. Any normal person would feel the sting of this rebuke, but Mr. Collins was made of sterner stuff. "May I say, Mr. Darcy, what a privilege it is to serve a family such as yours. Lady Catherine is graciousness itself, a paragon of affability and condescension." "You are generous in your praise." "Who would not be? Lady Catherine is the picture of Christian liberality and virtue. To bestow to me the living at Hunsford, not to mention giving valuable advice and direction in all matters of daily life, why, it is more than anyone could hope for. You can be certain that I am not shy in expressing my appreciation." Darcy's lips compressed into a line. With this sort of encouragement, his busy aunt would become even more impertinent. "And when I consider the improvement that she has made to my humble abode—" Was Collins about to describe a renovation project? What a tiresome fellow. Lady Catherine's discernment, said Darcy coldly, is such that she could never bestow a favour unworthily. He lowered his gaze to his book. Collins struck his hands together gleefully. How right you are! I perceive that you share many of the admirable qualities your aunt possesses. More flummery, more flattery. Was this what people thought he wanted or expected? A text rose in Darcy's memory, something his mother had made him learn. He that rebuketh a man afterwards shall find more favour than he that flattereth with the tongue. Well then, this explained his fascination with Elizabeth Bennet. She offered rebuke in abundance, and yet Collins ought to be set straight. Your theological studies will tell you that my aunt is hardly the paragon you think her. No mortal is. Continual compliments make up an unhealthy diet. Collins' chin came up. Let another man praise thee, and not thine own mouth, he quoted. There is no harm, sir, in giving encouragement to a fellow creature. Darcy's eyes narrowed. However, he said deliberately, it is wise to recall the short step between flattery and idolatry. At the other end of the drawing-room, another card game ended with a noisy finish. Charles caught Darcy's eye. Gentlemen, he announced, I've promised Darcy a game of billiards. Do join us, if you will kindly excuse us, ladies. Billiards? Grumbled Hurst. Whist is the game for me. I've a score to settle. He glared at Elton. Darcy allowed himself to smile. Why not settle it at the billiard table? So soon, Charles, cried Caroline. How delicious it is to be paired with a partner who excels at whist. You must come again, Mr. Elton. I'll second that, said Hurst. Scamp, I'll see you change your tune. Charles caught hold of the brandy decanter and held it aloft. Here we go, he said with a grin. This comes with us. Hurst heaved out of his chair. If you put it that way, he grumbled. Good night, ladies, called Charles. Out in the hall, Darcy caught hold of his friend's elbow. We must abandon this scheme, he said into Charles's ear. It will never work. Not when you snap Collins's nose off. What's got into you? I don't like lending aid to enterprises that are doomed to failure. You do realize how this can all go wrong. That's no reason to come the ugly with Collins. Did you hear nothing the man said? All that blather about your aunt. Who cares? What I'd like to know is how Collins plans to make amends to one of the Bennet daughters, and why he finds the eldest so remarkably pretty. Bingley waggled the decanter. Truth serum, my old grandfer used to call this. It's time to get to work. Netherfield's billiard table was of ancient origin, and had obviously been neglected. Darcy ran a hand over its surface. The bays had been pressed, but the table itself was warped and uneven. This should make for an enlivening game, to say the least. A silver tray with brandy glasses stood at the ready, along with a fresh bottle. It was no surprise that Hurst went directly to it. Again, Darcy took himself to task. He should never have encouraged Bingley in this scheme. And of course Collins must come into the room talking. He had the bad taste to explain why he had never learned to play billiards. No matter, said Charles pleasantly. You will learn by watching. He poured out a glass for Elton, but Collins intercepted it. When he took a swallow, his eyes grew round. Why, this is quite delicious. Poor Collie, said Elton, as Charles poured out another glass. The finer things of life have seldom come his way. This was patently obvious. Did Collins not understand that brandy was to be sipped? Although, Elton added, one day that will change significantly. He raised his glass in a salute. He then became busy with selecting a cue stick from the rack. Yes, indeed, said Collins, around another swallow, and sooner than you may know. By year's end I plan to be married. Are you betrothed? Inquired Darcy politely. Collins took another swallow. Not yet. But very soon I shall be. A clergyman ought to marry, and I am no exception, especially now that my position in life is so comfortably circumstanced." Elton turned a laughing face to his friend. "Why am I only hearing about this now? Who is the lucky lady?" Collins's glass was empty, but he soon remedied that. "Immediately upon entering Longbourn House," he said, "I was struck by the beauty of Miss Bennet. Moreover, I could see that she possesses a sweet and gentle spirit." Charles broke out coughing. "However, her mother tells me that her heart is, engaged elsewhere." Collins paused to giggle. "I expect it is," said Charles. "A proposal is doomed to failure if the woman is in love with someone else," Elton pointed out. "Indeed, yes. Mrs. Bennet suggested that I consider her second daughter, and I am happy to do so." Darcy hid a smile. If Elizabeth was uninterested in him, she would certainly have no interests in Collins. "Lady Catherine will be pleased with Miss Elizabeth. It was she who advised me to marry, and marry soon. I am to choose a gentlewoman who is an active, useful sort of person." "I beg your pardon," said Darcy. "Do you mean that Lady Catherine has commanded you to marry?" Collins inclined his head. "The notice and kindness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh is not among the least of the advantages in my power to offer a wife." His tone was strident. The brandy was having an effect. "Lady Catherine advises that the woman I select should not be brought up high," Collins continued, "but should be able to make a small income go a good way." "How delightful," said Darcy. "Do include that charming detail when you propose." "I believe I shall. An excellent suggestion, sir, although Miss Elizabeth must learn to temper her tendency toward vivacity and wit with the silence and respect due to her ladyship. In all other respects, she shall be the perfect wife." "Meaning that she is pretty," quipped Elton. "Best to beware, old fellow, especially if she has a fortune. On that hand, I quite recently had a rude awakening. 'Charm is deceitful, etc.,' he quoted. I was thoroughly deceived in Miss I ought not mention her name. Best to brace yourself for a refusal, Collie." Charles was again making the rounds with the decanter. Darcy rotated the stem of his glass. He must make this last all evening, somehow appearing to drink without actually doing so. Collins put aside his empty glass. "But Miss Elizabeth cannot refuse," he cried. "Her fortune is negligible, a mere £1,000 upon the death of her mother." Elton's glass was on a small table. Collins mistook it for his own and helped himself. "On that head," he said primly, "I shall be uniformly silent. No ungenerous reproach shall ever pass my lips when we are married." "Assuming that she accepts your proposal," said Darcy dryly. Collins opened his eyes at him. "Of course she shall accept. What other choice has she? It is a matter of family duty." "The fact that she is pretty," said Elton, "makes it nice for you." A loud snore interrupted. Hurst had stretched out on one of the sofas and was now fast asleep. So much for Bingley's plan. "Shall we play?" said Elton. Charles refilled his glass. "First, I'd like to hear more about your grandfather, the Earl. Caroline certainly seemed interested." Elton shrugged. "If only my mother had been the eldest son," he quipped, "I would have been set for life." Charles gave an encouraging chuckle and lifted his glass. Darcy's quelling look he ignored. "Then again," said Elton, "I would have resembled her father's side of the family, and that would never do." He pulled a face. "Honeycutt is not exactly easy on the eyes." He glanced in Darcy's direction. "Perhaps you are acquainted with his grace?" "I have not had the privilege. I dare say my late father knew him." Elton took a fortifying swallow. "I called on him last year, and although his massive estate, that would be Bulmer, was impressive, his person was not. Do you know what he had the audacity to say to me?" Collins gave a hiccup. "No. What? Elton deepened his voice. I have 11 grandsons. You cannot expect me to remember them all. Which one are you? This from an elderly, pot-bellied fellow who resembles a toad. Charles and Collins burst out laughing. Glasses were refilled. A toast to his grace, said Charles merrily. But my plan bore fruit, after a manner of speaking, said Elton. One of Honeycutt's influential friends was persuaded to offer me the living at Highbury. The vicarage is substantial. But have you a closet with shelves? Elton blinked. How's that again, Collie? In one of my closets. Lady Catherine had shelves installed. A knacky notion? Oh, the renovations have been quite extensive. What about your vicarage? What work has been done? Those will be for the future Mrs. Elton to decide, said Elton loftily. But enough about me. Shall we play? Charles was quick to agree, although it seemed to Darcy that he was looking rather green. It was not long before he set his cue-stick aside. Beg pardon, I am not feeling at all the thing. Do continue without me. Collins, too, was slumped on a chair with his head in his hands. It was left to Darcy to play billiards with Elton, the last thing he wished to do. He was also obliged to converse politely on a variety of subjects. Elton's story about the visit to his grandfather was disquieting. The man admitted that he'd had a plan, and in the end he obtained what he wanted. Did Elton now have another such plan in play? Could Charles be correct in what he suspected? As for Collins, his intention to propose to Elizabeth was laughable, unless her family intended to force her hand. Now it was Darcy's turn to take a fortifying swallow of brandy. Chapter 7. A Trifle Disguised. It was 9:30, and yet Mr. Collins had not come down to breakfast. This was unusual. "Do you suppose he is ill?" said Mary. "He must be," said Lydia. "It's not like him to miss his feed. Famous for us, isn't it? I have far better things to do than listen to him prose on." She went out of the dining room. "I suppose he could be writing letters." Mary turned to the housekeeper. "Have you taken up tea and toast to Mr. Collins?" Mrs. Hill's lips compressed into a line. "I dare say he is fast asleep, miss, given the hour he came in. That Mr. Darcy drove him home, according to John." "Mr. Darcy?" "That's what John says. Mr. Darcy took the other gentleman into Meryton, him not being up to driving, what with the lanes being unfamiliar and all." "Mr. Darcy," echoed Elizabeth. "I wonder why. One of Mr. Bingley's grooms should have done it. This doesn't sound like him." "Ben and Joe Pipkin might know about horses, but they are far too fond of gin." Mrs. Hills gave a disapproving sniff. "Speaking of which, John says that when Mr. Collins arrived he was a trifle disguised." Elizabeth returned her teacup to its saucer. "A trifle what?" Mrs. Hill gave her a look. "Disguised, miss. That is how our John phrased it." "Meaning that he was drunk?" cried Mary. There was a small silence. "You may take what meaning you like, miss. John had to practically carry him up to his bedchamber, which is no small thing." "Surely John was mistaken," said Mary. "Mr. Collins sips his wine during dinner. Never has he had more than a single glass, as you well know. I blame Mr. Darcy for corrupting him." This observation was positively funny. "Do you think so?" said Elizabeth. "Who else is there? It wouldn't be Mr. Bingley." Mr. Hurst was the most likely culprit, but Elizabeth kept this thought to herself. Mary was frowning. Could it be that her good opinion of their cousin was undergoing a change? "I dare say Mr. Darcy drove Mr. Collins so that no one would learn of his complicity," Mary added. "I cannot agree. Mr. Darcy is ill-tempered, but he is not an evil man. Yet this act of kindness does not sound like him either." Presently the door banged open, and Mr. Collins stumbled in. "Oh!" he cried, bringing a hand to cover his eyes. "The light! Draw the draperies! At once, I beg you!" Elizabeth went to the windows, while Mary helped Mr. Collins take a seat at the table. "You will be better directly," she said. "You needn't shout. My head. Oh, there is nothing like it. The room is spinning round and round." "A nice breakfast will soon set you to rights. We have both bacon and sausage this morning, with some lovely fried bread and kidneys." Mr. Collins gave a perfectly genuine shudder. "Do not speak to me of food, Miss Mary." Elizabeth poured out a cup of tea for him. "If you are ill, perhaps we ought to send for the apothecary." "That will not be necessary. It was the brandy, that is all. A little too much brandy." "But if you are ill—" He opened a baleful eye. "And set the neighbours to talking." "I quite agree," said Mary. "It should not be known that the future master of Longbourn suffers from bouts of inebriation." Mr. Collins spoke through shut teeth. "Confound it, I do not." "You should have thought about that last night when Mr. Darcy saw fit to corrupt your morals," said Mary. "As it is, you had better chew on willow bark, or swallow raw eggs, or whatever it is gentlemen do when they ingest a little too much brandy, because—" Mr. Collins interrupted. "How do you know about raw eggs? You have never been to university?" Elizabeth bit back a smile. "Perhaps you have not noticed, but this came for you." She indicated a sealed note bearing Mr. Collins' name. "Heavens! What now? I haven't the strength to keep my eyes open, let alone read a letter." "But I do," said Mary. "Allow me." She broke the seal and spread the page. "Who is P.E.? That's Elton. How he can be up and about so early is beyond me." "Perhaps because he did not overindulge," said Mary. She began to read. "Collie, I've an errand at Netherfield today, retrieving the gig I hired from the Red Lion. Come with me at 1. We'll walk over together. Miss Bingley said something about a tour of Netherfield's ornamental gardens, so be sure to look your best, old fellow. P.E." "Look my best? A fine thing to say. I always look my best." Mary glanced at the clock. "You have 3 hours to pull yourself together, Mr. Collins." "But there is nothing to see in the gardens now. There wouldn't be in late November." "And it is raining," added Elizabeth. Mr. Collins could only wail. "Rain," said Mary briskly, "is what umbrellas are for. You and Mr. Elton shall have a lovely 3-mile stroll in the fresh air. So healthful." "That's fine for you to say. This is all the fault of Bingley's poisonous brandy. He would have me drink it." "Nonsense," said Mary. "He merely offered you some, and you chose to partake, repeatedly." Yes, Mary's opinion of their cousin was definitely souring. Rain was drumming against the library windows when Charles came in. With a sigh, he cast himself into an overstuffed chair. Darcy put his book aside. "Are you feeling any better?" Charles opened an eye. "No," he said deliberately. "In fact, I am worse. Do you know who I found in the drawing-room just now? Do you?" A smile threatened. "Someone not to your liking, I take it." "You can say that again. It was Elton and Collins. What were they doing there, you may ask? Helping Caroline and Louisa write out the invitations to our ball." Darcy laughed softly. Poor Charles. "And what were they discussing? Costumes? Elton is quite thrilled about the idea of a masquerade. I hadn't planned to invite him, but now I must." "You'll be inviting all the neighbours, including the officers of the militia. I don't see how you can exclude him. Collins, too, more's the pity." "Where will it end? We must get rid of Elton." "There are several ways to attempt it," said Darcy, "unless it is your ambition to emulate the bourgeois." "To emulate who?" "You ought to have paid better attention in school. The bourgeois were Italian merchants who ruled that part of the world, and the papacy, for several hundred years. They were known to be ruthless assassins. Were you planning to arrange a shooting accident?" "Of course not. But there must be some way to keep Elton away from Caroline." Bar the door. When he calls, have your butler turn him away. And have Caroline mad as fire. You know what she's like when she's in a miff. You could consider ignoring her. Easier said than done. Dash it, Louisa will put her oar in. She can be even worse than Caroline. Besides, if Elton remains in Meryton, Caroline will meet with him everywhere. Charles gave an unhappy sigh. Oh, to be an Italian assassin! Darcy's lips twisted into a smile. Speaking of Italians, is Elton bold enough to serenade beneath her window? The force of this thought caused Charles to sit upright. Sing to her? Do you think he would? I put nothing past him. If he thought she would enjoy it, he'd find a way. Oh, she'd like it. She'd think it was romantic. Then, too, nobody has done such a thing for her before. I ought to get a dog or two and have them prowl the grounds at night. That's the ticket. Dogs would chase Elton away, sure enough. Or they might howl along with him. Charles gave a laugh. Gad, is it too much to hope that she will tire of him? It's possible, however, he will not tire of her. Unless she displays her naggy side. Not even then. Recall how Elton maneuvered Honeycutt, a man he disliked, into acquiring a prosperous living for him. Your sister's 20,000 is a strong inducement. Don't I know it? On the other hand, said Darcy, you could postpone the ball and take your sister back to London. The invitations have not gone out. Charles looked up. But Miss Bennet, he cried. She will be terribly disappointed, as will her sister Elizabeth. The words were out before Darcy could stop them. Elizabeth Bennet was far too enticing for his peace of mind. Perhaps it is just as well, he added. But not for me, cried Charles. Then we shall have to come up with something else. Presently Charles spoke. So I wait to hold the ball until after Elton has gone back to wherever he lives. I could do that. He's a vicar after all. He cannot stay away from his parish forever. True, but the man has a curate to act in his stead. He told me so last night. Also, there is the distance from London to consider. What does that have to do with anything? While you were, sleeping, Elton described the Highbury parish, including the fact that it is located 16 miles from London. A day's ride, what of it? The point being this, said Darcy, that distance is not insurmountable, especially for a determined suitor. If Mrs. Hurst lends support, your sister and Elton can meet at any number of locations in town, including Louisa's drawing room. Blast! Returning to London, therefore, might not bring about a pleasing solution. We're back to your hope that she will discover him to be tiresome. In other words, we are stuck with him. What do you do when tiresome guests come to Pemberley? Darcy thought for a moment. In such cases, he said slowly, I dilute the intensity of their presence by inviting additional guests. Charles gave a cry. That's it. I'll add another gentleman. What about your cousin? Colonel Fitzwilliam. No, the other one. Which other one? I have quite a few cousins. The one whose father is a baron or some such thing. We've met him in town. Golden-haired fellow with a face like an angel. Unmarried, right? About my age? Charles frowned in an effort to remember. Bertram, I think his name is. Darcy could not hold back a groan. Tom Bertram. He's a second cousin, but his behavior is such that I shiver to acknowledge him. He drinks like a fish and is addicted to gaming, but without possessing the skill to be successful at it. But he's heir to an estate and a title. You know how keen Caroline is for both. I'll invite him here, with your leave, as a foil for Elton. What if she likes him? Do you want such a fellow as a brother-in-law? Charles shrugged. He'd be company for the so fashionable Hurst. You have got to be joking. Look, I know Hurst isn't any prize, but Louisa liked him, and would not be gainsayed. Caroline needn't marry your cousin. He'll distract her from Elton, and she'll send Elton on his way. 10 to 1 she'll send Bertram packing as well." "I wonder," said Darcy. "You're taking quite a risk." Charles came out of the chair, his headache apparently forgotten. "There must be a copy of Debrett's on one of these shelves. It shouldn't be difficult to write to him by way of the Bertram estate." "Mansfield Park is in Northampton," said Darcy, "if Tom is in residence, which I doubt. I'll take my chances. I'll send it today by express. Won't Caroline be surprised?" "Have a care, Charles, that you aren't stirring up a hornet's nest." But Charles was no longer listening. "He'll come when he learns that you are here. Also, there's the masquerade ball to look forward to. I dare say he already has a costume." "Yes, Darcy broke off speaking. His cousin Tom had always been fond of the theatre, and he did possess a costume. Darcy had seen him wear it. A full-dress kilt, complete with sporran, ski-and-do, and gilly brogues. He suspected that Tom rather enjoyed displaying his shapely knees to the ladies. "What is more," said Charles, warming to his subject, "the future Sir Thomas will likely outrank almost everyone. The Squire and Sir William don't dance. Perhaps Bertram can be the one to open the ball with Caroline." "With a face like an angel," muttered Darcy. Well, he remembered it. Heaven help Caroline Bingley. Chapter 8. One Step Closer. "The rain has let up," said Charles, turning from the windows. "I'm not about to sit here kicking my heels for the remainder of the afternoon. Where are the invitations? I'll take one round to Lucas Lodge and also to Longbourn." But, of course, Charles was keen to see Jane Bennet. Truth to tell, the appeal of conversing with Elizabeth was tempting. "I'll come with you," said Darcy. Caroline Bingley's lips parted as if to speak, but she never had the chance. "We'll ride," chirped Charles. "In all this dirt," cried Caroline, "it could rain at any moment. There is no need to exert yourself, especially for such people as the Lucases and the Bennets. The servants are able to deliver the invitations." "A little rain won't hurt us. I dare say, however, that it will keep Elton holed up at the Red Lion." Caroline pursed up her lips. She gave a sidelong look to Darcy. "By the by," continued Charles, "I've invited a gentleman to join us. We'll see him Monday, although he could arrive as early as tomorrow. We're a matter of, 50-odd miles from Northampton, Darcy?" "Heavens, what now? Do I know this person?" "He's a cousin of Darcy's." "Oh," she said in quite a different tone. "I look forward to meeting him." Her smile appeared. "Has he a name?" "Thomas Bertram," said Darcy. "Of Mansfield Park," added Charles. "His father's a baron." "Baronet," murmured Darcy. "You'll like him," said Charles. "He's the eldest son, and—" Before Charles could say more, Darcy took hold of his elbow and guided him firmly toward the door. "While the weather remains tolerable, we'd best be on our way." After they were out of the sitting-room, he added, "It is best not to praise Tom to the skies. Allow her to form her own impressions." "But how else will she know?" "Leave Debrett's where she can find it. It is better when one discovers information first-hand." "How is that helpful?" grumbled Charles. "She'll look up Elton's cursed grandpapa. Then where will we be?" "We ought to abandon this obsession with Elton," Darcy said as he swung into the saddle. "Your sister is clearly not in love with the man." "Who made you the expert on romance?" "I've seen you at it often enough to know." Darcy clicked his tongue to urge his horse forward. Charles laughed. "Speak on, O sage observer," he called. "What are the signs?" "Your sister does not sigh over Elton when he is not present, nor does she gaze out the window as if dreaming of him." "Do I do that?" "Absolutely you do. Nor does your sister speak endlessly about Elton's excellent qualities. She does when you are present. I wonder why." Here was a thought. Was it Miss Bingley's intention to provoke him? Hold hard. Did she mean to make him jealous? He'd see that. Furthermore, she did not insist on accompanying us today, continued Darcy, even though there was a chance that Elton might be with the Bennets. Perhaps it was Collins she did not wish to see. I cannot blame her. What a fellow for talking. He's almost worse than Elton. I rather think it was Charger whom she did not wish to see. Gad, if she rode that slug, it would take all day. Charles urged his horse into a canter. Longbourn was a respectable country house of mellow red brick, with mullioned windows. It was a gentleman's home, although Darcy guessed it had fewer than a dozen bedchambers. Such a house could be found in any part of England. On the walls of its west wing, ivy was making an assault. Darcy knew from experience the trouble this picturesque vine could cause. Why had Mr. Bennet allowed it to remain? He dismounted and gave the reins to a man who came out from the stables. The main door opened, revealing a group of talkative, red-coated officers. Sure enough, Wickham was among them. Darcy gave a polite nod as they passed by. Wickham, however, had a sour look for Darcy. This did not escape Charles's notice. "Do you know that officer?" "George Wickham. It is well that he is leaving." "Have you offended him?" "Assuredly I have," said Darcy. "I know what he is." He paused. How much should he tell Bingley? Suffice it to say, I've taken a hand in foiling a few of the man's more disgraceful schemes. Never would I guess that he'd join a militia. It's not in his usual style. Which would be? Indolence, said Darcy. The man is averse to any type of work. He lifted the door knocker. Once inside the vestibule, Darcy could hear Mrs. Bennet's shrill voice. "I don't care what he says. I think Mr. Wickham is charming, so distinguished in his regimentals." Darcy bit back a smile. Apparently Wickham had not captured everyone's good opinion. The housekeeper opened the door to the drawing-room and announced them. There stood Mr. Bennet, with his arms folded across his chest. "Handsome is as handsome does," he said mildly. He nodded to Darcy and Bingley, and then took himself off. Beside the hearth sat Philip Elton with his ever-present smile. Elizabeth's youngest sister turned on him. "Now, no thanks to you," she cried. "The officers will go back to calling on Miss Watson more than they do us." "You don't know that," said Mary Bennet. "But I do," said another sister. "It was so when they first came to Meryton. Aunt Phillips told me. Colonel Forster and Captain Carter were favourites of the Watsons. They were invited to dine again and again." "Dining out," said Mrs. Bennet. "That is very unlucky." "Mamma," prompted Elizabeth. Mrs. Bennet gave a start and looked around. "Why, Mr. Bingley! What a pleasant surprise! And, Mr. Darcy, do sit down." Charles stepped forward and made his bow. "It's timely that Miss Catherine should mention invitations, ma'am." He presented the gilt-edged card to Mrs. Bennet. "Disappointment begone." "Gracious me!" fluttered Mrs. Bennet, taking it. "Is this for your ball?" "My masquerade ball," said Bingley significantly. The younger sisters launched into cries of delight and began to talk at once. "You'll scandalize the neighbours, Mr. Bingley." Though Elizabeth spoke to Charles, her gaze was fixed on Darcy, as if he were to blame. He spread his hands. It was all he could do to keep from grinning. Jane Bennet's eyes were shining. At once Charles moved to sit beside her. Darcy found himself taking a chair alongside Elizabeth's. "My sisters shall not sleep for a week." Though she chided him, he could not mistake the humour lurking in her eyes. "They will be wild about costumes and disguises," she went on. "We shall hear nothing else for days." Lydia's voice interrupted. "Are the officers invited?" "They are," cried Collins. "I myself wrote out their cards of invitation, as well as those for the Watsons and the Gouldings, and also for Mrs. Long." "Do you dislike it, ma'am?" said Charles to Mrs. Bennet. She fairly beamed at him. "Good gracious, no. I adore a masquerade, for it was at a masquerade ball that I first met Mr. Bennet." "Shall you be present for it, Mr. Elton?" said Mary. "Is a costume ball considered inappropriate for a clergyman?" "I should think not, for your Mr. Robinson is invited," Elton replied. "A married clergyman does not dance, but I see no reason why I should not." "Fools, you cannot be serious," cried Mr. Collins. "I thought you were quitting Meryton on Saturday next, along with me." "But I have reconsidered, old fellow, and will be staying on. My curate will fill in for me." "Oh, to have a curate," mourned Mr. Collins. "I would dearly love to attend." "If it were not someone wicked," said Mary to Elton, "whom should you be? Abraham, or perhaps Moses?" "Please, we'll save the patriarchs for the grandfathers." Elton's smile was comprehensive, given to everyone in the drawing-room. "What about handsome young Joseph, who was such a temptation for Potiphar's wife?" "Oh, yes," said Mary. "You can wear a coat of many colours." "Or," he added, "I might be Daniel." "Obtaining the necessary lions could be a problem," Mary pointed out. "Perhaps, then, I should be a watchman on the wall with sword in hand. That's rather dashing, is it not?" "Speaking of dashing," said the sister named Catherine, "I want to be a gypsy." "I want to be a gypsy too," cried Lydia, "a gypsy fortune-teller." "No fair, I said so first." "You can come as an opera dancer or the Queen of Sheba." "Neither of whom are at all proper," said Mary. "Who cares a fig for being proper? Come as a nun if you must." "I see what you mean," said Darcy to Elizabeth. "This is rather like opening a Pandora's box." "It is preferable to hearing gossip about officers. They called just before you came." She paused. "Did you happen to notice Mr. Wickham?" Darcy felt his lips twist into a smile. "I did." "He is not in the best of humour this afternoon." "Yes, I received a darkling look from him. You have probably guessed that I am not a favourite of his." Elizabeth lowered her voice. "He told me that you withheld a valuable living that was promised him. Is this true?" "Did he now? No sooner introduced, then he must be blackening my name. But is it true?" "After a manner of speaking, upon the death of my father, he declared that he had no ambition to take orders, for which I thank God. I cannot imagine a more contemptible clergyman." "But he said—" "Never fear, Mr. Wickham was compensated suitably." "Are you certain?" "I signed the bank draft myself, Miss Elizabeth." She looked doubtful, so he added, "to the tune of several £1,000s." "Good gracious, he cannot have forgotten that." Elizabeth drew a long breath. "I shan't bore you with the other untruths he told me." "Thank you." "It's unbelievable. He was so glib, eloquent even." "George Wickham has the unnerving habit of believing the lies he tells." She said nothing more. On a small table was a book. Darcy took it up and examined the spine. "The Sinister Baron's Prey. That's quite a title." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "It is our amusement for rainy afternoons. Charlotte Lucas often joins us, and we take turns reading aloud." A dimple appeared. "As you can see, we are improving our minds by extensive reading. I must assume that you do not read novels, sir?" "I read any that come my way." He turned to the title page. "This looks exciting." "We've just begun, but already it's my youngest sister's favourite." "But is it yours?" Her eyes gave an answering twinkle. "Oh, certainly. So many thrilling things happen in novels that are impossible in daily life. Sinister revenge, attempted murders, forced marriages." On the other side of the drawing-room, the discussion of costumes had reached a fever pitch. "Mamma, no!" cried one of the sisters. "Jane must be the Grecian shepherdess. You ought to be a sultana or an Egyptian princess." "Now where should I find a costume like that?" Meanwhile, Elton was continuing to smile. "Not that I should be telling you about my disguise, Miss Mary," Darcy heard him say. "You are supposed to guess." Collins's voice rose above the others. "Oh, to have a curate!" Lydia bounced up. "The costume's for shadows." she shouted. "They are just the thing. We ought to have the trunk carried down." Instead of chiding her daughter for an unmannerly outburst, Mrs. Bennet gave a cry of delight. "Mr. Collins," said Lydia, eyeing her cousin, "surely you are strong enough." Collins gaped at her. "Mr. Elton can help you carry it, or perhaps Mr. Bingley," Lydia added kindly. "Do you know, we ought to play shadows this very afternoon. Wouldn't that be fun?" "If only it were dark enough," said Catherine. "Perhaps if it were to rain very, very hard, a deluge." "Me?" stammered Collins. "Carry a trunk? I have never— that is to say, lifting heavy items is not precisely in my line." "Go on with you, Mr. Collins," said Mrs. Bennet. "Don't be disobliging. Mr. Bingley, I dare say you'd like to help him, and Jane must accompany you." Charles and Jane in a dark attic. He'd see that. Darcy rose from his chair. Lydia was also on her feet. "Come along," she called to the others. "We'll show you the way." Just then the housekeeper came with a fresh pot of tea. She narrowly escaped being mobbed at the door. Elton, Darcy noted, remained where he was. So did Mary Bennet. Darcy turned to Elizabeth. "Shall we join the throng in the attic? Is your housekeeper able to supply a lantern?" "What a ramshackle household you must think us," she said. "I'm sorry to cause you more trouble, Hile, but Mr. Darcy is in need of a lantern." "And a broom as well," he said into Elizabeth's ear, "in case we encounter spiders." "Oh, you—" Elizabeth mounted the staircase with a growing sense of embarrassment. Mr. Darcy followed close behind with the lantern. "I must ask you to forgive what you are about to encounter," she said over her shoulder. "The attic is filled to bursting with rubble from past generations. When a thing is not wanted, it is deposited up there. It's a mare's nest of disorder." A convenient source for the, excavation of costumes. Disagreeable though he was, one had to admire Mr. Darcy's sense of the ridiculous. Then again, why should she care for his good opinion? Wouldn't it be better if he thought poorly of her? But Elizabeth discovered that she did care, very much. Heaven help her, why? Mr. Darcy was nothing like the gentleman of her girlhood dreams. Where was the smiling insouciance? Where was the ease of pleasant conversation and graceful dancing? This man scowled and growled and said uncomfortable things. He smiled only rarely, and his dark eyes glittered in an unnerving way. He took delight in teasing her about spiders of all things. And then there was the promised game of chess, which he insisted that he would win. So ungentlemanly. If anything, Mr. Darcy resembled the villain in the romance novel her sisters were reading. No, she could not be falling for Mr. Darcy. She just couldn't. Elizabeth set her mind to climbing the stair treads. At last they reached the first floor. She led him along the passageway, pushing aside memories of Netherfield. This was not at all the same. The stairwell that led to the attic was much narrower. She peered up at the tiny landing. "Would you like me to light the way?" said Mr. Darcy. "Yes, thank you." Now why was it difficult to speak? Elizabeth stood aside to let him pass. "The door to the attic is around the next turn. It's rather small." From above came muted giggling and pounding, and then a crash. Elizabeth cast her gaze to the ceiling. "What are my sisters doing up there? If they aren't careful, we'll have plaster coming down." He began to mount the stairs. "I rather like the noise." Elizabeth followed after. "Good gracious, why?" He turned to face her. "Well," he said slowly, "it confirms that Bingley isn't kissing your sister." "What? Now see here, Mr. Darcy." His lopsided smile appeared. "What shall your costume be, if I may ask?" "Do not change the subject. Why should Mr. Bingley kiss Jane?" "Presumably because he likes her. I shouldn't tease you. Charles is not a base fellow." "I should hope not. You, sir, are outrageous." "I know," he said contritely. "The temptation to provoke you is irresistible. "And your choice of costume, ma'am?" She blinked. "Good heavens, I haven't the faintest idea. Perhaps a milkmaid with a blousy apron tied over my ball gown and a ruffled cap to hide my eyes." Mr. Darcy gave a sharp laugh. "This is no fit costume for you." "Isn't the idea to conceal my identity?" He stood there, looking down at her. Elizabeth gripped the banister rail. "Very well, then," she said crisply. "Who do you think I should be?" He did not hesitate. "Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. She suits you perfectly." "Athena, with a helmet on my head and a spear in my hand?" "But of course." Elizabeth was betrayed into a smile. "In that case, I shall be happy to stand up with you, Mr. Darcy, seeing how I will already be armed for battle." Again he laughed. "Have you a suit of armor?" "We do, but it is in a very bad state. Were you wishful to wear it?" His dark eyes were alight with laughter. "It's tempting, for, as you know, I am not fond of dancing. It would certainly make dancing impossible. I dare say the clanking would drown out the musicians. We cannot have that. Then, too, if I wore armor, I wouldn't need to evade Athena and her treacherous spear. Where's the fun in that?" Why did he not ascend the stairs? Again she saw the flash of his smile. "So tell me," he said, "what costume do you suggest I wear?" "Why, a Highlander's kilt, of course." His shocked expression was delightful. She had taken him completely by surprise. "Heaven help us," he grumbled. "That would cap all." He went up the remaining stairs, pushed open the door, and went inside. At the far end of the attic, the others were gathered before a small window. Someone had managed to get the trunk open. Lydia wore an old-fashioned cocked hat, and Kitty twirled a tattered parasol. Jane had a dark cloak draped across her shoulders. Mr. Collins had a hand on the trunk, as if testing its weight. "Oh, good," called Charles. "We need a lantern." Mr. Darcy took it to them at once. Elizabeth remained where she was. Athena! Did he truly see her in such a light? She discovered that she was smiling. There was no reason to be amused or even flattered, and this place, containing the detritus of many years, exposed the disorder of her family. Hat boxes, broken chairs, a cradle, a rocking horse, and what was under that lump of fabric? Elizabeth edged her way to the wall. Here, under discarded brocade draperies of ancient origin, was the suit of armor, or rather, pieces of it. The helm was intact. She took it up and dusted it with her handkerchief. This would never do for a ball. Her face and chin would be entirely covered, save for a slit for the eyes. On the other hand, her identity would definitely be disguised. Elizabeth glanced at the others. The contents of the trunk held their attention. What harm was there in trying this on, just for a moment? It would be rather nice to be Athena. Elizabeth slipped the helm over her head. She did not foresee that her hair would become entangled. "Drat!" she muttered. Twisting the helm did no good. In fact, it probably made matters worse. "Here we go, Collins," she heard Mr. Bingley say. "Hold the door for us, Miss Jane." Was everyone leaving? There came the sound of furniture being moved. Were they clearing the way for the trunk to be carried out? "Take care not to scratch the walls, Mr. Collins," called Lydia, "or when Longbourn becomes yours, you'll be making repairs." "I should hope," he said stiffly, "that the work will be done long before that." "Don't count on it." Elizabeth set her teeth. She must free herself. "May I be of assistance?" It was Mr. Darcy, and he was standing very near. Yes, and he was laughing at her. She could hear it in his voice. Elizabeth tugged at the helm. "Ow! It's caught on my hair and my dress. And it's so heavy. I don't see how anyone could wear this." "Gently, Miss Elizabeth." She felt Mr. Darcy's hands on her shoulders. She gave an unhappy huff. "Can you imagine the Black Prince with his hair caught?" Not the most dignified of situations, I agree. I assume he wore a close-fitting cap of some kind. "Meaning that I should have done the same. I am not such an old maid, yet." "Here we are. The fabric of your dress is now free. I'll try not to pull your hair over much." "A false promise, if there ever was one." "Yes, well," he said, with a smile in his voice, "a fellow does what he can." She felt the weight of the helm lift, and bit back a yelp of pain. Mr. Darcy's fingers freed her entangled curls. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I did hurt you." "It's no matter. Thank you for rescuing me." In the dim light of the attic, Elizabeth's eyes met his. Before she could stop herself, she lifted her chin. Great heaven, was she wishing for a kiss? She remained motionless, aware of the beating of her heart and the warmth in his eyes. The attic door creaked open. "Lizzie," called Jane, "is anything wrong?" Elizabeth gave a start, and so did Mr. Darcy. "No, dearest," she answered. "Only a misadventure with the suit of armour." "What in the world? Do you need help?" "Not any more." Mr. Darcy touched her arm. "I'll wait here for a few minutes," he whispered. "Thank you. If you leave now, people might think we were—" What was she saying? Great heaven, what was he thinking? Had he guessed the temptation his presence offered? Yes, that raised eyebrow said it all. Elizabeth turned and fled. Chapter 9. In Such Society. The following day was rather less eventful for the Bennets, and the evening promised more of the same. To Elizabeth this was a welcome relief. If Mr. Darcy would only remain at Netherfield, her foolish heart might have a chance to recover. He was much too intriguing for her peace of mind. Kitty now stood at the windows that overlooked the park. "It is raining again," she lamented. "I dare say the officers shall not come at all." "There is nothing like a succession of rain to make everyone miserable," agreed Elizabeth. She turned to her friend. "How thankful we are that Charlotte has come." "As well, we have Mr. Elton," said Mary. "But there isn't anything to do," complained Lydia. "Shall we have music?" said Elizabeth. "Dancing is more to my taste," said Lydia. "But with only 2 gentlemen there isn't any point." "What do you say to another chapter?" said Charlotte. Elizabeth hid a smile. Her friend had become very fond of the new novel. Kitty came away from the windows. "Dear Sir Val, one has to feel sorry for him. His manor house is falling to pieces, and he so wants it to be nice for Miss Fleming when they marry." "Who?" said Mr. Collins. "Honora Fleming, the heroine," said Kitty. "She is a lovely girl with a large fortune. Sir Valiant is in love with her, and she adores him, but a sinister baron is determined to marry her." Mr. Collins clicked his tongue in disapproval. "I am surprised that your mother allows you to read such a book. Sinister, indeed." Charlotte took up the volume and opened it. "It is rather exciting. Everyone knows that a novel isn't real. Here is a section we read just yesterday. Miss Fleming was as rich as she was beautiful, and better yet, she was well endowed. Lord Sculthorpe laughed softly and rubbed his hands together. If a man had to marry, he could certainly do worse." "Why, that is perfectly dreadful," cried Collins. "What business has this man to be thinking about a young woman's figure?" "He is sinister," offered Kitty. "You shan't find anything like that in Elegant Extracts." "I suppose one must feel sorry for Lord Sculthorpe," said Elizabeth. "In order to save his family estate, he needs her fortune." "But she's in love with gentle Val," said Kitty, "and Lord Sculthorpe is so ugly." "Beauty and an acceptable marriage settlement," observed Charlotte, "are seldom united." "They were in me," said Mrs. Bennet, "for I was a very pretty girl. If only we'd had a son, he would then have joined with your father in ending this iniquitous entail." "What would be the sense in that?" cried Mr. Collins. "This is a fine property with much land. The income would be divided, and that would never do." "Is the hero handsome?" said Mr. Elton with a smile.
"I'll say he is," cried Kitty. "He has blue eyes and curling golden hair."
"Ah," said Mr. Elton, "then he's rather like an angel."
"I prefer dashing gentlemen in red coats," said Lydia.
"As did I before I met your father," said Mrs. Bennet. "I wonder what happened to Colonel Miller?" Elizabeth's father came into the room in time to hear this remark. "Presumably," he said, "the man died from disappointment."
"Sir Valiant also needs to marry for money," Elizabeth pointed out. "His estate is falling to pieces." "Yes, but he is not sinister," said Kitty. "Shall we begin the next chapter?"
"Come to think of it, Baron Sculthorpe is very like Mr. Darcy," said Mrs. Bennet. Elizabeth caught her breath. Why must her mother bring him up? "Mr. Darcy has dark, unruly hair," Mrs. Bennet went on, "and we all know that he is very disagreeable." He certainly was, but why must her mother be pointing it out? And why did Elizabeth feel the sudden need to defend him?
"There is that scar on the Baron's cheek," she said lightly. "I wonder if Mr. Darcy has fought any duels."
"I should say not," cried Mr. Collins. "Duelling is both dangerous and illegal. Lady Catherine would never permit it." Mr. Elton grinned. "A man does not consult his relations when issuing a challenge, old fellow." Mr. Collins' response was to sniff. "This novel," he said primly, "is disgraceful and scandalous. All novels are."
"Have you read one, Mr. Collins?"
asked Charlotte mildly. "No. Consider this to be your golden opportunity," said Mr. Bennet. "It might open a new world of reading to you." "You shouldn't be so hard on the female mind, Collie," said Mr. Elton. "Women enjoy this sort of story." "They ought to improve their minds through reading the proper sort of books. Any wife of mine will certainly do so. I shan't allow novels in the rectory."
"If that is how you feel, consider it lucky if any woman agrees to marry you," said Lydia, "unless she is Fubsy or a blue-stocking."
"I do not intend to remain and listen to claptrap," said Mr. Collins. He turned. "Shall we seek refuge in your library, sir?" Mr. Bennet held up a quelling hand. "You are welcome in any of the public rooms of this house, Mr. Collins, but my library is my sanctuary. As such, it is sacred." Mr. Collins pursed up his lips and looked to Elizabeth. "Surely you do not wish to remain?" Elizabeth felt her cheeks flush at his impertinence.
"I rather enjoy an exciting story," she said quietly.
"Come now, Collie," said Mr. Elton. "I'd like to hear about the evil Baron. What say you?" Mr. Collins gave a great sigh. "It appears," he said in a thin voice, "that I have no choice." Elizabeth turned away. Her cousin's behaviour was insufferable. Even Mr. Darcy's company would be preferable. A sudden image of his dark eyes washed over Elizabeth. Would Mr. Darcy laugh at this exchange? Certainly not. He had much better manners than that. But, all the same, those eyes of his would glitter with hidden amusement. Just before midnight, Netherfield's butler came into the drawing-room and announced Thomas Bertram. Darcy stepped forward to perform the introductions. "A timely invitation, and a very welcome one," said Tom, as he shook Charles's hand. "I've been well for several months, but reluctant to return to my old haunts. This answers splendidly. How do you do?" Charles might not understand the reference to Tom Bertram's reckless past, but Darcy did. "How is your mother?" he said quietly. "Quite well, all things considered. Do you know, I believe I have misjudged the poor dear. Mother love is all well and good, but until I was ill, I was too blind to see it. But enough about that. I'm ever so glad to be here."
"Good company," said Caroline Bingley, "and those who collect good company around them are always of value."
She gave a significant look to Darcy.
"Family connections, as well, are of paramount importance."
"Are they?" said Tom cheerfully. "Most of the time, I find them a dead bore."
Present company accepted, of course, she said primly. Tom's smile widened into a grin. To be frank, he said, this invitation was a bit of a stunner. It is not in Darcy's nature to notice his scrubby second cousin. A brush with death certainly does help a fellow. How nice for you. Caroline's tone was cold. Now why should she respond like this? Hold hard, was she coming to his defence, as if Darcy needed that? On the other hand, she might have found Tom's name in Debrett's. Was the eldest son of a baronet not up to the mark? Darcy should not laugh at her, but this was rather too much. Louisa Hurst stepped into the breach. You mustn't mind my sister, she said pleasantly. Caroline has had bad luck at cards tonight. The less said about that, the better. I dare say she is missing Parson Elton, who partners with her so successfully. At the mention of cards, Hurst perked up. Are you fond of Lou, sir? Not as much as formerly, said Tom. Hurst rubbed his hands together. Well then, we must see what we can do to revive your interest. This was not a good beginning. Hurst's expression had become predatory, and Caroline Bingley wore a frown. Was it any wonder that Tom was looking perplexed? It is rather late, said Darcy, and you have had a full day of travel. I dare say you are longing for bed. Oh, said Tom, no, not at all. It is not much past midnight, protested Charles. But I am rather tired, said Darcy firmly. Shall we go up? Mr. Darcy knows best, as always, said Caroline, and she rose to her feet. Come, Louisa. Hurst gave a great sigh and heaved out of his chair. If you insist, he muttered. In the upstairs passageway, Charles caught hold of Darcy's elbow. Why'd you send him off to bed like that? A fine thing. For your plan to work, your sister should see Tom at his best, said Darcy, not worn to the bone and making ill-considered remarks. I think she likes him. She won't if she senses you pushing him at her. Who's pushing? I merely present an opportunity. What woman wouldn't like to become the future Lady Bertram? Darcy's lips curved into a smile. There was one who certainly would not favour Tom. Elizabeth Bennet.
Chapter 10. A Fly in the Ointment. The next morning Tom came down to breakfast in time to join them for service. Over the rim of his cup, Darcy studied him. Gone were the ashen skin and sunken eyes that characterized his life in London. Moreover, his cousin dressed well, without the extremes of fashion favoured by hangers-on. Some of Darcy's advice was not lost on Charles. He was anxious to avoid calling at Longbourn, for instance. Best not to introduce the beautiful Bennets just yet, he said under his breath. We'll take him riding. Does he like to shoot? Darcy had no idea. In truth, he knew very little about his cousin, other than what was to be learned by common report. Charles's eldest sister was quite taken by Tom, and during dinner she worked to draw him out. Tell me about your family estate. Tom lowered his fork. There isn't much to tell, ma'am. That is to say, Mansfield Park is nothing to Darcy's Pemberley. Caroline Bingley's coy smile appeared. Very few estates are. Confound the woman, what business was it of hers? Darcy concealed a grimace. There's an extensive park, said Tom, and a fine house, of course. Rather like this one. Do you hunt? Said Hurst. I find a day in the saddle exhausting. But young bucks like you fancy it. Where did you say you live? In Northamptonshire, sir. I have heard, said Mrs. Hurst, that there are locations in Northamptonshire that are haunted. You must mean Ashby St. Ledgers, said Tom. Guy Fawkes, wasn't it? Cried Charles. Any sign of him? Sadly, no. My brother and I were keen to discover a priest's hole at Mansfield. My father put a stop to it before we knocked holes in the walls. Alas, my Bertram ancestors were disappointingly pedestrian. Have you a priest's hole at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy? said Caroline, smiling. "Not to my knowledge." Hurst rotated the stem of his wine-glass. "Bertram," he repeated. "Now why is that name so familiar? Have you a residence in Mayfair, sir?" "Until last spring I had rooms there. I was obliged to travel to Antigua with my father to look over his investments." "Oh my," said Mrs. Hurst. "Antigua sounds exciting and exotic. I did not find it so. If it were left to me to decide, I'd sell out. Do you enjoy the society in town, Mr. Bertram?" "At one time, very much. Presently, however, I am learning to manage the Mansfield estate." "Acting as steward," said Hurst. "That's rather singular." "Working hand in glove with my father's man Harris, more like. I'm woefully behindhand in what I should know. Not that father is in poor health. In fact, it's quite the opposite." "Is the Mansfield estate very much trouble to manage?" said Mrs. Hurst. "It must be sizable indeed." She gave a pointed look to her sister. Tom responded with diffidence, which raised him in Darcy's estimation. This impression was reinforced when he refused to rise to Hurst's challenge at the card-table. "By the grace of God," said Tom quietly, "I have recovered from illness brought on by my own excesses. I have had enough of gaming debts." Mrs. Hurst gave a tittering laugh. "My dear, we shan't fleece you." "I caused much trouble to my family, ma'am, thereby lessening the inheritance of my younger brother." Hurst's lip curled. "Are you here to preach propriety to us?" "Not at all. I shan't play for more than penny points, however." Hurst gave an unhappy huff and glared at his wife. "Well, will someone kindly cut the deck, or are we to sit here all evening staring at one another?" Mrs. Hurst did so, and the game was put into play. Darcy opened his book. It wasn't until later that Hurst gave a cry and slapped the table. "Wimpole Street! I knew I'd remember." "What has that to do with anything?" said Charles. "Rushworth, that was his name, lived on Wimpole Street with his beautiful young wife. She was the toast of the town. Less than 6 months married, she runs off with a gent. Wouldn't return to her family. Thought he'd marry her. He didn't." Charles sorted his cards. "And?" "Sister of our Mr. Bertram's. That's who she was." Tom looked uncomfortable, but said nothing. Hurst gave a cackle of laughter. "Then the other sister elopes with, what was his name, frippery fellow, Yates. Friend of yours, ain't he?" "John Yates is a decent fellow," said Tom. "He and Julia shall get on very well." Hurst went on talking. "Thought her chances of making a respectable match were gone," he said, "so she takes him." Tom looked across at Darcy. "Have you heard that my brother Edmund has lately married? A very good sort of girl, a niece of mother's. Father is especially pleased." "A woman of means, I take it," said Caroline politely. "Not at all. In fact, quite the reverse. What Fanny lacks in worldly goods, she makes up for with Christian kindness and good sense. My brother is a lucky fellow." "An infelicitous match," Darcy heard Caroline whisper to her sister. Tom caught this remark. "They are very happy together, ma'am. Edmund has the living at Thornton Lacey." "Oh ho," Tom said ma'am and not miss. How would Caroline react to that? Her smile became brittle. "A clergyman's wife, is she? How nice for her." Hurst made a discard. "Once scandal attaches to a family," he announced, "it's hit or miss when it comes to marriages." Tom Bertram's chin came up. As to that, Edmund could have made a very prosperous alliance. A young woman father pitched at me took a fancy to him instead. She was worth at least 20,000. Edmund chose Fanny." "Young idiot," said Hurst. "What are our clergymen coming to if they behave like your brother? Hasn't he a lick of sense? How's he to live as a gentleman if he hasn't any money?" "Good for Edmund," said Darcy quietly. Late that night, Charles again cornered Darcy in the upstairs passage. "This is not going well. Caroline ignores Bertram, and she gazes on you." So Charles had noticed this? I wish she wouldn't. When she gets her mind set on something, there is no dealing with her." Darcy gave no answer. "And then there's Elton. Why does she favour him?" "Perhaps because she enjoys winning at cards," said Darcy. "We've got to get rid of him and promote your cousin. To do that, we need additional help." "Do we?" "Yes, a female accomplice. We need a woman's point of view, not Louisa's," Charles added. Darcy could see where this was leading. Miss Bennet. Charles shook his head. "Not her, either. Jane Bennet has too good a heart. She would be sympathetic to my dilemma, but she would also be sympathetic to Caroline's. Charles, this needs to stop. There are a myriad of ways in which your scheme could go wrong. If you add an accomplice, it will only compound the trouble." Charles was not listening. "We need someone who is intelligent and observant, and who will not be afraid to tell us the truth. She should also be on good terms with Caroline." "That last point," said Darcy, "presents a problem." Charles grinned. "Doesn't it? Caroline doesn't like anyone here, particularly not the women, but I have someone in mind." Darcy folded his arms across his chest. "Well," he said grimly, "who is it?" "Elizabeth Bennet." "Charles, no." "She'll help us, I know she will. I'll ride over to Longbourn in the morning and ask her. And if she refuses—" "She won't. You can trust me on that." Darcy was very much afraid that Charles might be right. Chapter 11. Step Lively. On the following morning, Elizabeth came into the vestibule and found a crowd. Kitty was wringing her hands, while their mother scolded. Mr. Collins clicked his tongue in disapproval. Now why was their stableman with them? A hiss and the scrabbling of claws caught Elizabeth's attention. There, under the hall table, crouched a striped-faced badger. He showed his teeth and snarled. Elizabeth stepped back a pace. Who knew badgers could be so fierce? Mrs. Bennet rounded on Ned. "Don't just stand there. Do something." Ned shifted from one foot to the other. "Just, figuring the best way to dispatch the animal, ma'am." "Don't hurt him, Ned," cried Kitty. "He's done nothing wrong." "He is a nasty, vicious beast," said Mrs. Bennet. "He does not belong in the house. This is all your fault, Kitty." "How did this happen?" said Elizabeth. "I did not mean for him to come in. The poor dear looked cold and hungry. I fed him only a little bit." The badger looked plenty fat to Elizabeth. "For how long?" Kitty blinked. "What do you mean? How long have you been feeding it?" I don't know. A few days. Kidneys from my breakfast, that sort of thing." "Kitty," whispered Elizabeth, "please tell me you have not taught him to eat from your hand." "Will one of you kindly close the door?" complained Mrs. Bennet. "It is wretchedly cold out." Ned obeyed at once. "Mamma," said Elizabeth, "if the door is closed, how are we to get the badger out?" "That is Ned's affair. If he would only do as he was told," said Mrs. Bennet, "the beast would now be dead." "But Baldwin is harmless," cried Kitty. "Such a sweet striped face, and adorable white-tipped ears. How can you think of harming him?" "Baldwin?" said Elizabeth. Kitty put up her chin. "That is my name for him." Lydia burst into the vestibule, followed by Jane. "Mamma," she cried, "guess who's come?" "Oh, be quiet. I haven't time for your games." Ned cracked the door open and peered out. "Beg pardon, ma'am," he said. "You've got collars. Me and the boys ought to, see to the horses and such." "Not until after you've killed the—" But Ned was already gone. Mrs. Bennet gave an impatient huff. "Plague take the man! Hile, you must do something." There was no answer. "Hile? Now where has she run off to? Mr. Collins!" Elizabeth heard her cousin gasp. Ma'am, why are you standing about?" "I dare say the collar is Phil's. He'll know what to do." "I certainly hope so," said Mrs. Bennet, "seeing as how none of you are useful in any way." Lydia opened the door fully. "It's Mr. Bingley, mamma.
And Mr. Darcy, and another gentleman too." Elizabeth's lips compressed into a line. As if the situation were not ridiculous enough, here was Mr. Darcy. He would find plenty to sneer at today. Wouldn't it figure that he was the first to enter the house? His eyes met Elizabeth's. "Good morning," he said. Elizabeth set her teeth. What right had Mr. Darcy to look so handsome? Why must her heart race in this foolish way? It was not as if his smile was only for her. The badger scrabbled into a corner, bared his teeth, and hissed. Mr. Darcy's brows went up. Elizabeth found her voice. "Good morning. As you see, you are not our first caller today." Charles Bingley was next to cross the threshold. When he saw the badger, his polite smile widened into a grin. "Thank heaven!" cried Mrs. Bennet. "Mr. Bingley, you must fetch Mr. Bennet's gun at once. This filthy creature should be killed." Lydia squealed with excitement. "No!" cried Kitty. "No, you mustn't." Mr. Darcy turned to Elizabeth. "How is it that he—" "Kitty has been feeding it," she whispered back. Mrs. Hile came into the vestibule with a broom. "A shovel will be more to the purpose," she said. "I expect Ned will bring one from the stable presently." "Do allow me." Mr. Darcy took the broom from her, and then set it aside. He walked over to the corner and dropped to one knee. "All right, Badger," he said quietly. Elizabeth moved to stand beside him. "Will you kill him?" "Not if I can help it. He is merely frightened." "Hateful beast!" cried Mrs. Bennet. "He is not frightened, Mr. Darcy. He means to attack us." The badger's response was to hiss and spit. "Easy, old fellow," said Mr. Darcy. More growling followed, punctuated by squeals from Lydia and moans from Mr. Collins. "Why will no one fetch Mr. Bennet's gun?" cried Mrs. Bennet. "Mr. Collins, do something." "But, ma'am," he wailed, "wild animals are entirely outside my province." Mr. Darcy turned sharply. "If you cannot control your outbursts," he said sternly, "kindly retire to the drawing-room." To the badger he added, Yes, I know. Not an ideal start for the day, granted." The badger bared his teeth. "Bad day, I know," said Mr. Darcy gently. "I'm trying to do my best for you." He pulled on his riding gloves. "Miss Elizabeth," he said, "once I have hold of him, I shall need you to open the door." "Yes, of course." "Right," he said to the badger. "Now we get down to business." A giggle bubbled up. Elizabeth was powerless to stop it. Who would have thought that dignified Mr. Darcy would converse with a badger? From beneath his brows he gave her a look. "Is that all you can do? Laugh?" "Forgive me. It's just so funny." "It won't be if he bites me." This was very true. "Mind his claws," she said. "They are fearful." Mr. Darcy's lips curved into a wry smile. "Not to mention his teeth." "Do be careful." "I have every intention of doing so. The difficulty is, I'll have only one attempt." "May I help you in some way, with the broom, perhaps?" No, but thank you." Mr. Darcy continued to study the badger. "Well," cried Mrs. Bennet, "what are you waiting for?" Mr. Darcy did not reply. Elizabeth could not help but admire his patience. Presently the badger shifted his stance and, very slightly, turned his head to the side. At once Mr. Darcy seized the scruff of his neck. Elizabeth hurried to open the door. Hissing and wiggling, the badger was escorted over the threshold. "Come on, old fellow," said Mr. Darcy, panting a little. "Freedom!" "Huzzah!" cried Kitty. "Thank you for not harming him." The badger turned back, teeth bared. "Now that, sir, is bad form. One does not fight with one's rescuer. Back to the woodland you go." Mr. Darcy nudged it with the toe of his riding boot. The badger glared at him, gave another snarl, and then apparently thought the better of it. He turned and went scuttling across the carriage drive. "I hope you have a lovely long life, Baldwin," Kitty called after him. And lots of children?"
Mr. Darcy closed the door. "Baldwin?" he whispered to Elizabeth.
"That is what she named him," she replied.
"For goodness' sake, Kitty," said Mrs. Bennet. "It's a horrid, dirty beast. What do we want him to have children for? We do not need more of them."
"He is one of God's creatures, mamma."
"How you can be so fond of animals is beyond me." The unknown gentleman now stepped forward. "It is an admirable trait, miss," he said. "My sweet mamma is much the same." May I introduce Thomas Bertram," said Mr. Bingley. "He's a relation of Darcy's, some sort of cousin. Here, as you see, are Miss Catherine and her mother, Mrs. Bennet, Miss Lydia, Miss Elizabeth, and—" Mr. Bingley paused to smile. "Miss Jane Bennet. Oh, and Mr. Collins, too. I've invited Bertram to stay at Netherfield for a fortnight, unless he takes a notion to return to London before then." Mr. Bertram removed his hat and made a graceful bow. "Now, why should I do that? How do you do?" Darcy watched Elizabeth take in Tom's blue eyes, golden curls, and broad smile. It was idiotic to be annoyed by one's artless cousin, nor was he, but why must the fellow be so confoundedly attractive? Lydia Bennet was certainly impressed.
"Will you be here long enough for Mr. Bingley's ball?"
Oh ho! Once she saw Tom in his kilt, she would certainly abandon her fondness for militiamen. It was not Darcy's intention to bring him today, but when Tom saw Charles dressed for riding, he asked to come along. There was no rational reason to refuse, so here he was. "As to that," said Mrs. Bennet, "he cannot be expected to answer you here in the vestibule. Do come into the drawing-room, sir. Lizzie, ring for refreshments. My poor nerves. After the uproar, I am in need of sustenance." In everyone went, to sit before a bright fire and converse merrily about the badger. The mood was considerably lighter now that he had been dispatched. The tea-tray was brought in, and Jane Bennet poured out. Charles hovered nearby to handle the cups. So much for his mission to recruit Elizabeth into helping them. It was not long before Charles and Tom joined the sisters in a game of Vaillon. "Penny points, mind," Darcy heard Tom say.
"We never play for more, sir," said Kitty. "How lovely to be of like opinion. What were you telling us about your mamma's fondness for animals?"
"She keeps pugs."
"How nice for her. I have always wished for a sweet pug, but mamma won't allow it."
"There is nothing more injurious to the state of one's clothes than a dog," said Mrs. Bennet.
"As if I care for that."
Darcy noticed that Tom chose a seat alongside Catherine Bennet.
"Are your mother's pugs delightfully wrinkly?"
she said. "Why, yes," he replied. "I believe they are." Elizabeth did not join the game, but took up a book. Here was opportunity, but should Darcy take it? How typical that it was left to him to do Charles Bingley's business for him. "Miss Elizabeth," he said quietly, "if I might have a word." Chapter 12. In a League of Their Own. Elizabeth rose to her feet and led the way to a pair of armchairs. She was obviously reluctant to speak with him. Darcy liked her the better for it. It was not often that he encountered sincere disinterest. "I'll come straight to the point," he said, once she had taken her seat. "Charles Bingley is in need of assistance. Are you willing to help?"
"What sort of assistance?"
"Would you agree to join an alliance?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Not a marital alliance, surely?" Darcy laughed softly. "Anything but that. Bingley has in mind a league, a coalition. Frankly, he needs your advice." He lowered his voice. "It has to do with Mr. Elton's pursuit of his sister." "So you have noticed that?" "It is unmistakable."
"Is Mr. Elton's suit not a welcome one?"
"Let us say that it is a case of too much interest too soon. Charles is suspicious. He does not like Philip Elton."
"But Mr. Bingley likes everyone."
"Odd, isn't it? His aversion was immediate. In Charles' defense, I should tell you that his sister has been pursued by fortune hunters.
I see.
He saw Elizabeth glance to the game table. She then opened her book and pointed to a page. Darcy looked a question.
We ought to have something to converse about, she explained.
We already do.
Yes, but we should be seen to discuss an indifferent topic.
Darcy took the book from her and examined the spine. I remember this one.
Have you read it?
Was Elizabeth blushing? The Sinister Baron's Prey, he said. You showed it to me once before.
So I did.
He studied her expression. I wish you will tell me what you are thinking.
If you must know, you and the villain share certain similarities.
Do we?
Although, she added, I don't suppose you have a scar on your cheek from a duel. Do you fight duels?
Certainly not. Why should you think so?
You have the requisite amount of pride, sir. I should think you are easily offended.
Darcy returned the book to the arm of her chair. Not at all. The only man I wished to fight, I could not. I am the better marksman, you see. It would have amounted to murder. But we have strayed from the point.
The League. What would you like me to do?
Meet with us. Advise us.
I don't see how that can happen.
Ride to Netherfield tomorrow.
On what pretext? Also, I do not ride. I would have to walk. Of late, the weather has not been cooperative.
He sighed. I told Charles this would not work.
I shall have to bring Jane, although it would still be considered improper to call on Mr. Bingley.
She hesitated.
Why does he wish to consult me? Why not Jane?
Darcy could not help but smile. He considers your sister to be too good-hearted for the task at hand. Her eyes were alight with amusement.
Whereas I am suited to scheming, I see.
Darcy's gaze wandered to the card table. Of all the women who claim to have fallen in love with Bingley, your sister seems the most disinterested. I wonder why.
You wouldn't if you were raised in a household of sisters. Jane is wise to conceal her preference. She would be teased about it endlessly.
I dare say that happens anyway, he said. When it came to teasing, Mrs. Bennet probably led the way.
Moreover, said Elizabeth, as if she had not heard, she does not wish to entrap your friend. When it comes to courtship, shouldn't a gentleman take the lead?
A man enjoys knowing that his sentiments are returned.
But what if he does not care for her as much as she cares for him? Do you like it when a woman makes it clear that she has set her cap at you?
No. What an absurd idea. He studied her. What about you? Do you enjoy a gentleman's unwanted attentions?
Flirtation, do you mean?
That, among other things. The meaningful squeeze of the hand in the course of a dance. The deliberate, pointed smile. Laughter at each of your remarks, even though they are unamusing.
I find such displays annoying. She leaned forward. I especially dislike the assumption that, because of his smart attire, or family lineage, or fortune, that I will like him.
Darcy could not hold back a grin. Romantic actions do not inspire love.
No, especially when the gentleman in question is annoying.
That scotched him. It was a very good thing that he was not in love with Elizabeth.
Falling in love, she added, is a matter of the mind as well as the feelings.
Had Elizabeth ever been in love? Darcy longed to ask, but knew that he could not.
Feelings, she added, are not to be trusted. The heart is altogether unreliable.
Deceitful above all things and desperately wicked, he quoted. I quite agree. Now then, what shall my answer to Bingley be?
I am willing to help, she said slowly, although I dare say I can do little to dissuade Mr. Elton. That will be Miss Bingley's part.
At present, she seems determined to encourage him.
I wonder why. Her interest lies in a very different direction, or so it seems to me.
Darcy could guess her meaning. Here was another subject he longed to discuss with her. Elizabeth rose to her feet, prompting Darcy to do the same. "Forgive me," she said. "We have conversed for too long. I ought to return to the others. If I am able, I shall come to Netherfield tomorrow. Do I call at the service door?" "That will be for Bingley to arrange. He must do his part, after all. His butler or housekeeper will direct. Hold hard. What say you to coming early tomorrow morning, before Miss Bingley or Mrs. Hurst come down to breakfast?" "I can arrange that." The novel remained on the arm of her chair, temptingly nearby. Darcy reached for it, but Elizabeth intercepted. "Come now," he protested. "May I not see how I resemble the sinister Baron?" Elizabeth laughed, but she took the book away with her. Darcy watched her go with a smile tugging at his lips. How would he explain the order for that particular title to his staid and respectable bookseller? Chapter 13. Conspirators All. At 8:30, Elizabeth descended with Jane to the vestibule. After putting on her bonnet and cloak, she carefully drew back the bolt to Longbourn's main door and opened it. The pale autumn sun was making a valiant effort to show itself. A low-lying mist lingered over the lawn. This was ridiculous. It was cold, and it was much too early. Why had she agreed to Mr. Darcy's scheme? The sun had only just risen, for goodness sake. Then again, it was not his scheme alone. It was also Charles Bingley's. Never mind her stinging eyes and aching head. Anything that brought Jane and Mr. Bingley together was well worth the inconvenience. Her sister came out of the house and paused to draw on her gloves. "It does not rain," she observed. "But it is too wet to walk across the fields," said Elizabeth. "You shouldn't arrive at Netherfield with a mud-soaked hem." She closed the door behind them and stepped down to the gravelled carriage drive. "As if I care for that. You ought to look your best for Mr. Bingley. We'll take the lane. It's almost a mile longer. Do you know, I rather like that. It adds to my irritation with Mr. Darcy. Imagine insisting that we come at this unreasonable hour. It would serve him right if I fell and twisted my ankle and had to limp all the way to Netherfield." "Would it?" said Jane mildly. "It seems to me that it would serve you right for being so disagreeable. Why must you continue to dislike him?" "Why, because he is too perfect, of course." The words were out before Elizabeth could stop them. "And so he is," she hastened to add, "a perfect ogre." Jane fell into step beside her. "Must you be so ungracious? Surely you are able to conceal your feelings. He does not bother to hide his. Lizzie, when he does not wish to dance, he says so. When someone is making a mistake or doing something foolish, he says so." "No one is all bad," said Jane. "Is it not enough that he is handsome and beautifully dressed and in possession of a prosperous estate, and intelligent and observant and surprisingly gentle?" Elizabeth instantly quashed this thought. She must overcome this foolish infatuation. "Every woman he meets is sure to fall in love with him," she said. "He should be grateful for my dislike." "But he is Mr. Bingley's good friend," said Jane gently. "In Christian kindness, can you not find something to admire? Even Mr. Collins is not all bad." Oh, heavens, must Jane bring him up? "Very well," said Elizabeth. "It is refreshing to meet someone who does not flatter. There, you see? Unlike Mr. Collins, who must spout compliments at every opportunity." Jane gave a sigh. "A habit that does him no credit. Yesterday he was determined to converse with me, as if I were hanging on his every word. I've done nothing to encourage him." "Of course you haven't. Poor Lizzie," said Jane. "No wonder you are cross this morning. It would not be so bad if he did not smile at me so much." "Most gentlemen smile," said Jane. "Mr. Elton often does,
So does Mr. Wickham. That man, scoffed Elizabeth, he is a pattern card of flattery. I thought you liked Mr. Wickham. I did, at first. Poor Lizzie, it is not like you to be out of sorts. I expect you'll feel better presently. It is a lovely morning. Isn't it heartening to see the sun? Sunlight did nothing to improve Elizabeth's headache, but there was no point in saying so. Of course Jane was happy. She was on her way to see Charles Bingley. Elizabeth had no business spoiling it for her. A perfectly lovely day, Jane said again. What else could Elizabeth do but agree? The lane descended into a woodland, with bare limbs silhouetted against the sky. Withered leaves littered the ground. Elizabeth kicked at them as she walked. Yes, she was definitely out of sorts. She ought to make an effort. But to speak of perfection, she said more lightly, what do you think of Mr. Bertram? He is very agreeable, and very beautiful. Have you ever seen a gentleman with blue eyes such as his? Dear me, said Elizabeth, smiling. Has he supplanted Mr. Bingley as first in your heart? Not at all. You might consider liking him, Lizzie. Mr. Darcy's cousin. I'd rather not. It would be awkward. Would it? Mr. Darcy does not seem to like him much. Do you think so? Said Jane. I wonder why. Another of the man's disagreeable mysteries. I dare say he dislikes most people. Elizabeth and Jane followed the lane as it made a bend. Here they were forced to come to a halt. Before them lay a wide pool of muddy water. Wouldn't it figure? Said Elizabeth. How are we to get around this? She then noticed that a landau was drawn up on the opposite side of the lane. Now, who can that be? It is certainly very odd, said Jane. She lowered her voice. I cannot recall seeing it before. Do you suppose it belongs to one of our neighbours? Not kidnappers, surely, teased Elizabeth. It is too early in the morning for kidnappers. Jane gave her a look. You've been living too much in that novel. Perhaps there has been an accident. Might the occupants be in need of assistance? As they drew nearer, a liveried servant jumped down. He approached them and gave a touch to his hat. Are you ladies bound for the Netherfield estate? When Jane answered in the affirmative, he made a small bow. Mr. Darcy's compliments, and if you would be pleased to come this way. He returned to the landau and opened the door. Jane stepped up into it, and Elizabeth followed. She took the lap robe offered by the servant and spread it over Jane's knees. The steps were put out, the door was shut, and in a very short time the landau was in motion. Elizabeth leaned back against the squabs with a sigh. Was this Mr. Darcy's carriage? And he had sent it. Who would have thought that he could be so considerate? Darcy cautiously opened the library door and slipped inside. Miss Bennet and her sister had arrived. Thank heaven they were punctual. Would have had a more substantial repast to offer, Charles was now saying, but Darcy wouldn't hear of it. Coffee and toast are his idea of breakfast. Spartan, I call it. Darcy quietly closed the door. For our purposes, the less attention we attract, the better. Only your butler and my coachman know that Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth have come. I'd like to keep it that way. Charles was enjoying himself. This is rather fun. It's as if we are espionage agents. Shall we sit down? He had grouped 4 chairs around a small table, which held the coffee pot, a plate of buttered toast, and 2 cups. From the pockets of his coat, Darcy produced 2 more. Miss Bennet, said Charles, holding the chair for her, will you do the honours and pour out? A sweet smile and shining eyes told their own tale. Miss Jane Bennet was as besotted with Charles as he was with her. And her sister. Darcy shifted his gaze and nearly burst out laughing. The fair Elizabeth was not in good humour this morning. As if that mattered. She was an unmarried woman in need of a fortune, nothing more.
He would do well to remember this. Elizabeth sipped her coffee with closed eyes. Obviously, she was up hours before she was accustomed. Hold hard. Was she wincing? Did she have the headache? "Now then," said Charles, "as we are to be involved in clandestine operations, that is the correct term, is it not? Where should we begin?" "Cultivating discretion is an excellent starting point," said Darcy quietly. "Hear, hear. As well, we must establish a secret meeting place for making plans and sharing observations." Elizabeth opened her eyes. "If our objective is secrecy, is not your library the first place Miss Bingley would look?" "Not at this hour. She never comes down before 10. Also, she is not fond of reading. So why should she come here?" Darcy saw a dimple quiver in Elizabeth's cheek. "You disagree," he said. Her eyes met his, but she said nothing. "Come now, Miss Elizabeth, if we are to be allies in this league, we must be forthright. No holding back." He saw her sigh. "Did Miss Bingley not say," she said slowly, "that there is no enjoyment quite like reading, and that she longed to possess a library as extensive as yours?" Darcy laughed softly. "So she did." "Therefore she would be inclined to look for you here." "Then it's Katy, bar the door!" cried Charles. He jumped to his feet, strode to the door, and turned the key. "There," he said, pocketing it. "That'll spike her guns." "If she manages to gain entry," added Darcy, "you and your sister should hide behind the draperies." The flash in Elizabeth's eyes was delightful. She had not forgotten their midnight tete-a-tete in the upstairs passageway, nor, for that matter, had he. "We'll decide where and when to meet later." Charles rubbed his hands together. "Now then, our next order of business is to decide how to get rid of Mr. Philip Elton." Chapter 14. More Than Meets the Eye. "Is that course of action truly necessary?" said Jane. "I feel rather sorry for him." Darcy saw Elizabeth's eyes narrow slightly. Apparently she did not share her sister's tender-hearted sentiments. "Yes, and so do I, after a manner of speaking," replied Charles. "However, it's plain he's after Caroline's fortune, and that will never do. Moreover, he's an irksome fellow, not the sort I'd like for a brother-in-law. He reminds me of that badger who came in yesterday. The best place for him is out. We must force him away from Caroline and out of Meryton." "But does your sister like him?" said Jane. "Could she be in love?" "I rather doubt it. Caroline's never been in love with anyone, save for, well, the less said about him, the better." "Has she a secret admirer? Is he improper?" Charles laughed. "Not at all. He doesn't fancy her, and it rankles her pride. Why she likes Elton is beyond me, for it makes no sense. She has no ambition to be a vicar's wife, even if Elton is handsome and the grandson of an earl. He's not about to let us forget that." Her sister was frowning. "What is your opinion, Miss Elizabeth?" said Darcy. She looked up. "Do share what you are thinking." She turned to Charles. "If your sister likes Mr. Elton, and if he is determined to court her, then we must go deeper. That is to say, we must cause Mr. Elton to be repellent to her. Removing him from her presence could well accomplish the opposite." "I don't see that at all," said Charles. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder," Darcy pointed out. "I don't believe that for a minute. You sound like my grandmother, Darcy. Why shouldn't I forbid him from calling?" Charles held up a hand. "I've already heard your opinion. What do you say, Miss Bennet?" "If she truly likes him, and yet she cannot see him as often as she wishes," said Jane, "she shall certainly miss him." "What is your opinion, Miss Elizabeth?" "Some people improve upon further acquaintance," she said. "Mr. Elton does not." "How so?" said Darcy. "Do enlighten us." This was deliberate provocation, but Darcy could not help himself. The temptation was irresistible.
Elizabeth said nothing. Darcy pressed his point. According to Bingley, this is war. Social niceties must therefore be set aside. Darcy reached for the coffee pot and refilled her cup. Coffee, he added quietly, will help alleviate your headache. She frowned at him. But how did... Finish your coffee. You'll feel better presently. Thank you, she whispered. Darcy then removed the coffee pot to the hearth, where it would keep warm. You were about to say, encouraged Charles. Elizabeth lowered her cup. Although he is an educated man, Mr. Elton has, for want of a better term, a small mind, that is to say, his interests centre on himself. Darcy lifted an eyebrow. Is this not true for most people? Elizabeth's smile appeared. In him it is pronounced. So you advise allowing him access to Miss Bingley? What good is that? Cried Charles. She'll like him more. What Miss Elizabeth means is that the more time your sister spends with him, the more she will grow to dislike him. He glanced to Elizabeth. Do I have this right? It is what I do myself. Close observation never fails to bring a gentleman's faults to light. A self-centered person, no matter how handsome or well-born he might be, is invariably tiresome. Darcy bit back a smile. Was this meant for him? Did she find him tiresome? He'd see that. But Mr. Elton is a vicar, protested Jane. He is a gentleman of character, surely. Even then, said Elizabeth, especially then. She turned to Darcy. As a man with considerable livings to bestow, I should hope that you are mindful to choose carefully. I am. You are not taken in by a pleasant demeanour and fulsome compliments? She was surprisingly earnest. Decidedly not, he said gravely. Why do you ask? Charles interrupted. We are drifting from the point. If we must bring Mr. Elton and Caroline together, how shall we do it? What do you suggest? There is your ball, said Elizabeth. Gad, he cried, why did I ever agree to such a thing? Because you wished to bring pleasure to your neighbours, said Jane. Well, he admitted, there is that. The cards of invitation have already gone out, said Darcy. There is no turning back. The fact that it is a masquerade presents a difficulty, said Elizabeth. It adds to the element of romance. Trust Caroline to think that. Therefore, said Elizabeth, we must help her to tire of Mr. Elton before the ball. As if that were possible. Charles counted off the days. We have until Saturday. There's not much time. My mother could host a card party, said Jane. Not a dinner, for there are too many of us. Charles wrinkled his nose. Elton is fond of cards, and he's rather skilled. Caroline enjoys partnering up with him. Remember, said Elizabeth, the more often he is with Miss Bingley, the more difficult it will be to find subjects for conversation. Save for his grandfather, the Earl, grumbled Charles. A card party answers nicely, said Darcy. And for the remaining days. What about an excursion? Said Jane. Charles's head came up. Excellent. Where to? A haunted castle. Where was it that Caroline was wild to go when we were in Yorkshire? A weeping spring? We have Roman ruins, although you might not find them impressive, said Elizabeth. I think they are, for to picture Roman soldiers marching about many hundreds of years ago stirs the imagination. But will they appeal to Miss Bingley? Said Darcy. Have you ruins of a haunted castle to explore? No castles, alas, and no spectres walk the attics at Longbourn. Elizabeth smiled a little. Any moans and wails come not from disembodied spirits, but from my younger sisters. Then the Roman ruins it is, cried Charles. The four of us in Darcy's landau, with Elton and my sisters, and Bertram, in another. What about Mr. Hurst? Said Jane. Shouldn't we include him? He won't want to come. It's not his style. "And Mr. Collins?" said Jane. "It would be impolite to exclude him." "You're right," said Bingley. "Although where can we put him?" "Mr. Elton has secured the use of Red Lion's whiskey." "Not for him and my sister, he hasn't." Darcy spoke up. "I'll ride. Collins may have my seat." He heard Elizabeth sigh. Was this not to her liking? He saw her take another sip of coffee. "That's settled," said Charles. "We have 2 more days. What else?" Jane Bennet brightened. "What do you think of a dancing party, held on one of the afternoons to enable us to practice our steps?" "Excellent," said Charles. "It's a jolly good thing that you came today, Miss Bennet. You are filled with good ideas." Jane and Mr. Bingley drew apart, talking together in a way that pleased Elizabeth. She was well content to be out of it. Mr. Darcy had left his seat in order to add wood to the fire. He returned with the coffee-pot and, uninvited, filled her empty cup. From beneath his brows he gave her a look. His message was unmistakable. Obediently, Elizabeth took a swallow. "Now then," he said quietly after resuming his seat, "what was it that you were saying earlier about the bestowal of livings?" "It was nothing." "It did not sound like nothing to me." "I spoke from irritation, no doubt brought on by the headache. Thank you for the coffee, by the way. It has helped." "You are very welcome. However, I shan't let you off." His dark eyes bored into hers. "Answer the question." Oh, heavens! Why would he not leave her alone? Why must he gaze at her like this? "Very well," she said reluctantly. "It's only that when I speak certain thoughts aloud, they sound rather petty." His smile appeared. The difference made by that smile was striking. "You know me well enough to know how fond I am of petty observations, if they are yours." Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat. Was this gallantry? Was Mr. Darcy flirting? "That is to say," he amended, "unlike Mr. Elton, you haven't a small mind." She said nothing. "Well?" he prompted. "If you must know, since becoming acquainted with Mr. Elton, and Mr. Collins and Mr. Wickham, I have been struck by how each of them are consumed with obtaining an easy, comfortable living. They talk on and on about the size of their parsonages and the prosperity of their parishes." "Material ambition is common to men." "Of course it is. I just never expected a clergyman, or one who wishes to become a clergyman, to speak of it so openly. Where does one cross the line into avarice and greed? How can such a man be trustworthy?" "For a piece of bread a man will transgress," he quoted. "Exactly. This does not square at all with our dear Mr. Robinson or his curate. Nor does it agree with what I read in the epistles. Suffer as a minister of the gospel? Not them." Another of Mr. Darcy's rare smiles appeared. "They would be hard-pressed to miss even one meal. I like the way you think." "Many would call it provincial." "They might," he agreed. "I, however, call it sincere." Charles spoke up. "We'll have the Roman ruins tomorrow, if the weather holds, and the card party on the following evening. For tonight, what do you say to taking after-dinner tea with us? Darcy can send his landau for you." "Our evening is free," said Elizabeth. "I'll send the invitation later this morning. Say, there'll be enough of us for dancing. Will you play for us, Miss Elizabeth?" "No," said Mr. Darcy firmly. "That is out of the question." Mr. Bingley began to protest. "She has the headache, Charles. Even if she were to play for us, we would have only 3 ladies. You could play." Mr. Darcy's brows descended. "For pity's sake, Charles, no." "His mother made him learn," Mr. Bingley said to Jane. "He plays rather well. Sings, too, if you can force him into it. I've only seen him yield to his sister's entreaties, but one never knows." Was Mr. Darcy grinding his teeth? "Of all the foolish, idiotic ideas," he growled. "You needn't join us tonight if you are not feeling up to it, Miss Elizabeth. Miss Mary or Miss Catherine may come in your stead." Elizabeth could not help but smile. She knew how Lydia would react to being left at home. "I rather look forward to coming," she told him, "if only to hear you play." "Good gad," he grumbled. "I'd rather face lions." Elizabeth twinkled at him. "I do understand. However, you would do well to gird up your loins and practice, sir, for I shan't let you off." "I didn't think you would," said Mr. Darcy glumly. Chapter 15. Too Marked to be Mistaken. Something was afoot. It was not yet 11, and yet Kitty and her mother were here in the drawing-room, working at stitchery. "Did you enjoy your ramble, Lizzie?" said Mrs. Bennet pleasantly. "We were wondering what had become of you and Jane. Now where has Mr. Collins gone? He was asking after you earlier." "Oh," said Elizabeth flatly. "Kitty, be a dear and fetch him. He is keen to speak with Elizabeth before Mr. Elton arrives." "But, mamma," said Elizabeth. "Now you are not to run off, Lizzie. If he has something to say, the least you can do is to hear it." There would be no escaping her mother. What could Mr. Collins want of her? Elizabeth found her book and sat down in a straight-backed chair. With many a wide smile, Mr. Collins came into the drawing-room. "Good morning, Cousin Elizabeth," he said. "You have been out." Would Mr. Collins ever learn to lower his voice? Elizabeth turned a page. "We have. It is a fine day for walking." "Most admirable," he said, "and healthful. Lady Catherine de Bourgh is dedicated to healthful practices. She recommends that I walk to Hunsford village instead of using the gig." Elizabeth kept her eyes focused on the page. "Does she indeed?" she said politely. "I assume she often does the same." "Since Rosings Park is so extensive as to size, she and her daughter use the carriage. However, Lady Catherine is of the opinion that a dutiful clergyman should be out and about among his parishioners. In this way he is best able to ascertain their most pressing concerns." "I see. Lady Catherine is mindful to oversee the welfare of her tenants. She is eager to hear the latest goings-on, no matter how trivial, so that she may offer assistance." In other words, her ladyship was fond of gossip, and Mr. Collins was her source for information. "Walking also displays humility." Mr. Collins paused, as if pleased with this idea. He turned to Mrs. Bennet. "My dear ma'am," he said, "may I solicit the honour of a private audience with your daughter Elizabeth?" Elizabeth's gaze flew to his face. What in the world? "But of course. I am sure Lizzie has not the least objection. Come, Jane, come, Kitty. I want you upstairs." And gathering her work together, Mrs. Bennet hurried them toward the door. "But Lizzie is unwell," said Jane. "She has the headache." "If she was able to stroll about the park for over an hour," said Mrs. Bennet crisply, "she is well enough to sit and converse with Mr. Collins." "But surely he has nothing to say that cannot be said in front of everyone," protested Elizabeth. Mrs. Bennet paused at the threshold. "Nonsense, Lizzie. I desire you will stay where you are and hear Mr. Collins." "But, mamma—" The drawing-room door closed on Elizabeth's words. Mr. Collins surged forward. He would have taken Elizabeth's hands in his if she hadn't thought to hide them behind her back. "Believe me, my dear," he said earnestly, "your modesty, so far from doing you any disservice, rather adds to your other perfections." Perfections? What was he talking about? Elizabeth brought a hand to her temple. Any improvement to her headache was gone. He brought a chair to face hers. "You can hardly doubt the purpose of my discourse. After all, my attentions have been too marked to be mistaken." His attentions? Elizabeth gave him a quelling look. But Mr. Collins was not one to take a hint.
Almost as soon as I entered the house, I singled you out as the companion of my future life." Why? She had given him no encouragement, absolutely none. "As you know, I came into Hertfordshire with the design of selecting a wife." Then, as if counting off the points of a lesson, he rambled on about his reasons for marrying. "In conclusion," he said at last, "my entrance into matrimony is the particular wish and recommendation of my noble patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh." Did he think she should be impressed by this? "Allow me to mention, my fair cousin, that the notice and kindness of Lady Catherine is among the best of the advantages in my power to offer." This was perhaps the truest thing Elizabeth had ever heard him say. She dared not meet his eyes, for fear she would laugh. "You will find her manners beyond anything I can describe," he said solemnly. "Mr. Darcy, her esteemed nephew, who has graced us with his friendship, is ample proof of her gentility and noble connections." This was hardly a recommendation. Was there no escaping Mr. Darcy? Jane would have her marry the man's cousin. Mr. Collins would have her become his aunt's dependent. "Your wit and vivacity," added Mr. Collins, "must be acceptable to her, especially when tempered with the silence and respect which her rank will inevitably excite." Here was his true opinion of her, although he had not meant to betray it. "As to fortune," he went on, "I am perfectly indifferent. I shall make no demand of that nature on your father, since I am well aware that it could not be complied with. £1,000 in the 4% is all that you may ever be entitled to." His frankness bordered on insolence. Elizabeth was stung into saying, "I must wonder, sir, at the nature of your so-called indifference. It seems to me that fortune matters very much to you." Mr. Collins held up a hand. "On that head," he said with another of his smiles, "I shall be uniformly silent. You may rest assured that no ungenerous reproach shall ever pass my lips when we are married." Elizabeth did not believe this for a minute. Her lack of fortune was cause for reproach. Was she to be ashamed of her present circumstances? She could no longer keep silent. "You are too hasty, sir," she said. "You forget that I have made no answer. Let me do so at once. I am sensible of the honour of your proposals, but it is impossible for me to do otherwise than decline." Mr. Collins' smile was undimmed. "Perhaps I have spoken too soon and have taken you unawares," he said pleasantly. "It is usual with young ladies to reject the addresses of the man whom they secretly mean to accept, when he first applies for their favour. Furthermore—" The drawing-room door came open to admit Hile. "Mr. Darcy has come, miss," she said. "He wishes to know whether you are at home." "Yes," cried Elizabeth. "Yes, indeed I am." Mr. Collins protested. "Come now, sir, I cannot refuse to admit Mr. Darcy. What would Lady Catherine de Bourgh say?" He brightened. "Very true. How perceptive you are, my dear. Understand that I am by no means discouraged by what you have just said." Elizabeth's hand rested on the arm of the chair. Mr. Collins covered it with one of his own and held on. "When I do myself the honour of speaking to you again on this subject," he said, "I shall hope to receive a more favourable answer. After all, you have not considered the truth of your situation. Your portion is so small that it will likely undo the effects of your loveliness and amiable qualities. I should wonder if you shall ever receive another offer of marriage." Elizabeth heard Mr. Darcy cough politely. Mr. Collins gave a start, and she was able to pull her hand free. Her gaze flew to Mr. Darcy's face. How much had he heard? "Good morning, Mr. Darcy," she managed to say. "Won't you sit down?" There could be no mistaking the distress in Elizabeth's eyes. What had he interrupted? Darcy made his bow and fixed his gaze on Collins. Without a doubt, the trouble lay with him.
Under Darcy's scrutiny, the man wilted. Soon he was twisting his fingers in a hand-washing gesture. "It is an honour, sir," Collins fairly squeaked, "to receive your august presence among us, even if it is rather early for morning calls." He gave an awkward laugh. "I have come to beg Miss Elizabeth for the loan of music sheets," said Darcy gravely. "I also brought with me an invitation from Charles Bingley. This one is for Elton. Here is yours." Mr. Collins broke the seal and spread the sheet. "For tonight, is it? I shall be delighted to accept. My carriage will be sent for Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, and Miss Mary. You and Mr. Elton may join them if you like." "Mary is also invited," whispered Elizabeth. "I trust she does not object to dancing," he whispered back. "Mary enjoys dancing as much as anyone, but she usually obliges at the pianoforte." "Not tonight. I have decided to acquiesce to your demand. I shall play this evening." Elizabeth looked startled. "It wasn't a demand," she faltered. "I was only teasing. I should be happy to play if you'd rather not." He smiled. "There is no escaping it now. The trouble is this. Bingley's sisters do not possess the requisite selection of country dances. With 5 couples, reels would be best, don't you think?" Elizabeth rose to her feet and went to the pianoforte. Darcy followed. "It goes without saying," he added, "that I would prefer to play those that are easiest." Mr. Collins crossed the room to join them. "Your gracious aunt, my patroness, shall be pleased to learn of your presence among us, and also of this wondrous invitation. With your leave, I intend to mention it in my next letter." "An excellent notion. Do not allow me to deter you from that, Mr. Collins. If you make haste, you should be able to post your letter today." Collins gave another awkward laugh. "I was not intending to write the letter until later in the week." "I am surprised at you," said Darcy. "Why should you delay what you so clearly believe will bring pleasure to Lady Catherine?" He gave Collins a steady look. "This is not a suggestion," he said softly. "Ah, well, that is, of course, sir," Collins stammered. I shall correspond straightway." "See that you do." Darcy strode to the drawing-room door and opened it. After Collins went out, he closed it and rounded on Elizabeth. "What just happened?" "Why, nothing." "I'll not be fobbed off. Something has happened here. Why were you alone with him? Where are your mother and sisters?" "I do not know. Upstairs, I think." Darcy came nearer. "Why was Collins holding your hand?" "It was not my idea. None of this was. Mamma insisted that I remain and hear what he had to say." "Great Scott! Was he proposing?" Her alarm was all the confirmation Darcy needed. "He was. I trust you refused him." "Of course. Upon my word, you cannot expect me to answer you." "I can, and I do," he said grimly. "We are in league together, if you recall." "That does not excuse an improper topic for conversation, sir." He laughed. "Oh, but I think it does. It occurs to me that if you did refuse Collins, he has not comprehended it." She sighed heavily. "I should hope that if you are ever refused, a thing which I dare say will not happen, given your fortune and social position, that you will accept it with good grace." "Did Collins rant at you?" "He believes me to be trifling with him, after the manner of elegant females." "So he has not given up, in spite of— How did he so charmingly put it? Your small portion." Again Elizabeth sighed. "You heard that?" "I did. What did he mean by it?" "Apparently because my settlement is so small, a thing he is magnanimous enough to overlook, I might never receive another offer of marriage." "He said that to you?" She pressed her palms to her cheeks. "My unruly tongue! What must you think of me? I should not be telling you any of this." Darcy lowered his voice. "Are you in need of assistance?" "I am able to take care of myself." There was a pause. "I do not see how you can possibly be of help. He thinks that once I curb my tendency for wit and vivacity, I shall be acceptable to Lady Catherine.
The devil you will! What an idiot! How is your headache?
It has returned with a vengeance, no thanks to him.
You have the headache, and he decides to propose. A knacky notion. Come, you ought to sit down. He led the way to a sofa. She sank into it with a sigh.
At first he was set on having Jane, which is hardly a surprise. Mamma suggested an exchange, and he was willing. But we should not be having this conversation.
Darcy took a seat beside her. He expected you to be receptive to his advances. Thanking heaven, fasting for a good man's love. She gave a gurgle of laughter.
What a dreadful quotation!
Euripides has his uses.
As my father's heir, Mr. Collins is determined to do his duty.
Aided by the fact that you are remarkably beautiful.
I am not. Good gracious, you shouldn't flatter me with idle compliments.
Who said it was an idle compliment? Collins would hardly be a man if he weren't bowled over by your loveliness. As for your other qualities, he hasn't the intelligence to appreciate them, nor, might I add, does my esteemed aunt. He paused, frowning. How are you feeling? Shall I ring for coffee?
No, thank you. I'll be better directly. Truly, you ought to leave, if we are discovered alone together.
Darcy could not help but smile. We continue to pile up compromising situations, you and I. She brought a hand to her cheek.
Pray do not remind me.
Would you like me to inform Collins that his intentions are unwelcome? I am more than willing to. The opening of the drawing-room door cut him off. In came Mrs. Bennet, smiling from ear to ear.
"Well, Lizzie," she cried, "have you news for us?" "No, mamma," she said. "Here, as you see, is Mr. Darcy."
He rose to his feet and made a bow. Mrs. Bennet's face was a study in perplexity.
"But where is Mr. Collins?"
Darcy answered her. "I believe he is working on a letter to Lady Catherine, ma'am, pursuant to my request. I have come with an invitation for your 3 eldest daughters from Mr. Bingley."
"From Mr. Bingley? For the 3 eldest?"
Darcy presented the sealed note.
"Lizzie,"
whispered Mrs. Bennet behind her hand,
"what of Mr. Collins? Haven't you something to tell us?"
"No, mamma," said Elizabeth mildly. Mrs. Bennet gaped at her, and then transferred her attention to Bingley's invitation.
"My gracious," she said, reading it, "please tell Mr. Bingley that my girls shall be delighted to accept."
"Mr. Darcy has come to borrow music for dancing," said Elizabeth.
"If that is the case, it is good that Mr. Bingley has invited Mary," said Mrs. Bennet. "She knows many of the most popular tunes."
"Miss Mary is to dance, not play," said Darcy. "I have been consigned to that task." He turned to Elizabeth. "Would you kindly direct me to those that are easiest?"
"With pleasure, sir."
Elizabeth rose to her feet and returned to the pianoforte. She selected a sheet.
"This one answers nicely, although it is not a reel."
Darcy took it from her. "Dissembling love. That's rather timely, is it not? Shall we give it a try?" He opened the instrument, sat down, and spread his fingers over the keys. "Pardon my deficiencies. I have not read music in a long while." Elizabeth brought forward a chair and sat beside him.
"These measures are the most troublesome," she said, pointing. "I shamelessly slur through those 16th notes."
"Ah, then I shall do the same." He played through the first page and stopped. "I see what you mean. Where else should I be on my guard?" Elizabeth did not answer right away.
"You play rather well," she said at last. "In fact, very well."
"My dear mother would be delighted to hear it," said Darcy. "It was she who made me practice all those years ago. Georgiana is the musical one."
"I beg to disagree. You have been hiding your light under a bushel, sir."
"And you," he countered, "should not flatter me with idle compliments." A twinkle showed that she acknowledged the hit.
"Who said it was an idle compliment?"
she flung back. "Touché," murmured Darcy.
Elizabeth brought forward another sheet. "What can you do with this one? I must warn you, none of us have been able to master it."
Darcy laughed softly. "A challenge, is it? Do you mean to frighten me?" She did. The sparkle in her eyes confirmed it. "I must warn you," he went on. "My courage always rises at every attempt to intimidate me."
"Of course it does," said Elizabeth, smiling. "Fee, fi, fo, fum."
He turned to face her fully. "I beg your pardon?"
"It is nothing."
"There's that word again."
"It's only a little joke of mine," she said. "When first I met you, I pictured you as an ogre."
His brows went up. "As well you might," he grumbled. "If you'll permit me to reprimand Collins as his insolence deserves, you'll have ample proof of that."
"Fight him, do you mean?"
"You wouldn't dare." Darcy's lips twisted into a wry smile. "Try me, Miss Elizabeth. Try me." Chapter 16. Did I mention? That night, Darcy's resolve held firm, even when Elizabeth insisted that he allow her to take a turn at the pianoforte. He smilingly refused.
"You are ungracious, sir,"
she told him. "Only one of us needs to suffer. Tonight it is my lot."
"It's just that playing is preferable to dancing a second time, with a certain gentleman."
Darcy leaned in. "Is he bothering you?"
"Not unduly. You shortened the length of that particular set. Thank you."
She noticed. "Shall we suspend the dancing?" He saw Elizabeth's gaze travel to where Charles and Jane Bennet stood together.
"Not on my account. There are others enjoying themselves."
Darcy indicated the stack of music sheets. "Have you a favourite among these?"
"I have always liked La Rose."
He found the sheet and set it on the music stand. "Without violins and viola, it will be, shall we say, sadly unimpressive," he pointed. "That series of notes can be glossed over easily enough."
"You have glossed over nothing tonight."
His smile widened into a grin. "But I have. You were not attending. No doubt it was when Mr. a certain gentleman was stepping on your toes." She gave a gurgle of laughter.
"That explains it."
Darcy lowered his voice. "Is he insisting on another dance?"
"He is, but you needn't worry. If he steps on my feet again, I might well give him a kick."
Darcy laughed. "Good for you. Give him the what for?"
"I am only funning," she confessed. "Truly, it would never do to be so mean-spirited."
"Even if he deserves it, you are better than I, Miss Elizabeth."
"Do you think so? I wonder."
Smiling, she drifted away. Darcy returned to studying La Rose. Why he had agreed to play tonight was a mystery, even to himself. There was no surer path to ridicule. Effusive praise was even worse. He'd had plenty of that from Caroline Bingley. A slight sound caught Darcy's attention, and he glanced up. This was perhaps not the best response, for he encountered Caroline's gaze. At once she came across the room.
"Had I known that you were so skilled," she said, "I would have insisted that we play duets together."
As if Darcy would allow that to happen. "I have no desire to make a spectacle of myself, thank you," he said quietly.
"I must protest, Mr. Darcy. This is too much modesty. You ought to play pieces worthy of your talent. Schubert or Mozart or Haydn would be perfect."
"Thank you, but no."
"We have a duet by Franz Schubert that would be ideal."
Heedless of his disapproval, she began paging through a music book that lay on the instrument. Confound the woman. She so obviously expected him to fall in with her plans. Hadn't she learned that he was nothing like her compliant brother? "Surely you recognize that I have been playing only simple country dances."
"But you play them so dexterously, sir."
Darcy gave a sharp laugh. "Hardly."
"If you are in need of instruction, I am happy to oblige."
This was paired with a saucy look. Where was Elton? He'd been hovering about earlier like a moth to a flame, and now, when his presence would be useful, there was no sign of the man. There he was, at the other end of the drawing-room, speaking with Mary Bennet and Elizabeth. Darcy's lips twisted into a smile. An idea presented itself, one that Caroline Bingley would certainly dislike. He was too annoyed with her to care. "You are too kind," he told her. "Would you be willing to play La Rose, or do I ask too much?" Her response was to flutter her lashes. "It would be my pleasure. In its entirety, I mean," he added. "It would be no trouble at all." "Thank you." Darcy rose to his feet, which brought a frown. Apparently, Caroline envisioned sitting close beside him at the instrument. "I would rather like to dance," he said. "Just for this one set, I promise." As he strolled away, he could feel her eyes boring into his back. Still smiling, he pulled on his gloves. She was in for more disappointment, for he meant to dance with Elizabeth. "Look there," he heard Elton explain. "Miss Bingley is to play for us. How like her to extend such a selfless offer, meaning no offence," he added when he caught sight of Darcy. "She is a very talented performer." Collins came bounding up. "My dear cousin," he cried, "do not forget our promised second dance." Darcy took hold of Elizabeth's gloved hand. "Another time, Mr. Collins. She is promised to me." "But I am not—" protested Elizabeth. Darcy gave her a speaking look and turned to nod politely to Collins. He went shuffling away. "You should not be singling me out," she whispered. "Surely Mrs. Hurst or Jane or Mary—" "I dance with you or with no one," he said quietly. Her eyes flew to his. What else could Darcy do but smile? "Shall we?" He led her to the centre of the floor and took up a position in the long ways set. "Botheration," he heard her mutter. "What is this?" he said. "I haven't yet stepped on your toes." She gave a huff. "It's just that I promised myself that I would never dance with you." "Not ever? Now who is the ogre?" Elizabeth broke out laughing. "I promise to be on my best behaviour," he went on. "I shan't squeeze your hand in a meaningful way, or flutter my lashes." "Or give eloquent compliments in abundance," she added merrily. "Not one flattering remark shall leave my lips, such as, for instance, about how lovely you look tonight, or how the blue of your sash exactly matches your eyes. Cerulean, I believe that shade is called." He paused. "You are wearing a new ornament." "The pearl. It is my mother's." "Very nice. Do you know, my mother's sapphires would be just the—" "Would be just the thing." Had he almost said that? The shock nearly sent Darcy reeling. Yet, to be fair, it was a true and honest assessment. Her white gown was simple, his mother's necklace and earrings, glittering in the candlelight, would be the perfect complement. Even without the jewels, Elizabeth was lovely. A beautiful English rose. He could search throughout the kingdom and never find her equal. "Is this your best behaviour?" she said. "I find you incorrigible, sir." "Alas, you are not alone in that opinion." The opening measures of La Rose interrupted. Caroline played in a staccato style, as if to emphasize every note. Clearly, she was not happy. The remaining couples took their positions. Mrs. Hurst and Elton were the first couple. "Ha!" said her husband to no one in particular. "I am without a partner. Excellent. All this moving about is exhausting." He wandered to the sideboard and filled a glass. Darcy made his bow to Elizabeth. "I ought to inform you that you are under a misapprehension. This dance is not solely about pleasure. We have business to discuss, you and I." As intended, this caught her by surprise. "What do you mean?" "League business. We must assess whether tonight's objective was successful." They were parted in the dance. Caroline kept an accelerated tempo. Elizabeth was fairly skipping through the steps. "A galloping pace," she remarked as she took a turn. "Shame on you for obliging Miss Bingley to play." She offered. So did I, and I was roundly refused. But I wished to dance with you. Only to discuss league business, she said laughingly. That, too, there is also the element of my safety. It was now their turn to dance down the line and back. Safety, cried Elizabeth, as soon as they were together again. I cannot pretend that is a compliment, sir. The next time we dance together, he pointed out, you could be wearing a helm and carrying a spear. That foolish costume! I dare say I'll freeze to death before I dance with anyone. Mamma would have me wear yards of white muslin over my dress. My arms will be left bare in November. Poor Athena! Have you greaves to wear as protection against a certain gentleman? Mr. Collins' presence is required in Kent, so he will be unable to attend the ball. However, he is keen to join us for the expedition tomorrow, if we go through with it. Why should we not? It has been raining for the past hour. Has it? You were not attending, being occupied with glossing over those notes. No doubt, said Darcy, smiling. But to return to our assessment, have we been successful tonight? I do not know. Mr. Bertram does not seem taken with Miss Bingley. I agree. Poor Charles. Presently, and with a crashing crescendo, Caroline Bingley brought La Rose to an end. At once she abandoned the instrument and came sailing across the drawing-room. Darcy knew his duty and moved to meet her. Very nicely done, Miss Bingley. I salute you. You and Miss Eliza Bennet make a lovely couple, she observed archly. All through the dance she could scarcely keep her fine eyes from gazing at you. Darcy laughed softly. She would have to look my way in order to avoid a collision. What a fortunate happenstance. I thought so, yes. Did you indeed? Caroline's tone was sharp. Her fine eyes were particularly lovely tonight. Oh, certainly, by design, no doubt. Caroline's eyes narrowed. When am I to wish you joy, sir? She had provoked him like this before. Darcy was weary of it. Sooner rather than later, he said gravely. I beg your pardon. You heard me. Darcy made a polite bow and returned to the pianoforte. She followed. You cannot be serious. Such a delightful family circle. Your dear mother-in-law shan't allow you a moment's peace. Darcy took his seat and selected a sheet of music. You have a habit of asking questions, Miss Bingley, and then disliking the answers you receive. I wonder that you continue the practice. There was silence as she digested this. You, sir, she said, are insolent. Come now, were you expecting otherwise? Darcy played the beginning measures to summon the dancers. He then turned to Caroline. As to insolence, I have it on the highest authority, ma'am, that I am an ogre. Who dared say such a thing? Darcy knew he should not smile, but he could not help himself. Miss Elizabeth Bennet. The expression on Caroline Bingley's face would have curdled milk. Chapter 17. Restrain the Wind. The following morning was fine and bright. Mr. Bingley sent word that the expedition would depart from Longbourn at 11. Kitty and Lydia had pleaded with their father for the use of the coach, and this enabled them to join the party. I do wish the officers would accompany us, said Lydia. Think how splendid it would be to have a mounted escort. Elizabeth was occupied with tying the ribbons of her bonnet. Mr. Darcy plans to ride, she remarked. But not Mr. Bingley, surely, said Mrs. Bennet. He'd like to be in one of the carriages with our Jane. Lydia gave a giggle. Seated smash against her, like when we squeeze in to attend an assembly. Mind you do not snub Mr. Collins, Lizzie, added Mrs. Bennet. He leaves for Kent on Saturday, and I do not like to see you avoid him. Yes, mamma. I still do not see why the officers should not come. I know. We can send Ned with a note to their camp, and they can meet us at the ruin. This is Mr. Bingley's party, not ours,
said Elizabeth. "Then why is Charlotte Lucas coming?" Jane asked him to include her, and he agreed. She did the same for you and Kitty. "Then Jane can jolly well ask for the officers as well. Look, if Charlotte can come," Kitty interrupted. "Who cares about the officers? They haven't visited us all week." "That is because of the lies Mr. Elton told about dear Wickham. And now, if Sarah is to be believed, he is often in Mrs. King's sitting-room, courting Mary King. She isn't even pretty. I dare say if she hadn't inherited that whopping fortune, he wouldn't look twice at her."
Mr. Elton spoke up. "A man must have something to live on, Miss Lydia. What I told your father about George Wickham were not lies."
"We shall see the officers at Mr. Bingley's ball," said Kitty.
"Without their red coats," said Elizabeth, smiling. "Shall any of us be able to recognize them?" Such a thing had not occurred to Lydia.
"Oh, they must wear their regimentals. Who cares about costumes?"
It was almost 11, so Elizabeth went into the vestibule to wait. Lydia and Mr. Elton followed. Charlotte arrived just as Mr. Collins came bounding down the stairs.
"I am not late, am I? Thank goodness. How beautiful you look this morning, Cousin Elizabeth. Is that a new dress?" "Ha," said Lydia. "That old thing. Lizzie ought to care more about her appearance, but she never listens to me. You can be sure that Miss Bingley will not appear in shabby attire."
"Miss Bingley is lovely always," said Mr. Elton. "Absolutely lovely."
"I dare say you would like to ride in the same carriage," teased Lydia, "squeezed tight against her."
Was Mr. Elton blushing? It was time to turn the conversation before Lydia embarrassed them all. "Given the nature of our outing," said Elizabeth, "I thought it best not to risk one of my newer dresses. My pelisse will conceal this quite nicely." Mrs. Bennet came into the vestibule.
"Mind you do not tramp in the mud, Lizzie. Mr. Collins will not like that."
"Miss Elizabeth shall receive no censure from me," he cried. "I find her interest in antiquities charming." The sound of wheels on the gravelled carriage drive announced the Bingleys' arrival. Gloves were drawn on, cloaks were fastened, and the ribbons of bonnets were tidied. Hile opened the main door, and out they all went into the sunshine. Caroline Bingley and her brother emerged to direct them to their respective seats.
"Charles and I have it all arranged," she announced.
Mr. Darcy looked down from his horse. "Good morning," he said quietly to Elizabeth. Caroline consulted her list.
"Now then, here in the Bennets' coach, we have Charles and Louisa and Miss Lucas and Miss Mary."
"And Miss Bennet," said her brother. "You cannot forget her."
"Very well, Miss Bennet shall join you. Miss Mary, it is a very good thing that you are so slim."
Caroline returned to her paper.
"In Mr. Darcy's landau, we have Mr. Elton and Mr. Bertram, and Miss Elizabeth and myself."
"What about me?" cried Mr. Collins.
"You shall drive the Red Lion's whiskey. Miss Catherine and Miss Lydia are your passengers." "No fair," protested Lydia. "3 in a gig, crammed together." "It was Mr. Darcy's idea," said Caroline loftily. "If you have an objection, I suggest you take it up with him."
Lydia's lips formed into a pout, but she said nothing more. Elizabeth's heart warmed. Mr. Darcy had taken the trouble to keep her away from Mr. Collins. His landau had the hood down, the better for its occupants to enjoy the autumn sunshine. Elizabeth chose the rear-facing seat. With a smile, Mr. Bertram sat beside her. Although he wore a hat, his hair shone golden in the sun. Elizabeth averted her gaze, and she became occupied with smoothing her gloves. Here was a gentleman who was everything he should be, well-born, handsome, and pleasant. Her fascination with Mr. Darcy was nonsensical. She glanced over at him. Sure enough, his dark eyes were watchful. Soon they were away, leaving Mrs. Bennet to flutter her handkerchief in farewell. "A lovely day for an outing," remarked Mr. Bertram. Caroline Bingley was of a different opinion. "What care we for a tumble-down ruin, even if it is Roman? We have all been to Bath, for goodness sake."
"Your brother tells me that it was Miss Bennet's suggestion," said Mr. Elton. "You know how eager he is to please her." "How silly of me. Of course she would long to see it. I expect she has never been to Bath." "My father is not fond of travel," said Elizabeth quietly. "My dear Miss Eliza, how I pity you! How much you miss!" "I think it's an excellent plan to see the ruins, even if they do turn out to be unimpressive," said Mr. Bertram. "We've been shut up inside for far too long." "We would not be so if we were in London. How I miss the theatre and musical entertainments." "In November?" said Mr. Bertram. "Everyone is in the country at this time of year." "Save for those who live in the shadow of their manufactories." Caroline gave a sidelong look to Elizabeth. It was impossible to mistake her inference. Of course she meant Elizabeth's uncle. "Such persons are necessary to the prosperity of the empire," Mr. Elton pointed out, "but they are not genteel. It is better that they remain in London where they belong." Elizabeth did not know where to look. The man's smug smile was infuriating. Tom Bertram looked uncomfortable, which was a surprise. "Speaking of the country," said Caroline, "do tell us about your family." "There isn't much to tell," Mr. Bertram said mildly. "I wouldn't wish to bore you." "Nonsense. Your father is a baronet of some consequence, and your family possesses a considerable estate." She gave a pointed look to Elizabeth. "Weren't you telling us that your brother is a rector? Moreover, Mr. Darcy is your relation. That is certainly something. It's easy to see how highly he thinks of you." "Darcy is my second cousin, so we're not closely related at all. As to thinking highly of me, my behaviour as a younger man did nothing to recommend me to his notice." "But you have seen the error of your ways," said Caroline pleasantly, "and that of your sisters as well." Elizabeth did not understand the reference, but Tom Bertram certainly did. His unease was palpable. What a tactless subject for conversation. "The ruins we are to see today consist of several Roman walls," Elizabeth hastened to say. "They intrigue the imagination, being so ancient and yet still with us." Caroline smiled politely. "After we have wandered about for a bit, Charles means to take us into the nearest town and treat us to a meal. That should be lovely." Mr. Bertram was still downcast. "Kitty was telling us that your mother raises pugs," said Elizabeth encouragingly. He gave her a grateful smile. "She does. It is a delightful occupation for her." Caroline Bingley sniffed. "My mother is somewhat of an invalid," he explained, "and her dogs bring her comfort. They are sweet companions." "How interesting for her," said Caroline. "I wonder, how did Miss Catherine learn of your mother's fascination with dogs?" Mr. Bertram turned to Elizabeth. "Was it when the badger was trapped in the vestibule?" Mr. Elton struck his hands together. "Collins told me about that. A capital bit of fun. Did Mrs. Bennet shriek and carry on? I dare say she did." "Once she realized that she would come to no harm," said Mr. Bertram. "She responded as a gentlewoman should, and she even laughed a little. Mrs. Bennet," he added, "is a sweet lady. She reminds me of my mother." The story of the badger then came pouring out, much to Caroline's delight. "Such a ramshackle household," she cried. "So provincially undignified. That's nothing to when bats nested in an unused chimney at Mansfield. Our old butler decided to light a fire, and out they came. Round and round the hall they circled, flapping just above our heads and uttering squeaks. Edmund and I chased after them with brooms, as if that would be helpful. I never saw father laugh so hard." "Indeed," said Caroline. "All sorts of things happen in large country houses," said Mr. Elton. "My neighbour, Knightley, of Donwell Abbey, you know, left one of his library windows ajar, and in walked a deer." "Nothing like that happens in London," said Caroline, "thank goodness." "Only rats in the kitchen and such," said Tom Bertram. "Rats? Ask your housekeeper. There are plenty of secrets in a London house." Walled ruins, like a garden maze, gave concealment without obscuring the sound of the human voice. Thus Darcy found himself squiring both Elizabeth and Mary, while being privy to a conversation between Charles and his sister. "Now where has Bertram got to? He was just here. Am I his keeper? I neither know nor care. As for Miss Elizabeth," said Caroline, "Mr. Bertram seems quite taken with her. He danced with her twice last night." "He would have to do so, given the small number of couples," said Charles. Darcy's steps halted. There was no way to move beyond this section of the ruin without betraying their position, including the fact that they were eavesdropping. He and the Bennets would have to wait it out. "I know what you are up to," said Caroline, "and it will never do. I have no intention of aligning our family with that of a disgraced baronet and his daughters. Tom Bertram is not disgraced." Charles' voice rarely reflected irritation, but it did so now. "He is by association. He is a good man, Carol. Besides, a title is a title. If he likes you, you would do well to bear this in mind. Hasn't becoming a titled lady been your ambition?" "I have no desire to become the future Lady Bertram, thank you. How galling to be subject to gossip and speculation." "Why ever not? London is filled with gentlemen who retain both title and precedence, regardless of scandal, real or imaginary." "You heard what Mr. Hurst said. The scandal is real enough." "If you are unable to recognize Tom Bertram's worth, then the loss is yours." "My loss," she said primly, "would be Miss Elizabeth Bennet's gain." There was a pause. "I think he likes her, Charles. We ought to do a little matchmaking. She might never get a husband otherwise." Darcy could sense Elizabeth's growing discomfort. To exchange glances would embarrass her, so he did not look her way. "That will be for her to decide. If Bertram likes her, that is," said Charles. "I'll have no part in pushing him in her direction." "I do wish you would ask Georgiana Darcy to join us at Netherfield. She would adore our ball." "Why? Would you like Miss Darcy to become better acquainted with Bertram?" "How unpleasant you are today. She would enjoy a masquerade, as would any young woman her age. It is a private ball, not a society event." Caroline gave a trill of scornful laughter. "There is no one here to impress." Darcy set his teeth. Bring his sister into the company of Wickham? "Oh dear," whispered Elizabeth. Did she sense his discomfort? "We ought to leave," added Mary softly. "Agreed," Darcy murmured. "Doing so without betraying our presence will be difficult." Charles's voice took on a lighter tone. "What with the expedition today, and the ball, and Miss Bennet's card party tomorrow, we have not been bored one bit." "Speak for yourself," said Caroline. "Who wants to drive to Longbourn to play cards? We can do that at Netherfield." "Darcy is eager to go. He wishes to play chess with Miss Elizabeth." "Surely she has forgotten that foolish challenge." Darcy could not help but smile. He felt Elizabeth's eyes studying him. "Of course you haven't," he whispered. "Neither have I." Collins's voice came sailing across the ruin. "Oh, Miss Mary!" he called. His face appeared in one of the wall's gaps. "There you are. Miss Catherine is looking for you. Have no fear, Miss Elizabeth. In your sister's absence I shall remain as chaperone." Darcy was not flattered by the inference and said so. Collins was undeterred. "My sweet cousin's honour is worth any sacrifice, good sir." Charles and his sister came through another gap in the wall. Did they guess that they had been overheard? Apparently not. Caroline gave Elizabeth a studied look. "I see that you are enjoying your ramble," she said. "Your gown tells the tale with particular eloquence." Elizabeth glanced down at her hem. "It rather does, I'm afraid." "What does?" said Tom's voice. He joined them, with Miss Bennet and Mrs. Hurst on each arm. "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," said Mrs. Hurst, "has an affinity for mud." She would have to in order to properly explore the ruin, said Darcy. Caroline gave a nickering laugh. It was so when she walked all the way to Netherfield, do you recall? Her petticoat was at least 6 inches deep in it. I think, said Tom defiantly, that her lack of concern for appearance is refreshing. After all, it is only mud. I expect it will wash out. He sent a smile in Elizabeth's direction. Great heaven, what was this? Could Caroline Bingley be right? Was Tom smitten with Elizabeth? She returned Tom's smile, sure enough. Darcy felt his lip begin to curl in derision, and he hastened to suppress it. Was the shine in Elizabeth's eyes due to gratitude, or was Darcy about to be cut out by his idiotic younger cousin, who perhaps was not such an idiot after all? Chapter 18. In This Moment. Elizabeth walked away, but apparently she had not reckoned with Collins. The man was determined to be helpful. "The ground here is frightfully uneven," he announced, and he offered his arm to her. "Do allow me." "I'd rather not, thank you," Darcy heard her say. "If one of us should fall, we would both go down like ninepins." The irritation in her voice was pleasing. Darcy knew he should not smile at the man's discomfiture, but there it was. Collins was not one to give up easily. "Wouldn't you enjoy seeing more of the ruin? My education, you know, has equipped me to be an excellent guide to Roman fortifications." "I dare say it has. However, I prefer to wander on my own." Darcy saw Collins heave a sigh. What a fellow for dramatic display! Elizabeth moved on, and Darcy did likewise. He would not disturb her, but neither would he allow Collins to interfere with her solitude. "There you are," called Elton. "I must say, Collie, this has been a charming week." Unfortunately, Darcy's position near the wall enabled him to hear more of their conversation than he liked. "Yes, altogether charming," Elton went on. "How I thank you for persuading me to remain in Meryton." Darcy folded his arms across his chest. What was it about this sight that enabled voices to carry so clearly? "Moreover," said Elton, "the masquerade ball promises to be a delight." "Pray do not remind me," cried Collins. "Oh, to have a curate to conduct my Sunday service. Without a replacement, Lady Catherine refuses to give consent." "Short-sighted of you, given your ambitions here. Rome was not built in a day, nor are matrimonial alliances. The solution is simple. Provide her ladyship with a truly splendid pulpiteer." "On such short notice? Impossible." "Well now, that depends," said Elton. "You remember Tripp. He won prizes for sermonizing with that golden voice of his. I've had a letter from him. At the moment he is with friends in Kent. Rather low on funds, Tripp is. I dare say he'd step in, for a price." "Do you think he would?" "I could write to him if you like. Sent by express, of course. He'd receive it by tomorrow morning, if not before. Feels, truly. A generous honorarium should clinch it." "Generous, you say? As much as £2? Make it 10. Tripp is usually rather hard up." "So much?" "Collie, some women spend that for a hat. I dare say Miss Bingley does. Write to your Lady Catherine by express. She'll be overjoyed to have such a splendid replacement. You know how well Tripp looks in his vestments." Collins began to protest, but Elton interrupted. "Given the nature of your, project, time and finesse are called for." Darcy resisted the temptation to glance at Collins. "When it comes to courtship, women are notoriously fickle," he heard Collins admit. "I had no idea." "Faint heart never won fair lady, old fellow. Come along, it's only a few pounds. Not more than 15, surely." "As much as that?" "A worthwhile investment, I say. After all, Miss Elizabeth is uncommonly pretty and very pleasant. She'll adorn your parsonage admirably." Not if Darcy had any say in the matter. Elizabeth was mindful to direct her steps well away from the others. Who were these people? A scant 2 months ago she did not know they existed. Charles Bingley was a nameless tenant who had taken Netherfield Park. William Collins was merely her father's heir, blissfully remote and unknown. Caroline Bingley, Mrs. Hurst, Philip Elton, and even Fitzwilliam Darcy were strangers. Yet here she was, trapped in their midst, overhearing their confidences and dodging their matrimonial schemes and snubs. It was for Jane's sake that she put up with them. Jane had a chance at true happiness with Charles Bingley. Elizabeth glanced over her shoulder. There stood Mr. Darcy, stern and silent as a sentinel. He was not looking her way. Unfortunately, Mr. Collins was. He gave a friendly wave. She resolutely turned her back on him. Before her lay a wide pool of muddy water. It offered a welcome escape. At heart, Mr. Collins was a timid man. He would not risk soiling his shoes to follow her. A series of stones provided a pathway. Elizabeth set her teeth and jumped to the first one. Success! "Miss Elizabeth!" cried Mr. Collins. Botheration! Was he intending to follow her? Elizabeth eyed the next stone. It appeared sturdy enough. "Go away, Mr. Collins," she muttered, and made the leap. Unfortunately, the stone proved to be unsteady. As soon as her foot landed, the stone shifted and Elizabeth was thrown off balance. Incredibly, she felt herself falling. She hit the muddy water with a splash. Mr. Collins gave a shriek. Then came the sound of footfalls sloshing toward her through the water. Before Elizabeth could struggle to her feet, she felt strong arms lift her. "Go away, Mr. Collins," she said. "I can manage this myself." But it was not Mr. Collins who held her. It was Mr. Darcy. "Are you hurt?" he said softly. "Did you strike your head?" "I am fine, aside from my pride. Gracious, I am covered with mud. You ought to put me down." "Presently," he said. Elizabeth knew she should not lean against Mr. Darcy's shoulder. She should not appreciate the easy strength with which he carried her, nor should she be enjoying the masterful way in which he pushed aside propriety to help her. "Unhand my cousin," called Mr. Collins. "Meaning no disrespect, sir," he added, "but it is most improper." Elizabeth shared an amused look with Mr. Darcy. "I am ruining your beautiful clothes," she heard herself say. "My valet has little to do. This provides occupation." When they reached solid ground, Mr. Darcy set her on her feet. Elizabeth took a step away from him. "Ow!" she cried. Immediately he caught hold of her elbow. "You are hurt." "Only my ankle. It's nothing." "I'll be the judge of that." Before she could protest, he lifted her in his arms. "Put me down." "Not on your life." She tried to ignore the smile in his voice. "Where are you taking me?" "To my landau. I'd like to examine that ankle." "Mr. Darcy, no. Charlotte or Jane or Mary is able." He did not allow her to finish. "For pity's sake, I'd examine a horse that was hurt. I fail to see how this is any different." "Are you likening me to a horse?" His soft laugh was not unwelcome. "In all seriousness," she said, "must we provide more fodder for gossip? The state of my gown alone will amuse Miss Bingley for weeks." "Miss Bingley," he said, "may take herself to Hades." Elizabeth could not help it. She gave a gurgle of laughter. "You should not say such things to me." "If I were speaking to any other woman, I certainly wouldn't." Elizabeth did not know what to make of this, for Mr. Darcy's expression was not at all flirtatious. "I am able to hobble along," she protested. "This is not the first time I have twisted my ankle." "Would you deprive me of my chivalrous moment? Rescuing a damsel in distress does not often come my way, especially when one considers my ogre-like tendencies." In the sunlight, Mr. Darcy's eyes were a warm brown. How could she have thought him a monster? "Will you never forget that foolish remark?" "Now why should I do that? You alone have accurately discerned my true nature." Mr. Collins came trotting behind, breathing hard. "I must protest, Mr. Darcy. My cousin is wounded, and should be seen by the apothecary." "And so she shall. I will ride to summon him as soon as I ascertain whether the bone is broken." "I have merely twisted my ankle," said Elizabeth. "My sweet cousin, it lacerates my heart to see you suffer. You, my dear, are the epitome of bravery." Mr. Darcy said nothing, but it seemed to Elizabeth that he lengthened his strides. Did he intend to put her into his carriage? "See here," she protested. "I am covered with mud. It will smear everywhere." "This is my landau. I may do with it as I please." The vehicle rocked as he transferred her to the seat. "Let's have a look at that ankle. I'll just remove your shoe." "But the impropriety," she protested. "What will the others say?" Mr. Darcy's response was to call his coachman. "John, have the hood put up." The attendants hastened to do his bidding. Elizabeth's gloved hands were covered with mud. Even her bonnet had not escaped being splashed. She decided to remove it. "My poor hat is sadly crushed." "Better that than your head," said Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth found his lack of sympathy oddly reassuring. Once the hood was in place, Darcy knelt on the step. Elizabeth was in the process of removing her gloves. "What a disaster! This is all my fault." "It is the result of an accident," he said decidedly. "That may be, but I ought to have realized the risk. I was attempting to escape from Mr. Collins." "No one can blame you for that." "But in so doing I have spoiled the outing for everyone." "Not for me. I am rather enjoying myself. If I may have your foot, ma'am." Elizabeth gazed at him doubtfully. "Oh, very well," she said. "A sturdy boot," Darcy observed. "This may well have saved you from a worse injury." He untied the knot and gently slipped the boot from her foot. Of course, Collins was not content to remain in the background. He circled the landau to the other side and peered in. When he saw Darcy holding Elizabeth's ankle, he gave an affronted gasp. "I'll not remove her stocking," Darcy grumbled. "Bruising will not appear for several hours." His fingers gently probed her ankle. It was only a little swollen. "Have you much pain?" "Only when I put weight on it." "My dear sweet cousin," cried Mr. Collins, "how nobly you have borne with the indignity of your predicament. Never mind that he is the nephew of an earl. Mr. Darcy should not be allowed to caress your ankle." Choice words were on the tip of Darcy's tongue, but Elizabeth spoke first. "Do you think this is romantic?" she cried. "Of all the idiotic notions, Mr. Darcy would do as much for his horse, Mr. Collins. I'll thank you to keep your fine opinions to yourself. I meant no harm. I am only trying to help." "Injury my eye?" said another voice. "Even a child could see that she did it on purpose." Darcy recognized the speaker. It lacked only Caroline Bingley to make this into a farce. Sure enough, here she came, stalking toward the landau. She took up a position beside Mr. Collins and peered inside. "How unfortunate," she said sweetly. "An injured ankle. This ruins your enjoyment of our ball, Miss Eliza." "I rather doubt that," said Darcy under his breath. He held out Elizabeth's boot. She slipped her foot inside, but not without a small cry of pain. Before she could object, he quickly tied the laces for her. "The apothecary is the best person to see to her injury," announced Collins. "I shall ride to summon him straightway. Meanwhile, Miss Elizabeth ought to be conveyed home." Darcy looked to Caroline. "Are you able to see to this?" Her sour expression vanished. "But of course, with pleasure." She drew out her list and unfolded it. "A little change is in order, but we shan't mind that. Mr. Bertram can drive the whisky instead of Mr. Collins, and Miss Catherine shall accompany her sister." "No, that is to say, ma'am, I should be the one to drive," said Collins. Caroline gave him a darkling look. Mr. Bertram is the better choice."
"Is this acceptable?" said Darcy to Elizabeth.
"It is, yes."
Darcy rose to his feet. "John," he called to his driver, "bring the whiskey round for us." Again he knelt on the step. This time he took hold of Elizabeth's hands. "Courage, Athena," he said softly. Elizabeth did not pull her hands away. "We'll see this through," he told her. "I'll have Tom drive at a gentle pace. With luck, the apothecary will be at Longbourn when you arrive. His name is
Mr. Jones, on High Street."
By this time news of Elizabeth's fall had spread. The other members of their party were picking their way across the ruin. Darcy surrendered Elizabeth to the ministrations of her sisters. Caroline Bingley was now able to have a good look at him.
"Good gracious," she cried. "You are a sight, Mr. Darcy. Your poor clothes are covered with mud."
"He carried her," Darcy heard Collins mutter.
"How noble of him."
Something in Caroline's voice made Darcy suspicious. Sure enough, her eyes were narrowed in thought. Some time later, as Darcy was about to mount his horse, he heard a quavering cry.
"Help! Oh, Mr. Darcy, you must help me. I have fallen, and I can't get up."
At once Elton's voice rang out. "Never fear, Miss Bingley. I am on the way. I'll save you." Was this what she had in mind? Darcy thought not. He laughed softly as he swung into the saddle. Chapter 19. Of Jealousy and Caprice. The next morning Charles Bingley came into the breakfast parlour with a long face. "Well," he said to Darcy, "it has happened." "What has?" Before answering, Charles glanced around the room. The only other occupant was Hurst. He sighed and said, "Elton came to ask for Caroline's hand." "So early in the day. As you see." Charles dropped into the chair opposite Darcy. Apparently the state of his heart would not allow him to wait. "I trust you sent him on his way." His friend gave another sigh and reached for the teapot. "Charles," said Darcy, frowning, "a refusal has been your intention all along." "I know, but—" "What did you say to him?" "It's awkward. You see, I'm planning to call on Mr. Bennet today for the very same reason, and—" "Do not tell me that you felt sorry for Elton." "Well, I did. Look, I've never had a man ask for permission to address Caroline. Not sincerely, and not with so much encouragement. She's been leading Elton along shamefully." "You gave your blessing?" "Not exactly. I told him that I don't think she fancies him, that he is merely a diversion, a means of staving off boredom." "Did this sober him?" "Not at all. He intends to redouble his efforts to win her heart." Hurst, who had been busy at the sideboard, gave a crack of laughter. He brought his plate to the table and pulled out a chair beside Charles's. "You're out there, my boy. She does fancy him. She just don't wish to say so." "She claims that Elton is a nuisance." "That may be, but she likes him all the same. He's a handsome devil. He does her credit. A dab hand at cards, too, and he agrees with everything she says. He doesn't mind her cattish remarks, either. Come to think on it, he's similar to you, Bingley, which I dare say is why you wish him at Jericho." "You have got to be joking." "Plus," continued Hurst, as if Charles had not spoken, "she's getting up in age. At 21, she worries that a certain gentleman won't come up to scratch." Darcy could not mistake the meaning behind Hurst's unpleasant laugh. He did not bother to hide a grimace. But Hurst had more to say. "A girl enjoys when a handsome fellow behaves as a suitor should. Not what she's used to around here, now is it?" "Can you see Caroline married to a vicar? She'd be miserable." "It don't matter what I see. It's up to her. He'll pop the question, and then we'll know. Who's to say, once married, that he won't pitch his duties on to a curate and take a house in London? Hob and nob with his high and mighty grandpapa, the Earl." Apparently this had never occurred to Charles. "Seems to me he's as ambitious as your sister is. You planning to tell her that he called?"
"No, definitely not." Charles turned to Darcy. "I do wish she would take a liking to your cousin." "Tom is a bit too tame," said Darcy. "And Elton isn't? If Caroline isn't careful, she'll find herself obliged to marry him simply because of all the flirting. But whenever I bring it up, she laughs. Apparently there is no one here whose opinions matter, aside from yours. What I think has no bearing on your sister's future." Charles took a sip of tea and said, "The scandal with Bertram's sister does not help his appeal." "It is unfortunate," said Darcy, "but it should not hamper him unduly." Hurst spoke again. "Waste of time to speculate. Seems to me that Bertram likes the Bennet girl best." The parlour door came open, prompting Hurst to add, "But mum's the word on that." Tom came in and smilingly drew out a chair. "Good morning. What's all this about a Bennet girl?" "My brother-in-law," said Charles, "thinks that you like one of them." "The Bennet sisters are lovely, particularly Miss Elizabeth," said Tom. "She took yesterday's mishap in stride, a thing neither of my sisters would have done. It speaks volumes about her character." Darcy's lips twitched into a smile. Her scolding of Collins was something I count myself privileged to have heard. Tom's smile slipped a bit. "Miss Elizabeth is rather clever that way." "Caroline considers her impertinent," said Charles, "but I've never seen it." "I am looking forward to the card party," said Tom. "Do you suppose Mr. Bennet will be present? I might wish to speak privately with him." Charles's brows went up. "Are you considering courting Miss Elizabeth?" "I think so, yes." Tom's eyes shyly met Darcy's. "She is lovely to look at, and so very kind." "She is a good deal more than that," snapped Darcy. Tom looked rather taken aback. Fairness prompted Darcy to add, "Elizabeth Bennet will be the making of any man she marries." "Oh," said Tom, "I suppose I am rather in need of reformation." He did not sound enthusiastic. "Great heaven, man," said Darcy, "you make marriage sound like a duty." "According to father it is. I tell you this, I'd rather have a wife of Miss Elizabeth's stamp than the sharp-spoken heiress he pitched at me. Very opinionated she was, and always laughing. Never mind that she was beautiful, we did not get on. She reminded me of my Aunt Norris." The door opened again. "If the parcel does not arrive today, Louisa, all will be lost." Here was Caroline Bingley, and she was not happy. "I shall be forced to come up with a different costume." Darcy and the other men politely rose to their feet. "There, there, my dear," said Mrs. Hurst, following. "It's early in the day." "And there is so much to do." She turned on her brother. "Honestly, Charles, the trouble caused by your masquerade ball knows no bounds." Charles resumed his seat. "We took in a mountain of parcels yesterday. How do you know yours wasn't among them?" "It wasn't. There was one for Mr. Bertram." This was accompanied by a rather poisonous look. Tom was now filling a plate at the sideboard. "My Scotsman's rig, sent from Mansfield," he remarked. "How nice for you. Charles, be a dear and come with Louisa and me into Meryton. Not that any of the shops will be able to supply my needs, but something must be done." "I have an errand this morning that cannot wait. My afternoon hours are free." Caroline gave a great sigh. "It appears, then, that I have no choice, unless—" She turned to Darcy with a bright smile. "Would you be willing to accompany us, sir?" "I, too, have an errand that cannot wait." "You astonish me. What can there be here that is so pressing?" "A social call to Longbourn, Miss Bingley. I ought to inquire about Miss Elizabeth Bennet's injured ankle." "Yes," said Tom. "I've been wondering how she is getting on." "Oh, certainly," scoffed Caroline. "Who can forget that? Such a debacle. Is there anything that cannot happen where the Bennets are concerned?" She gave a brittle laugh. "Perhaps you'll encounter another wild animal in the vestibule." Tom brightened. "As to that," he said, Just yesterday Miss Catherine was telling me about a badger's set she has discovered in the woods. Who knew life in the country could be so charming? As if a derelict ruin were not bad enough, we now have a hole in the ground. Shall you be organizing a party to view it? Pray do not include me in the invitation. Honestly, the sooner we return to London, the happier I shall be."
Hurst heaved out of his chair. "Rather doubt that," he said shortly. "All summer long you and Mrs. Hurst nattered and scolded about wanting a country estate, and now that Bingley has taken one, you don't like it." Never had Darcy been so thoroughly in accord with an opinion of Hurst's. He eyed his friend. After Charles returned from Longbourn, Darcy would set out. The state of Tom's heart might be uncertain, but Darcy now knew precisely where he himself stood. Her mother would have her sit before the fire with her foot on a cushion, but there was no need. The swelling had subsided, and Elizabeth was able to walk, albeit gingerly. With rest, tomorrow night she might be able to dance a little. As it was, she was sitting apart from the others. This was no bad thing, for her sisters were putting the finishing touches on their costumes. At the moment, Lydia's gypsy costume was under scrutiny. Mary had offered to help, and was having a hard time of it. "Do stand still," she chided. "But you have the set of the shawl all wrong. How do you know what a fortune-teller should look like? Well, I do." In spite of the noise, Mr. Collins was reading aloud from one of Fordyce's sermons. "In the old romance the passion appeared with all its enthusiasm, but then it was the enthusiasm of honour, for love and honour were there the same." Mr. Collins paused to give a significant look to Elizabeth. "The men were sincere, magnanimous, and noble. The women were patterns of chastity, dignity, and affection. They were only to be won by real heroes." Elizabeth could not help but smile. How true this was. Yesterday, Mr. Darcy had been every bit the hero. How could she forget the warmth in his eyes, and the way he held her hands, as if he enjoyed doing so? For a moment, Elizabeth had wondered if he were going to kiss her, even with Mr. Collins and Miss Bingley looking on. And then there was what he told her. "We'll see this through." Could it be that Fitzwilliam Darcy cared for her? Had he a heart after all? The door came open, and Kitty slipped inside. "Mamma," she hissed, "Mr. Bingley has come to call." Mr. Collins stopped reading. "What are you standing there for?" cried Mrs. Bennet. "Show him in." "You don't understand. He asked Hile to take him to Father's library. He wishes to speak with Father, alone." This unleashed a deluge of noisy speculation. Jane was hugged, kissed, and made much of. Some minutes later, Mr. Bennet came in. "Jane," he said pleasantly, "you are wanted in the library. Someone is waiting there who wishes to ask you a question." "Oh, my dear," cried Mrs. Bennet, "I knew you could not be so beautiful for nothing. Shake the wrinkles from your skirts and pinch your cheeks a little. You are much too pale." After Jane went out, Mr. Bennet leaned against the closed door. "It seems you are right, Mrs. Bennet. If she tells him yes, a happy event is in her future." "If she tells him yes," scoffed Mrs. Bennet, "of course she shall. What can you be thinking of?" "The gentleman makes the request, but the power of acceptance lies with the lady." He paused. "Jane is a good girl. I wish them joy." "He is the handsomest man that ever I saw. 5,000 a year never did him any harm, and to have them settled so near by." "I hope they give a ball every week," said Lydia fervently. The minutes ticked by. Mrs. Bennet hummed a tune, tapped her foot, and exchanged smiles, with not one word about the state of her nerves. At length Jane and Mr. Bingley came in, blushing and smiling, and the joyous announcement was made. Jane was fairly glowing with happiness. Elizabeth was nearly as thrilled as her mother. What a wonder! Kitty simpered and smiled,
and said she hoped her turn was coming soon. After a few minutes, Mr. Bennet rose to his feet. "A most satisfying morning," he said to them all. "If any young men come for you, Kitty, send them in, for I am quite at my leisure." Mr. Collins' head came up. The heavy volume of sermons landed on the table with a thump. Elizabeth glanced in his direction. She could not help it. Was there a martial light in the man's eye? Without saying anything, he followed Mr. Bennet out of the morning-room. Lydia began to giggle. "One can guess his errand. Which of us shall he ask for? I think I know." Mr. Collins did not return. Some time later, Elizabeth happened to see him through the window, pacing about in the park. Apparently, his interview had not been a success. She gave a long sigh of relief. It was not until later in the afternoon that Hile told Elizabeth that she was wanted in the library. Elizabeth complied at once. "What a happy day," she said to her father. She slid into the overstuffed chair beside his desk and beamed at him. "Jane and Mr. Bingley will do very well together." "So it would seem," he said. "They are each so complying that nothing will ever be resolved on, so easy that every servant will cheat them, so generous that they will always exceed their income." What mood was this? Why the gentle mockery? "I thought you were pleased," she said. "Oh, but I am. It is gratifying to see our Jane so comfortably settled. I could only wish the same for you, Lizzie." He paused. "Collins came to see me." "I suspected as much." Over the top of his spectacles, Mr. Bennet gave her a quizzical look. "You did refuse him when he proposed?" "Of course." On this point, Mr. Collins was unclear. We spent an uncomfortable quarter-hour together. "I am sorry for that. He would not believe me when I said we should not suit." "I am not certain that he believed me." "Oh dear, it is unkind to laugh," said Elizabeth. "But he is such a funny one. Why must he be so persistent?" "That is not why I brought you here. Some time later I had another caller, one who is equally noxious to you. I must say, Lizzie, I begin to suspect that you have been pulling my leg. To have 2 unwelcome suitors in a single day strains credulity." "Another caller? Hile said nothing about it to me." "No doubt the noise over Jane's engagement was a distraction. It goes without saying that I refused to see him. The unpleasant interview with Mr. Collins was enough." Who came?" "Mr. Darcy." "And you would not see him?" cried Elizabeth. "Is he here?" "This was well over an hour ago. I dislike discord. One refusal is enough trouble for a day." "But, father, have you not always hated Mr. Darcy?" "I suppose I did in the beginning," said Elizabeth slowly. "However, as I have come to know him better—" Mr. Bennet interrupted. "Kindly do not speak nonsense. Mr. Collins told me what happened yesterday." "About my injury? There is nothing new in that." "According to Collins, you were compromised by Mr. Darcy." "He carried me after I fell." "And placed you in his carriage, and boldly examined your ankle, without any of your sisters present. I must say I am surprised at you, Lizzie. How came you to be alone with him?" "Nothing untoward happened." "Mr. Darcy was holding your hands?" Gracious, had her busy cousin noticed this? "He would have to hold my hands in order to help me into his carriage." Mr. Collins was scandalized. "Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth evenly, "is positively medieval. Moreover, he has no sense of proportion, as well you know. Mr. Darcy is an honourable man. He behaved as a hero." Her father held up a quelling hand. "I well understand the faults of Mr. Collins's understanding, but he made one thing perfectly clear, and I dare say he is in the right, namely that Mr. Darcy should be obliged to make you an offer, and that you, being compromised, should be forced to accept him. This I will not have." "How do you know Mr. Darcy's intentions? You would not see him." I know how much you dislike the man. Surely you have no desire to marry him."
"Have I a choice? You sent him away."
"I will not allow you to be forced into marriage. Never tell me that you are enamored with the Darcy name, or his status, or his wealth, or the grandeur of his estate.
"Certainly not."
"I am glad to hear it. There are other fish in the sea, my girl." What other fish? Elizabeth did not want other fish. She wanted Fitzwilliam Darcy. "Mr. Collins's jealousy has made him uncommonly observant," added Mr. Bennet. "Allegedly there is another young man who has been singularly attentive."
"And you believe Mr. Collins?"
Mr. Bennet spread his hands. "Why should I not?" Elizabeth was left to frown in perplexity. What other young man was there?
"Do you mean Thomas Bertram?" she said at last. "Why on earth would I consider him? He likes Kitty, not me."
"Not according to Mr. Collins," said her father. "The future Sir Thomas would certainly be a better choice than the disagreeable Mr. Darcy."
"If he decides to offer for me, which I dare say he shan't."
Elizabeth limped back to the morning-room with a growing sense of mortification. Her unruly tongue. Why had she boasted so openly of her dislike for Mr. Darcy? And who would have guessed that Mr. Collins could cause so much harm? Chapter 20. A Treacherous Wonder. Mr. Bennet was not at home to callers. There could be no mistake. The housekeeper made it a point to inquire, and she returned with the news that the master was unable to receive Mr. Darcy. The implication was clear. The snub was personal, and it stung. Darcy swung into the saddle and rode from Longbourn without a backward glance. Confound the man, what reason did he have? A sudden attack of bilious indigestion? Hardly. Mr. Bennet had just received a splendid offer for one of his daughters. Little did he know that Darcy had come to bring another. Mr. Bennet's rebuff was also somewhat of a novelty. Few were the men who turned Darcy away, especially on such an important errand. He'd like to see any of the Bennet girls ensnare a bridegroom worth even half as much. Darcy allowed his horse full rein, riding hard. The 4-beat gait of the gallop was satisfying. It gave vent to his frustration. Presently, after covering more than 2 miles, Darcy's thoughts took a turn. Why should the snub of an insignificant country gentleman offend him so? After all, who and what was Mr. Bennet? On the other hand, who and what was Darcy? Was he so high in the instep that he could not bear a rebuff? Darcy slowed his horse to a canter, and then to a walk. It was pride, all pride, self-conceit, a thing he loathed in others, was sporting its canvas and flying high. Would he excuse in himself that which he despised in everyone else? His old tutor, Norwood, would remind him that pride was at the root of all sin, namely the ignoble impulse to be not only better than other men, but to enjoy being above the rest. Was this what Elizabeth saw in him and disliked? Was he eaten up with pride? And what could have happened to set Mr. Bennet against him? Any number of things Darcy now realized. Was Bennet protecting his daughter from what he perceived as a miserable future? Darcy was all that was honorable, but would he make a good husband? Was he kind? Assuredly not. Even this morning he had mocked Elton's interview with Charles, along with his cousin's tender, if uncertain, feelings for Elizabeth. And then there was Caroline Bingley's arrogant presumption. Perhaps this last was taking remorse a bit too far. Caroline deserved to reap the discord she sowed. As for the others, none were exemplary. Tom had a regrettable past. The Bingleys' wealth came from trade. Hurst was nothing more than a washed-out roue. But was Darcy any better? What gave him the right to be so disdainful with his fine opinions? And then there were Collins and Elton, the pretentious clergymen, each eager for advancement. They were as unlike dear old Norwood as chalk was to cheese. But was Darcy any different? Had he become one of those pious fellows who recited prayers as a matter of form, paid the required tithes, and, when convenient, gave a pittance to those in need, and all the while imagining that God approved of him and thought him far better than ordinary people? God, I thank thee that I am not as other men. A sharp laugh escaped the publican and the Pharisee. Darcy hadn't thought about this parable in years. Didn't the text say that the Pharisee prayed thus to himself? That would be about right. Darcy sighed. Hard-heartedness, like anything else, did not happen all at once. It grew from a series of choices made over time. What sort of man had Darcy allowed himself to become? And there was something else. Hurst's comment this morning still rankled. A girl enjoys when a handsome fellow behaves as a suitor should. There had been precious little of that where Darcy was concerned. How was Elizabeth to know of his love for her? He had never said a word. Other men spouted poetry or brought flowers and foolish tributes. Darcy had laughed them to scorn. But perhaps they were in the right of it. He had rescued Elizabeth yesterday, but it was done in the name of chivalry, which brought credit to himself. As for Hurst's bit about handsome, was this a hidden barb? Darcy had always considered himself to be rather good-looking. Everyone said so, even his valet. Then again, even the most hideous of heiresses were said to be beautiful. Could the same be true of a wealthy bachelor? Was it all an illusion? When a man allowed himself to be self-deceived, what hope was there? By this time the horse had halted, and was tearing at the lawn. Darcy was content to have it so. He gazed at the distant hills, with groves of oak clothed in autumnal russet. It was good to be here, away from the Netherfield mansion and the trite, well-mannered conversations with its inhabitants. How weary Darcy was of being always on his guard. What would Norwood say to the well-armoured, irascible man that Darcy had become? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction. Times without number his tutor had quoted this proverb. Did Darcy despise instruction? Professing himself to be wise, had he allowed himself to become a fool? It was in this sombre mood that Darcy turned his horse toward Netherfield. He arrived to find a parcel waiting on the hall table. Emblazoned upon it was the name Lackington, Allen and Company, Finsbury Square. A scornful laugh escaped. Darcy forgot that he'd ordered that idiotic novel, and now here it was. Elizabeth once teased about the similarities he shared with the villain. Now Darcy would learn first-hand precisely what she meant. Elizabeth took herself to task, for it was foolish to feel apprehension. Mr. Darcy had called to see her father. There was nothing remarkable in that, save that he had never done so before. Perhaps he wished to discuss something about the Longbourn estate, or the crops grown in the district, or the weather. Elizabeth had no reason to form hasty, ill-judged conclusions. Then why was she doing so? And how would her father and Mr. Darcy interact tonight? What a dreadful dilemma, to be caught between a beloved father and the man she loved. She might have stayed back from tonight's card party, but no, that was to take the coward's part. Elizabeth's sense of helplessness was magnified by being a prisoner to her chair. There she sat before the fire as her mother and sisters rushed about, positioning a card table here and another one there, and fretting over the refreshments. Elizabeth had convinced her mother that resting her foot on a cushion served only to draw attention to her injury. Mrs. Bennet had been much struck by this. "You are so very right, Lizzie. No gentleman enjoys spending time with an invalid." Mr. Elton was the first to arrive, followed by the officers of the militia. Mr. Wickham was not among their number. Soon after, the party from Netherfield came in. Kitty and Lydia sorted them into various groups for games. Presently, Mr. Darcy excused himself from his assignment, and brought a chair to the hearth. Elizabeth watched his approach with a hammering heart. It was unfair that a man could be so devastatingly handsome. What was more, he was not preoccupied with his appearance. Yesterday was an apt demonstration. Philip Elton might give sidelong glances to the looking-glass, but Fitzwilliam Darcy did not. There was something different about his expression tonight. The hard line of his jaw was softer. Even so, Elizabeth was wary. What could she say to him? Would he mention her father's rebuff? His eyes smiled into hers. There was no condemnation there, only friendliness. "Does your father make an announcement tonight?" he said. "I believe so, but not until later in the evening. He is not fond of cards, although it cannot be news to most of those here." "I wonder," said Mr. Darcy. "Charles has been remarkably tight-lipped. I doubt whether his sisters know." "Oh dear," said Elizabeth. "I hope they will not be too disappointed." "Does it matter if they are? You are well prepared for Christmas, I see." He indicated a vase on the mantelpiece that held sprigs of holly. "Mr. Bertram brought those this afternoon," said Elizabeth. "He lamented that there is nothing in bloom at this season." "The hothouses at Netherfield have been sadly neglected. Tom has a kind heart. He is like his mother in that regard." Mary had been hovering nearby. She now placed a chair. "Since medieval times, holly plants have been called Christ's thorn," she said. "The white flowers represent his purity, the red berries his blood. The prickly leaves remind us of his crown of thorns." Was Mary giving a lesson? Elizabeth glanced warily to Mr. Darcy. How would he respond? "Holly makes an unusual gift for an ailing lady," he said mildly. Elizabeth could not allow this to pass. "I am not ailing." "I am heartened to hear it. I received that book, by the way." "Did you indeed?" said Elizabeth politely. She had no idea what he was talking about, but books were a safe topic. I thought it best to patronize a London emporium, as my usual bookseller would not carry that title. Novels are not my typical fare. "Which novel is—" The twinkle in his eyes stopped her. The truth came flooding in. "Oh, you didn't. Tell me you did not order the sinister Baron's Prey." "The very same. I spent an instructive afternoon learning about myself in its pages." Oddly enough, Mr. Darcy's smile was not scornful. "Surely you realize that I was only funning." "Were you?" His expression held no accusation. Even so, Elizabeth felt her cheeks grow warm. "You are nothing like the wicked Baron," she said hotly. "You are honourable and loyal and overbearing and opinionated and harsh. Sculthorpe is overdrawn, of course, but the likenesses are there." Mary now caught the gist of their conversation. "He is a horrible man," she cried. "Indeed he is. One wonders if he enjoys howling at the full moon. However, I am equally as selfish and sinful." "Everyone is sinful," said Elizabeth. "And born unto trouble as the sparks fly upward," quoted Mary. Elizabeth turned to her sister. "Would you bring me a cup of coffee, please?" "Now?" "Yes, and one for Mr. Darcy as well." Mary turned to him. "Would you care for sugar and cream, sir?" "Not tonight, thank you." Mary went off. "Why not tonight?" said Elizabeth. "I need my wits about me," he replied, smiling. Elizabeth gave a sigh of exasperation. "I suspect that Mary has been assigned to watch over me." "As protection against my presence." "As protection for my ankle. I have been ordered to remain seated." "An irksome command," he said gravely. "I am vain enough to hope that my companionship will lessen your discomfort." Elizabeth did not know what to say to this. She dropped her gaze and studied her clasped hands. Mr. Darcy lowered his voice. What troubles you, my heart?" Elizabeth gasped. She could not help it. His dark eyes were warm. "Are you in pain?" "Not my foot," she whispered. "What have I done wrong? Tell me." How was she to answer this? "It was my busy cousin," she said in a rush, "telling tales to my father." Just then Mary returned with the coffee. She set the cups on a small table and positioned it between them. Mr. Darcy thanked her, but he said nothing more. His dark eyes bored into Elizabeth's. Why could she not look away? She reached for her cup and took a fortifying sip. The coffee was hot and unusually bitter. "Why, there you are, Mr. Darcy," called Caroline Bingley. "I was wondering where you were." Was the woman serious? Caroline knew precisely where he was seated. Did Mr. Darcy guess Elizabeth's thought? Was this the reason for the dimple that suddenly appeared in his cheek? "Do join our table," called Caroline. "We are lacking a fourth, as you see." Sure enough, with them sat Mr. Collins, waiting for a partner. "Thank you," said Mr. Darcy, "but I prefer to remain as I am." He turned. "Would you care to join them, Miss Mary?" Apparently, this suggestion was not to Caroline's liking. "Then we shall join you," she said, rising to her feet. Mr. Elton did the same. They took up the chairs and brought them to the fireside. "There, you see, isn't this cozy?" Mr. Collins also brought his chair. He did not look happy. "Ah, yes," said Caroline. "I had quite forgotten your poor ankle. How are you faring, Miss Eliza?" "I am better, thank you. I hope to be able to dance tomorrow night. Do you intend to come? I am all astonishment." Caroline gave a trill of laughter. "Shall we have our footmen carry you up to the ballroom?" "Good gracious, no." Caroline had more to say. "And I know why you are seated here, Mr. Darcy, even though the others have likely forgotten. The much-anticipated chess match. How delicious." Again Mr. Darcy's smile appeared. "I shall wait until Miss Elizabeth is fully recovered. Then she may trounce me solidly." "I doubt I'll be able to do that," said Elizabeth. "How is this?" said he. "Where is your charming confidence?" "I am not of the mind to be confident tonight, sir." "Thus you illustrate my point. It is difficult to think clearly while in pain." "I am not such a poor creature." "But I am," he said. "I might feel sorry for you, thus giving you an advantage." "A kindly impulse, sir. A chink in your armour." "Shameful, isn't it? No wonder you think me a villain." Caroline cleared her throat. Clearly she was not enjoying their exchange. "Shall we have the chess set brought over?" Mr. Darcy rose to his feet. "Help me bring a card table, Elton. I'll find a game that we can all play together." "6 of us?" scoffed Caroline. "I dare say you shan't." As soon as the table was in position, with the chairs crowded round it, Mr. Darcy went off again. He returned with a narrow wooden box. "I salute your family," he told Mary and Elizabeth, "for offering such variety. I've not played this one in years." He removed the top and poured the contents onto the table. "Jackstraws," said Caroline. "A child's game." Even Mary broke into a smile, but not Caroline Bingley. "It's a capital idea," said Mr. Elton. "Come, my dear, your skill on the pianoforte is greatly in your favour. Your dexterity will have us all beat to flinders." "Well," said Caroline slowly, "there is something in that. Besides," he added, "it is much more amusing to play than to sit by and watch. Chess can be so dreary. Now then, Darcy functions as the dealer, so we'll begin to his left. That is you, Miss Bingley. Choose carefully." Caroline transferred her gaze from Mr. Darcy to the tangle of jackstraws. At this point, Mr. Darcy's chair was quite close to Elizabeth's. "Thank you," she whispered to him. Presently, Mr. Bennet came into the drawing-room. He cleared his throat. "Friends," he announced, "I thank you for joining us this evening." Conversation stilled, and Mr. Bennet became the centre of attention. "It is my pleasure to share an announcement which, a few hours ago, was known only within our family circle." This created a stir. Caroline raised her head. Was she glaring at Elizabeth's father? "Just this morning," he continued, "my beloved daughter Jane consented to become Mr. Charles Bingley's wife." Amid the expressions of delight came an exasperated, "Oh!" Caroline Bingley was struggling to contain what? Vexation? "Once the settlements are dispensed with," said Mr. Bennet, "our bride may name the day." Applause broke out. Jane and Mr. Bingley were made much of. Jane's glow of happiness was a delight to behold. "Well, I never. She is a sweet girl, but Louisa and I had someone quite different in mind for our brother." "Come now, my dear," said Mr. Elton. "Never underestimate the power of love. Does it not move mountains?" Caroline gave a toss of her head. Obviously, she had little regard for love. "Doubt thou the stars are fire," said Mr. Darcy, smiling. "Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar. But never doubt I love." His eyes shyly met Elizabeth's. Elizabeth could scarcely breathe. Was he speaking to her? "Hear, hear!" cried Mr. Elton. "Well said, sir. Trust the bard to get it right." Caroline gave him a withering look. Beneath the card table, Mr. Darcy's hand found Elizabeth's. Oh, glory! Was he holding her hand? What else could Elizabeth do but return his smile? Chapter 21. Armed to the Teeth. The afternoon of Mr. Bingley's ball was anything but serene. Although the subject of costumes had been talked over endlessly, today Elizabeth's sisters scrambled to add the finishing touches. Elizabeth sat apart with her work-bag and her mask. In truth, it was finished, but she must have something to do, apart from straining to hear a knock at the door. Would Mr. Darcy come? No doubt he was much too busy at Netherfield, and yet. Presently her father came into the sitting-room. "So much noise and botheration," he complained to Elizabeth. "Why on earth did Mr. Bingley choose to make his ball a masquerade?" Elizabeth searched his face. If he had been with a caller, he gave no evidence. "To give pleasure to his guests," she said mildly. "Not this guest. If I were of your mother's turn of mind," he added, "I would complain about the state of my nerves. Am I never to hear the end of costumes?" "Have you chosen a masquerade?" "I shall attend as myself, and only because I do not wish to offend the man who is shortly to become my son-in-law. What use have I for a ball?" With that, her father went out. Elizabeth watched him go with a sigh. Why must he be so disapproving? Then, too, he said nothing about her injured ankle. That was left for Mr. Darcy to do. Another sigh escaped. Fitzwilliam Darcy had sat just there, solemn and silent, with his hand gently covering hers. The warmth in his eyes had taken her breath away. What did he mean by it? At the time she thought she knew, but today tendrils of doubt curled round her heart. "I beg your pardon, dear cousin. Are you expecting someone?" Elizabeth looked up to find Mr. Collins hovering near her chair. He held a brown chapeau à bec, which she recognized as having come from the trunk in the attic. No." This was true only in the most literal sense. "Then why, might I ask, do you look up every time the door opens?" "Have I done so?" "Indeed, yes." Mr. Collins' sly expression changed. "I wonder, are you able to assist me with the placement of this?" Elizabeth now noticed that he held a long coppery feather with distinctive black bars. "Where did you find this? I do not recall that we had one in the trunk." "I had the good fortune to discover it while walking in the park.
It is a magnificent specimen. The cap used to have a red feather, as I recall. A goose feather, not a peasant's. We used it for Robin Hood. And so shall I. Phil thinks a new feather will be just the thing. I have had to improvise for a costume, you know. You could simply wear a domino and mask. I dare say many of our neighbours shall. He smiled. Now where is the romance in that? With the unmasking at midnight and all. Heavens, was Mr. Collins determined to be romantic? To be honest, Lydia has the most skill in adorning hats. Mr. Collins' smile disappeared. She says she does not have time. Elizabeth took in his glum expression and relented. It would do no harm to be gracious. Very well, she said mildly. I'll do my best. As I recall, beneath the brim, there is a slit for a feather. I'll sew it into place for you. Mr. Collins surrendered the cap and drew up a chair. As Elizabeth threaded her needle, he said, I was wondering if you were expecting a party from Netherfield to call. Today? Surely they are occupied with preparations for tonight, as are we. Mr. Collins gave a graceless laugh. Perhaps you have been hoping to see Mr. Darcy? Elizabeth held out her hand for the feather. Would you like me to shorten this? No, thank you. It looks rather jaunty as it is, don't you think? The feather was well over a foot long. If set on a slant, it would certainly annoy anyone who stood behind. As to Mr. Darcy, continued Mr. Collins, far be it from me to remain silent when duty compels me to speak. What duty would that be? I do not expect you to be cognizant of the ways of the world, but I know better. And I wish to put you on your guard, dear Elizabeth. It is not my place to say so, but the man's improper behaviour must be censored. Yesterday evening he was markedly attentive. Elizabeth became occupied with stitching the feather into place. You should not encourage him. Mind, I am aware of what is due Mr. Darcy as a relation of the right and honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and of his noble uncle the Earl. However, and I do not mean to be critical when I say this, not at all, but— Elizabeth did not allow him to finish. What do you know of Mr. Darcy? Before coming here you had never met him. My dear, it is well known that these great men have mistaken notions regarding young women. Gentlemen such as Mr. Darcy, you know, are not governed by the same principles which are the rules in more modest circles. Are you saying Mr. Darcy is a profligate? Oh, my gracious, no. No doubt the man has had his adventures. Silent, taciturn Mr. Darcy, behaving like a rake. Mr. Collins gave a squeal of protest. My dear, you should not use such a word. Nor should you make such an implication. Have a care, Mr. Collins, that you do not slander him. He drew himself up. I have a moral obligation to be unambiguous, he said primly. A gentleman of Mr. Darcy's rank is rather above your touch. He is very much sought after, but by young women of his own station. You would do well, my dear Miss Elizabeth, to consider an offer that is within your reach. Elizabeth tied off the thread, snipped the excess, and returned the cap. She then rose to her feet. I thank you for your concern, she said crisply. As for the offer to which you refer, I have given my answer, and I do not intend to change my mind. Mr. Collins' smug expression disappeared. And now, said Elizabeth, I intend to have what Mamma calls a little lie-down in preparation for tonight. I expect we shan't return until well after midnight. But, Miss Elizabeth— Elizabeth went out and closed the door with a quiet click. This represented a victory, for the temptation to slam it had been nearly overmastering. Every window of the Netherfield mansion was alight, and carriages now crowded the sweep of the drive. Darcy kept a watch on the parade below, until at last a familiar coach caught his eye. At once he descended to meet it, with his black silken cloak billowing behind. A romantic touch, his valet had said, as if Darcy needed that. On the other hand, perhaps tonight he did. He had not called on Mr. Bennet today. Such a course, while socially correct, now appeared as the height of folly, for he must first declare his love to Elizabeth. How the devil was he to do this at such a crowded event? And even if he could, his courage was sadly lacking. He might be dressed as a highwayman, but he was quaking in his boots. Gad, was he sweating? Elizabeth delighted in anything ridiculous. He was certainly all that tonight. Music came drifting from the house into the night air. At the foot of the stairway was a crowd of strangers. This was a good deal worse than that cursed assembly. Then Darcy had cared nothing about the guests. Now a certain young woman held his entire future in her hands. The Longbourn coach halted, and an attendant opened the door. Even masked, there was no mistaking the Bennets. Mrs. Bennet came out first, fretting over her spangled turban. Apparently she was a sultana. Jane came next. She was dressed as a shepherdess. Elizabeth followed. She was lovely as Athena, but Darcy kept a close watch on her feet. Sure enough, she moved with a very slight limp. Mary Bennet emerged unsmiling. The youngest sisters piled out with giggles and laughter. At last, Mr. Bennet descended. While his wife and daughters clustered round, he gazed up at the mansion. "Good evening, sir," said Darcy. He received a slight nod in reply. Did the man not recognize him? Darcy now had a better view of Elizabeth. Her curls were arranged around a crown of silvered leaves. A single ringlet had been allowed to escape, and adorned her neck. "Do allow me," said Darcy quietly. He offered one arm to her, and the other to Jane. "I dare say your ankle pains you a little." "Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. His costume must be better than he thought. "The very same." To Jane, Darcy added, "I have been tasked with bringing you up to join your fiancé. Charles would like you to be at his side when he greets the guests." Behind the Bennets' coach came Elton and Collins in the whisky. Darcy could not miss the dark look given to Elizabeth. "Your cousin seems subdued tonight," he said into her ear. "He has finally accepted my answer. So my services as knight-errant are no longer needed. A pity, for tonight I am armed to the teeth." "Your costume is magnificent. You are—" "A highwayman. The credit belongs to my valet, who sent to London for my fencing rapier. I am comfortable with wearing it, and using it, but how we're to dance I have no idea." The music of Elizabeth's laughter was delightful. "My cloak," he went on, "is not of serviceable wool, as any self-respecting highwayman would prefer, but of silk, another of my valet's notions. As I dance, it should billow romantically. However, the flintlock lends authenticity." Darcy indicated the unloaded pistol thrust into his sash. He lowered his voice. "A Sculthorpian touch, don't you think?" Oh, that wretched book." Once their ascent was complete, Darcy led the sisters into the house. Elton and Collins crowded behind. "Mr. Elton is something as a Roman soldier," Darcy whispered to Elizabeth. "He sent to London for a costume. He is Mark Antony to Miss Bingley's Babylonian princess," she whispered back, "although he claims that she is Cleopatra. Following Mr. Collins's example, he has memorized lines from Shakespeare to share with her. But the play is a tragedy. Moreover, it was Cleopatra who seduced him, not the other way around." "By the by," said Darcy, "who is Mr. Collins supposed to be? The clerical cravat gives him away. He says he is Robin Hood. But the cloak and hat are brown, not Lincoln green. He'd have done better to come as Friar Tuck. As for that tall feather, he'd best beware when he walks beneath the chandeliers." Elizabeth gave a gurgle of laughter.
"Why, Mrs. Bennet," cried Caroline Bingley, "how delightful to see you! Mr. Bennet, how do you do? And dear Jane, a milkmaid, are you not? Charming!"
Why must her voice be so shrill? Jane Bennet moved to stand beside Charles. Caroline gave Elizabeth a glittering smile, but made no comment. She turned to Mary.
"Gracious, who are you?" "I am Ruth," said Mary unhelpfully. "So deliciously rustic. Wherever did you find the fabric for your, robe? Enthralling, although I do not see how you can possibly dance while wearing it." She moved on to greet Lydia. "Now here is our very own gypsy," she cried. "Shall you be setting up in the parlour to tell our fortunes?" Caroline's snub went wide of its mark. "I say," cried Lydia, "what a famous idea! Amusing for our guests, I am sure, and profitable for your purse, no doubt." Mr. Collins crowded in to make his bow. "May I congratulate you on your very elegant arrangements? It puts me to mind greatly of the grandeur of Rosings Park." Collins went on talking, but his hostess paid him no mind. Elton made an elegant bow. Unfortunately, the man's voice was equally as shrill, enabling Darcy to hear every word. "Ah, Cleopatra," he cried, "age cannot wither you, nor custom stale your infinite variety." She looked rather startled. Darcy nearly burst out laughing. True to form, Elton was undeterred. "Shakespeare's very words, more or less. Good evening. I trust you will favour me with a dance?" Presently. I must say," he added, "when your brother planned all this, he had little idea that he would be celebrating his own engagement, eh? Come now, Miss Bingley, did you ever hear the old song, 'Going to one wedding brings on another'?" "Why, yes." Her three-cornered smile appeared. "By midnight," she said, "perhaps dear Jane shall not be the only lady among us who is engaged." Now, why was she looking at Elizabeth as she said this? With Caroline Bingley, one never knew. Darcy led Elizabeth into the ballroom. "Does your ankle trouble you?" he said quietly. "Would you like to sit down?" "Thank you, but no, I am well." Darcy was not convinced, but he had no wish to argue. "As First Lady," he explained, "Miss Bingley will open the ball. She'll be squired by Tom, who fortunately outranks me." "But he doesn't." "I have trod the labyrinth of precedents, Miss Elizabeth, and have managed to convince Miss Bingley that it is so. Charles, as a newly engaged man and our host, will dance with Jane, and you shall dance with me." "But surely someone else, Mrs. Hurst, or Lady Mary?" "Lady Mary does not dance. Mrs. Hurst will be attended by Elton, the grandson of an earl." "Whereas you, the nephew of an earl." Darcy leaned in. "You outrank Mrs. Hurst, my dear." Lydia's laughter interrupted. "Come on, Kitty. Let's see if we can find our friends in all this crush. What a jolly romp! You go ahead. Poor Mr. Bertram looks rather lost among so many strangers." Tom's kilt was at work to win hearts. If only Darcy could manage to do the same. Guests pressed in on every hand. How was he to speak privately with Elizabeth? Looks and smiles must do his work for him. Gad, wasn't that a fine thing? In this regard, he was no better than Collins. There were an endless number of friends to greet, Miss Lucas and her parents, Sir Hugh and Lady Mary, various junior officers of the militia, whose masquerades were laughable, and even someone called Mrs. King and her bashful, blushing daughter. Darcy had heard her name in connection with Wickham's. There was no sign of the man tonight. At last the musicians struck up La Belle Assemblée Marche.
signalling the beginning of the ball. Darcy led Elizabeth into their position as third couple. Caroline Bingley, who should be delighted to open a ball of this size, glared at him. Even the mask could not hide her sour expression. Darcy made his bow, Elizabeth dropped a curtsy, and the dance began. "You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you." Here was the very essence of his heart. Why couldn't he speak? Putting thoughts into words had never been easy, save for when he was annoyed. One thing was clear. Tonight, nothing would be allowed to annoy him. Nothing. Chapter 22. Ride to Hounds. Had vanity clouded Darcy's judgment, or was Elizabeth truly enjoying their dance together? Not the dance per se, for it seemed to Darcy that she was paying careful attention to walking through the steps. But her smiles were all for him. Assuredly this was vanity, and yet Darcy was content to have it so. His highwayman's cloak billowed romantically, his rapier scabbard remained secure, and he was able to move nimbly while wearing riding boots. A masquerade ball was rather fun. When the dance came to an end, Darcy again inquired whether Elizabeth would like to sit down. This was pointedly refused. What else could he do but request a second dance? She accepted at once. Here came Caroline, pulling Elton by the hand. He was all too willing to be led about. She pushed him into position beside Darcy, and sent a sunny smile in his direction. "Isn't this delightful?" she cried. "Such high spirits. We are all as jolly as Lydia Bennet surrounded by officers. Even you, Mr. Darcy, are cavorting." She gave a trill of mocking laughter. Cavorting, was it? Darcy felt his lip curl. "Your suggestion to make this ball a masquerade was ingenious," said Elton. "It is the best event of the winter season." "It is likely to be the only event of the winter season, of any import, that is," said Caroline. "Charles has spared no expense. The good people of Meryton will speak of this ball as the finest ever held, with you as the most magnanimous hostess." There was more in this vein from Elton. As Darcy listened, his hand found the hilt of his rapier. The man's numerous gallantries were nauseating. The second dance was a lively reel. Here was another opportunity for Darcy's sword to make a nuisance of itself. But he managed. Before long, he and Elizabeth took their turn to reel down the set. It was not until Caroline and Elton became head couple that there was a chance to converse. "Tell me," said Elizabeth, "does the Baron inspire you to audacious endeavours?" "Which Baron would that be?" Her teasing smile gave him a clue. "Do you mean Sculthorpe?" "The very one." "He, inspires those actions that are fitting for an honest man," said Darcy, smiling. They took a turn together. "The Baron's tendency to speak his mind is worthy of imitation. For instance, he would urge me to say how beautiful you are tonight." "Only tonight, sir," she teased. Darcy burst out laughing. Hadn't he put his foot in it? Why didn't Elizabeth seem to mind? Miss Bingley and Elton came reeling down the line. Caroline could not hear what Darcy and Elizabeth said, but she obviously caught their shared smiles. "My costume is not at all authentic," Elizabeth was saying. "Athena would never wear evening gloves." "Not de rigueur for Mount Olympus, I suppose," said Darcy, "unless the party was held at the British Embassy." "Have you been to such a party?" "Now and again. My uncle brought me to a dinner at the Spanish ambassador's residence last spring. I would describe it as being excruciatingly correct." "How I long to go abroad," said Elizabeth, "to visit the Greek Isles and gaze on the Aegean." Caroline and Elton took their position at the bottom of the set. Darcy encountered a scathing look directed toward Elizabeth. If Caroline Bingley was determined to eavesdrop, She would hear things not to her liking.
"I don't suppose I ever shall," said Elizabeth. "It's such a distance, and father dislikes travel."
"The blame," said Darcy, "is not your father's but Napoleon's. Once he is vanquished, we'll go there together." There came a cry. Caroline Bingley stumbled against Elizabeth. Darcy heard Elizabeth gasp.
"My dear Miss Eliza, I am so sorry. I quite lost my footing."
Elizabeth took a limping step. "Half a minute," muttered Darcy. "You are hurt."
"Truly, it is nothing. An unfortunate accident. I'll be better presently."
"I'll be the judge of that," said Darcy. "We are finished here." He took hold of Elizabeth's hand to pull her from the set. She resisted.
"But, Mr. Darcy—"
"I should never have allowed a second dance." She permitted him to lead her away, and went so far as to lean on his arm.
"You, sir, have nothing to say about what I am allowed to do."
"When you are too stubborn to admit the truth," he countered, "and when you tell lies for the sake of politeness, I am forced to act on your behalf."
"But the dance was nearly finished," she pleaded. "Could you not have waited?"
"No," Darcy fairly growled.
"People will talk.
Let them. As to that, you might exaggerate your limp for effect."
"What a horrible person you are."
"I am indeed. No one knows that better than you." He indicated a chair along the wall. "Sit there while I fetch lemonade, or whatever has been concocted for ladies." Elizabeth obeyed. Behind her mask, her eyes were wide. "Come now, Athena," he said more gently. "This is a masquerade. I dare say most people did not recognize us."
"But Miss Bing—"
Elizabeth stopped.
"Thank you. I underestimated the strain of dancing."
"One can scarcely blame you for that. The fault is mine. I ought to have known how it would be for you." He laid a hand on her shoulder. "I'll return presently. Do save the seat for me."
"Why? You ought to dance the next set with someone else."
"I'd rather not."
"You needn't entertain me, Mr. Darcy."
"Ha! I am counting on you to keep me safe from the matchmaking mammas." Elizabeth gave a reluctant laugh. "Moreover," he went on, "why should you be seen as slighted by other men? You are certainly not by me." Elizabeth's gloved hand moved to her shoulder and covered his. It lingered only for a moment, but her meaning was clear. Darcy was fairly treading on air as he made his way to the refreshment table. Tea, lemonade, punch, or Madeira. Madeira, he decided. He did not trust himself to navigate through the press of guests with a cup and saucer. Darcy poured out a small glass. Unfortunately, the dance ended just then, and a crowd surged forward. Darcy edged along the wall, hoping not to be jostled and spill Elizabeth's wine. From a side door, a footman emerged with a tray of glasses. Here was an idea. Netherfield held a rabbit warren of passageways for the staff. Darcy had used these several times. He would do the same now. This particular passage was dimly lit, but it suited Darcy's purpose. He followed it, turned a corner, and soon was able to double back toward the ballroom. As he recalled, there were a number of small rooms that opened from this passageway. And then Darcy's sash came loose. The flintlock tumbled to the carpeted floor. The indignities of a costume ball. Darcy set down the glass in order to make repairs. A door opened, and someone came into the passageway. Darcy drew back into the shadows.
2 dances!
There was no mistaking the owner of this shrill voice. Here was Caroline Bingley. Behind her came her sister. The last thing Darcy wanted was to be discovered by either of them. He pressed against the wall and waited.
It was bad enough that he danced the first with her, but then he must do so a second time.
"I was never more shocked," said Mrs. Hurst.
"However, Mr. Darcy cannot dance with her again. You must prevent him from taking her into supper." "I have no fears on that head. Come with me."
Caroline pulled her sister deeper into the passage, and nearer to Darcy. His dark cloak and mask were a godsend. He saw Caroline put something into Mrs. Hurst's gloved hands. "Unlock the door to the green salon," she said, "and then take yourself off." "But why?" "The less you know, the better. In a quarter hour, return with Mr. Bennet, Mrs. Bennet, and Lady Mary. Oh, and bring Mr. Collins as well. He can be relied upon to spout righteous indignation." Darcy's instinct for danger seldom failed him. Something was afoot. "When you return, go directly inside. Do not knock," said Caroline. "Take notice of what you observe, and make sure the others do the same. There will be only one candlestick, so you will need to have your wits about you." Here was intrigue, but what was Caroline's object? Darcy followed Mrs. Hurst to the door of the green salon, keeping to the shadows. Every sense was on the alert. When she unlocked it and went away, Darcy made sure the passage was empty, and then quietly slipped inside. Baron Sculthorpe would be proud. Chapter 23. What new devilry? Was it the warmth of Mr. Darcy's smile, or the fact that he had singled her out without hesitation? Elizabeth's mother would say that she ought to feel a sense of triumph. After all, Fitzwilliam Darcy was a wealthy and influential man. And yet it was the pleasure of his company that Elizabeth cherished most. Then, too, he was rather dashing as a highwayman. It suited him. What a crush of people! Above the heads of the dancers, Elizabeth could see Mr. Collins' feather bobbing. Presently the dance ended. Mr. Bingley, whose friendly smile belied his disguise as a Turkish sultan, came over to solicit a dance. His sister was hard on his heels. "My dear Miss Elizabeth, let me say again how sorry I am." Caroline dropped into the chair reserved for Mr. Darcy. "There is no excuse for Mr. Darcy's behaviour. To pull you from the set as he did, so humiliating for you, so severe." "He can be so," said Elizabeth mildly, "but I like him for it." Miss Bingley's mask could not disguise a flash of anger. "Do you indeed?" "He was overly concerned." Elizabeth turned to Mr. Bingley. "Your friend will say that I should rest my ankle, and I dare say he is right. Later in the evening I shall be happy to dance with you." Caroline's gaze wandered. "My dear, Mrs. King, is it?" she called. "Do join us. The air in a ballroom is always so stifling, such a crush of people." She rose to her feet and indicated Mr. Darcy's chair. At once Mrs. King sat down. "Charles, have one of the footmen bring lemonade. Poor Mrs. King looks as if she feels faint. And who is this with you? Mrs. Long? I expect she feels faint too." Caroline turned to Elizabeth. "You will not mind surrendering your seat to Mrs. Long?" Elizabeth rose. "But Mr. Darcy said—" "Mr. Darcy is not a child. He will be able to find you in a crowd. How clever of you to dress all in white. Are you an angel?" "I am Athena." "Charming. Do come with me. I'll find you another chair. After all, we mustn't displease Mr. Darcy." Caroline's tone was sharp. "I do not wish to take you away from the dancing." "Nonsense. This is our ball. We'll simply tell the orchestra to delay. Charles, be a dear and attend to that." Off he went. "Louisa," called Caroline, "have you seen Mr. Darcy? Miss Eliza has quite set her heart on him." Louisa Hurst emerged from the crowd. "I wouldn't put your faith in Mr. Darcy, my dear. Many a presumptuous girl has done so, and has been bitterly disappointed. But he told me—" "Isn't it enough that your sister will marry our Charles? We mustn't allow your family to capture all our eligible gentlemen. Mr. Bertram is quite dashing as a Scotsman," said Caroline. "I hadn't noticed," said Elizabeth. "There, I see a chair for you. Come." Caroline took hold of Elizabeth's hand and pulled her along. "Why," she said, "you are not limping at all. Imagine that."
It seemed to Elizabeth that Caroline heedlessly ploughed into the crowd.
"Pardon me," she said. "Pray excuse us. Please make way."
Elizabeth apologized as best she could, but there was no stopping Caroline Bingley. Elizabeth felt someone step on her foot, and then there came a stabbing pain in her shin. Elizabeth cried out. She could not help it. Caroline turned.
"My dear Miss Elizabeth, what has happened? Goodness, you are truly in pain. How unfortunate."
Caroline's smile was sweetly sympathetic, but Elizabeth was not taken in. Neither could she walk without assistance.
"I know just the thing. The green salon. You'll be quite alone there."
What choice did Elizabeth have but to lean on Caroline's arm? Once inside the darkened parlour, Caroline brought Elizabeth to an overstuffed chair.
"There," she said. "This is much more comfortable for you."
She lit a candle and positioned it.
"We'll have more brought in later, but this will enable you to see."
Elizabeth struggled to find her voice.
"If you could fetch Kitty or Mary, please do not trouble Jane. I know you do not wish for a fuss to be made, my dear. I'll return shortly with your mother, and Miss Catherine if you prefer. Yes, please."
The door shut with a quiet click. Elizabeth pulled up her skirts to examine her lower leg. Sure enough, blood was seeping through her stocking. She removed her mask and discovered that she was weeping. What did it matter? She was quite alone. Or was she? Elizabeth heard a faint rustle. She looked up in time to see a figure emerge from behind the draperies. Mr. Darcy's face was unmasked. There was no mistaking his concern. "What new devilry is this?" he growled. He pulled off his gloves, knelt, and, without apology, boldly rolled down Elizabeth's stocking. "You are bleeding. This was not here yesterday."
"Someone in the crowd kicked me," Elizabeth managed to say. "I dare say it was accidental."
He pressed a folded handkerchief to her wound. "Given the severity of this, I rather doubt that," he muttered. "The question is, why?"
"Must there be a reason?"
"Caroline Bingley usually has a reason."
"But that cannot be right. Why would Miss Bingley do such a thing?"
"Spite," said Mr. Darcy. "You have stolen something that she considered to be rightfully hers, namely, me."
"Was she so unhappy that we danced twice?"
The shadows intensified his ogre-like expression. "There is something at work here, something more than meets the eye." She sighed heavily.
"And we are alone together."
Even in the dim light, his smile was unmistakable. "We have a habit of that.
If we were to be discovered—"
"This door, you know, was locked."
"But it wasn't."
"I saw Miss Bingley give her sister the key, and say that she was to return with your parents and Lady Mary. What she does not realize is that I guessed her purpose and have been waiting."
"Oh,"
said Elizabeth. The darkness lent her courage to ask a pressing question.
"Did you come to see father yesterday?"
"I did. You can guess why."
"He told me that he was not at home to call us. Did you return today?"
"I did not, for the simple reason that I have not yet shared with you what is in my heart." A lopsided smile appeared. "Perhaps you can guess that as well?" Elizabeth dared not reply. Was he about to propose? "I am, as you see, already in the requisite posture." This was very true. He was kneeling before the chair.
"My knight-errant,"
she whispered. "Dearest Elizabeth, there is no one in the world whom I love as much as you." He paused. "Marry me."
"Indeed, I think I must."
"Because of our compromising situation? Assuredly not. You shall do just as you like, my heart, without regard to that." Was there uncertainty in his expression? Why did Elizabeth find his doubt adorable? "I ought to court you with poetry and song," he added. "Alas, you have in me a poor suitor, and an even worse singer."
"Mr. Darcy,"
she began, smiling. "Fitzwilliam," he corrected. The sound of the door latch interrupted. Slowly, the parlour door swung open. "Hello," said Tom Bertram's voice. "Aha," whispered Mr. Darcy, "so that's her little game." He promptly blew out the candle. The room was now lit only by the glow of the fire. Comprehension washed over Elizabeth in a wave. "I was meant to be discovered here," she whispered. "But not with me," he murmured into her ear. "Hence my cousin Tom." "Hello," said Mr. Bertram again. "Is anyone here? Miss Elizabeth, is that you?" "This is dreadful," whispered Elizabeth. "Isn't it? Time for me to come the ogre, my love." Fitzwilliam Darcy was now very near. In the firelight, she could just make out a twinkle in his eyes. Was it considered brazen to kiss an ogre, or was this the stuff of which fairy tales were made? Boldly, Elizabeth took hold of his lapels and drew Fitzwilliam's face down to hers. Chapter 24. Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum. Fitzwilliam Darcy ought to have been shocked by the kiss, but he was not. Indeed, it seemed to Elizabeth that he rather enjoyed it. She buried her fingers in his hair, simply because she could. Tom Bertram advanced into the darkened parlour and promptly collided with a chair. "Confound it! How's a fellow supposed to see?" He retreated into the passage. "Hi there!" he called out. "I say, I need light." There was no response. "The devil take these footmen, always in the way, but never about when wanted." Elizabeth heard him hurry away. In the darkness she could see the white of Fitzwilliam Darcy's smile. He was hers. This honourable, good-hearted man was her very own. How could she have thought him disagreeable? "It appears," she said, smiling, "that we are forced to marry, sir." His expression sobered. "As God is my witness, I had no hand in this." "I know that," she said. "Others will say that I entrapped you." "Let them. We know the truth. We marry for love, you and I, and for no other reason." "I dare say we'll quarrel and fall out." "Not at all." "But we shall. I'll scold and you'll growl." His solemnity disappeared. "Now when have we argued?" "Often. Have you forgotten what transpired while I was a guest here, in the passageway upstairs?" "How could I? It's a cherished memory." "It was then that I began to love you. Mind, it was very much against my will." "You are miserably behindhand," he said. "I was in danger well before then." "Were there ever two people so reluctant to be in love?" He did not answer, not with words. His lips pressed hers with loving intensity. It was at this juncture that Tom Bertram returned with a branch of candles. "What in the world?" he sputtered. Fitzwilliam ended the kiss and turned to face his cousin. "Ah, Tom," he said pleasantly, "you are in time to share our happy news." Elizabeth could not decide if Mr. Bertram was blushing, but his discomfort was plain. I beg your pardon. Miss Bingley sent me here." "Yes, I heard her say as much to her sister. I thought it best to come in ahead of you." "She said you were injured, Miss Elizabeth. Is this true?" "A little." She could not miss Fitzwilliam Darcy's huff of displeasure. "She was kicked," he said shortly. "An unfortunate accident," Elizabeth hurried to say. "I'll be better presently." An awkward silence followed. Tom Bertram set the candelabra on a table and moved to stand before the fire. The door opened with a violent push. In marched Mrs. Hurst, followed by Elizabeth's parents and Lady Mary. "Well, I never!" cried Mrs. Hurst. "I am ashamed at you, Miss Elizabeth, to be alone with—" She broke off speaking. "Why, Mr. Darcy, what are you doing here?" He rose to his feet. "Creating a scandal, apparently," he said. Said Mr. Bertram. "My cousin has some rather startling news to share." Mrs. Hurst removed her mask. "I can well imagine," she said tartly. Fitzwilliam kept a possessive hand on Elizabeth's shoulder. "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," he said gravely, "has agreed to rescue my sad reputation by becoming my wife." Mr. Bennet came forward. "Upon my word, Lizzie, we have had this discussion before. You shall not be forced to marry anyone." Mrs. Bennet gave a shriek. "Not marry Mr. Darcy?" she cried. "Have you run mad, Mr. Bennet?" "I do not mind," said Elizabeth happily. "Not at all. He is the best and most noble man in all the world." "Oh, my sweetest Lizzie, how rich and how great you will be!" Elizabeth's mother gabbled on about jewels and carriages and pin money. Mrs. Hurst's remarks were less complimentary. The door opened again, this time to admit Kitty. "Miss Bingley told me to come. What has happened?" "Your sister," said Mrs. Hurst, "has been revealed as a seductress caught in the very act." "Wouldn't that be the other way around?" said Mr. Darcy. "You are forgetting that I have a role in this." Elizabeth glanced to his face. His dark eyes glittered. She knew that look. This was no time for his disastrous honesty. She hastened to cover his hand with her own. "Caroline has always suspected her," said Mrs. Hurst, "but I had no idea that she was so depraved." "Miss Bingley is a fine one to talk," said Kitty. Lizzie, why are you holding Mr. Darcy's hand?" "Why, indeed," said Mrs. Hurst. "I never knew a gentlewoman could be so shameless." Kitty faced Mrs. Hurst. "If it comes to that, I suggest you mind your sister, ma'am. She and Mr. Elton are in the passageway together, kissing." Those in the parlour fell silent, even Mrs. Bennet. "Impossible," cried Mrs. Hurst. "That is a lie. I am not the only one who saw them." "We'll see about that." Mrs. Hurst marched to the door. As she was about to open it, Caroline Bingley came in. Her mask could not conceal her smile of triumph. "My dear Miss Eliza, are you better?" she said sweetly. When she came fully into the room, her expression changed. She pulled the mask from her face. "Mr. Darcy," she faltered, "what are you doing here?" "Foiling your plan," he said evenly. "I was meant to be Bertram, was I not?" "I have no idea what you are talking about," said Caroline coldly. "You would if you saw him kissing Miss Elizabeth," complained Mr. Bertram. Caroline gave a snarl of rage. "Elizabeth Bennet is utterly wanton." "As to that," growled Darcy. Kitty interrupted. "I saw you," she cried. "If you will accuse our Lizzie, then I will accuse you." Charles Bingley now entered the parlour. "You are mistaken," said Caroline hotly. "Mr. Elton was overwrought and forced himself upon me." "Well now," said Charles, "that is not how it looked to me, Caro." "Oh, if you think I wished to kiss him—" "I have been expecting as much. When I gave Elton permission to propose—" "Charles, you didn't." "Indeed I did. Yesterday morning, in fact." The door opened once more. "I have always heard that house parties were scandalous," announced Mr. Collins, "and now I have ample proof." Elizabeth bit back a smile. Mr. Collins' long feather now hung at half-mast. "This is too much, sir," he said to Charles. "You ought to curb your sister. I saw her embracing Mr. Elton." "I was not." "Oh, but you were." "Not willingly, Charles. He kissed me." "After so much determined flirting on your part," remarked Lady Mary. "Should we be surprised?" As if on cue, Philip Elton came in and moved directly to Caroline's side. She shook off his attempt to put his arm round her shoulders. "You dare!" Mr. Elton was not at all offended. "Come now," he said pleasantly. "You said that you had delightful news about another engagement. What else could you mean but ours?" "Let me be the first to congratulate you," said Mr. Darcy. "I am not engaged to him. He has not proposed." "I warned you how it would be, Caro," said Charles. "Oh," she cried, "how can you be so provoking?" Mr. Elton removed his mask. "May we announce our betrothal tonight? Such happy news ought to be shared. This is the perfect occasion." "Mr. Elton, how can you?" "All too easily, my love. Are Mr. Darcy and Miss Elizabeth engaged as well? It certainly looks that way." This did not improve Caroline's temper. "We ought to call on my grandfather straightway," Mr. Elton went on. "He'll be delighted to meet you, my sweet, especially if you follow my advice and wear your incomparable pearl necklace." Caroline Bingley's expression was laughable. "I make only one demand, that we be married from your sister's home in Mayfair, such a fashionable location. St. George's, Hanover Square, is infinitely preferable. All the truly important weddings take place there." "St. George's is much in demand," said Mrs. Hurst bitingly. "You'll wait for many months." Mr. Elton dimpled. "Fortunately, we clergymen are often able to skip to the head of the line, as it were, and dear grandpapa might assist with the request for a special license." "But said Caroline. "That is—" "Moreover," he went on, "you'll be delighted with the society that Highbury offers. We have many well-to-do families, but no lady is as fine as you. I dare say you will give them the lead in everything." Caroline stood open-mouthed, gazing from Philip Elton to her brother and back again. "3 weddings," said Charles cheerfully. "Could there be anything better? I wish you every happiness, Carol." Mr. Collins came forward to shake Mr. Elton's hand. "Far be it from me to be slow in adding my congratulations, Phils." Unfortunately, when he turned away, Mr. Collins's feather hit Caroline Bingley in the face. "Do you mind?" she said, batting it away. "Come, my sweet," said Mr. Elton. "Let us celebrate with a dance." Caroline gave him a withering look and stalked out of the parlour. Louisa Hurst followed. Mr. Elton clapped a hand on Mr. Collins's shoulder. "You ought to be dancing, Colly. After all, you were the one who came looking for a bride." He held open the door. "What about Miss King? You've much more to offer than that rogue Wickham. She must be desperate indeed if she is willing to consider a militiaman. But you too, Bertram. You're quite the sensation in that get-up, you know." Tom Bertram turned to Kitty. "Will you do me the honour?" "Bless me," cried Mrs. Bennet. "This is a night of wonders. Of course you must dance with him." Out went Kitty, with her mother clucking happily behind. The parlour door swung shut. All was quiet. "If I may have a word, sir," said Fitzwilliam to Mr. Bennet. Elizabeth looked on as the 2 most important men in her life withdrew to converse. Her father did not look pleased, but he listened. Eventually his frown lifted somewhat, and she saw him shake Mr. Darcy's hand. He then came to Elizabeth's chair and gazed down at her with weary eyes. Indeed, it seemed as if he had suddenly aged, but this could not be right. "Do you love this man, Lizzie?" he said quietly. "I do, father, truly." She heard him sigh heavily. "As it appears that your hand has not been forced," he said slowly, "I have given my consent." "Thank you," she whispered. "I wish you every happiness, my dear. I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy." It was with mixed feelings that Elizabeth watched him leave the parlour. "This is difficult news for father." "Can I blame him? It is as if I am stealing his most precious treasure." "Not stealing, Fitzwilliam. I come to you willingly, with all my heart." He once more knelt beside her. Elizabeth reached up to toy with one of his curls. "The one I feel sorry for is Miss Bingley." He gave a sharp laugh. "Don't be. She is caught in her own trap, but she likes Elton more than she cares to admit." "He is very handsome." "Yes, he'll do her credit, and she'll relish taking the lead in his parish. She will charm the old Earl no end." "Especially if she wears the incomparable pearls," added Elizabeth. "Did you see her face when he mentioned St. George's? I hope your heart isn't set on being married there, my love. I could bring it about if you wish." "Heavens, no. Meryton Parish Church is more than well enough." Good, because I have no intention of waiting for months." He paused. "Will a fortnight be enough time?" "Time for what? I'll marry you tomorrow, Fitzwilliam. And then," she added, "once we are safely wed, we'll have that chess match, sir. Prepare yourself to be roundly defeated." Fitzwilliam's response was to laugh softly. He leaned in to kiss her, but was interrupted by the opening of the door. "What now?" he grumbled. Lydia's face appeared in the opening. "Lizzie," she hissed, "Mamma wants you, and why aren't you dancing? Come along." Fitzwilliam Darcy watched her go with pursed lips. "Extraordinary," he said, once the door swung shut. "Has no one noticed that you are injured?" "Only you, my beloved," said Elizabeth happily. "As I am unable to walk, shall you carry me to the ballroom?" His brows descended. "No," he growled. "You and I have a better use for our time." There could be no doubt as to his meaning. Elizabeth threw her arms around him and drew him close. "I quite agree." Epilogue. Fitzwilliam Darcy was as good as his word. Within the fortnight, he and Elizabeth were married at Meryton Parish Church, alongside Charles Bingley and Jane. Elizabeth is delighted with married life, with the Pemberley estate, and also with her new sister, Georgiana. Her husband's ogre-like tendencies rarely appear at home, although Elizabeth admits that they do have their uses. Whenever his formidable aunt, Lady Catherine, attempts to put her oar in, he lowers his brows and growls splendidly. Elizabeth did win their first chess match, by the way. Her husband is rather proud of her. After Mr. Bingley's ball, Tom Bertram returned to Mansfield Park, much to Kitty's dismay. However, Elizabeth plans to invite him to Pemberley during the summer months, when her sister will be with them. Caroline Bingley and Philip Elton were wed at St. George's on Christmas Day. To everyone's surprise, Elton was able to persuade his grandfather to attend, an honour that was not lost on Louisa Hurst. When not in Highbury, the Eltons are often guests at the Hursts' home in Grosvenor Square. At his club, Mr. Hurst happily partners with his brother-in-law for whist. As for settling into parish life, the new Mrs. Elton has launched a campaign to befriend Emma Woodhouse. Plans for a musical society are currently underway. Mr. Wickham did not succeed in his courtship of Miss King. Moreover, when the militia decamped to Brighton, he proved that Mr. Elton's recollections were entirely accurate. He left behind in Meryton a pile of unpaid debts. Deprived of the company of officers, Lydia is left to spat with Charlotte's brother, Johnny Lucas. At almost 14, he is taller than she is and just as outspoken. Miss King also withstood Mr. Collins' attempts to charm her, and he returned to Hunsford as a single man. Lady Catherine was so enchanted by Mr. Tripp's oratory that she plans to bestow on him a second valuable living, a position that Collins had hoped to secure for himself. As Mr. Bennet continues to enjoy excellent health, there is little hope of inheriting Longbourn any time soon. Mrs. Bennet is left with 3 unmarried daughters. She plans to invite Mr. Collins to visit Longbourn in the summer, with an eye to Mary as a potential bride. Mary begs to differ, as she has struck up a friendship with a young barrister in her uncle's employ. Mr. Collins might wave the olive branch all he chooses, but he shall have no success with her. Epilogue. Fitzwilliam Darcy was as good as his word. Within the fortnight, he and Elizabeth were married at Meryton Parish Church, alongside Charles Bingley and Jane. Elizabeth is delighted with married life, with the Pemberley estate, and also with her new sister, Georgiana. Her husband's ogre-like tendencies rarely appear at home, although Elizabeth admits that they do have their uses. Whenever his formidable aunt, Lady Catherine, attempts to put her oar in, He lowers his brows and growls splendidly. Elizabeth did win their first chess match, by the way. Her husband is rather proud of her. After Mr. Bingley's ball, Tom Bertram returned to Mansfield Park, much to Kitty's dismay. However, Elizabeth plans to invite him to Pemberley during the summer months, when her sister will be with them. Caroline Bingley and Philip Elton were wed at St. George's on Christmas Day. To everyone's surprise, Elton was able to persuade his grandfather to attend, an honour that was not lost on Louisa Hurst. When not in Highbury, the Eltons are often guests at the Hursts' home in Grosvenor Square. At his club, Mr. Hurst happily partners with his brother-in-law for whist. As for settling into parish life, the new Mrs. Elton has launched a campaign to befriend Emma Woodhouse. Plans for a musical society are currently underway. Mr. Wickham did not succeed in his courtship of Miss King. Moreover, when the militia decamped to Brighton, he proved that Mr. Elton's recollections were entirely accurate. He left behind in Meryton a pile of unpaid debts. Deprived of the company of officers, Lydia is left to spat with Charlotte's brother, Johnny Lucas. At almost 14, he is taller than she is and just as outspoken. Miss King also withstood Mr. Collins' attempts to charm her, and he returned to Hunsford as a single man. Lady Catherine was so enchanted by Mr. Tripp's oratory that she plans to bestow on him a second valuable living, a position that Collins had hoped to secure for himself. As Mr. Bennet continues to enjoy excellent health, there is little hope of inheriting Longbourn any time soon. Mrs. Bennet is left with 3 unmarried daughters. She plans to invite Mr. Collins to visit Longbourn in the summer, with an eye to Mary as a potential bride. Mary begs to differ, as she has struck up a friendship with a young barrister in her uncle's employ. Mr. Collins might wave the olive branch all he chooses, but he shall have no success with her. This has been In League with Mr. Darcy, written by Laura Hile, narrated by Benjamin Fife. Copyright 2022 by Laura Hile. Publication copyright by Laura Hile.